Welcome to Audio Novel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. To access advanced chapters or support the author, visit their official page, link is in the description. Let's dive into the story. Chapter 51, C51. After the first successful case, Orochimaru proceeded to conduct another 30 experiments involving the injection of the extremis virus. Cain had provided a significant amount of serum in one batch, but Orochimaru utilized all of it without hesitation. If this group of subjects proved successful, it would pave the way for the serum to be administered to both Noaki and Cain. During his time at the experimental base, Orochimaru approached Cain privately, expressing a desire to exchange a vial of the extremis virus serum. He was willing to trade all his accumulated ninjutsu knowledge for just one tube. However, Cain declined the transaction outright and handed him a vial of serum without any strings attached. The creation of the extremis virus posed no challenge for Cain. After all, Orochimaru had little to offer in return. As it stood, Orochimaru had not showcased the scroll of any forbidden technique, and his ninjutsu was still largely based on snake-based techniques. Orochimaru's greatest asset was his own intellect and capabilities. From this point until the birth of Boruto, which would occur approximately 40 years later, Orochimaru had developed biotechnology to levels that included rejuvenation and human cloning. It could be said that he was a character cursed by knowledge. The reason Orochimaru became a villain and garnered widespread animosity was simply that he had not achieved the position of Hokage. Had he become Hokage, he might have delved into the study of forbidden techniques, potentially surpassing the second Hokage in the realm of biological research. After all, once in power, Orochimaru likely would have lost interest in political maneuvers against the Uchiha clan. While Orochimaru conducted these batch serum experiments, Tsunade and Cain were also planning a return trip to Konoha together. Tsunade made it a point to return to Konoha periodically, as she had a responsibility to reform the medical system. Although many aspects were on the right track, thanks to Cain's advice, wherein one plan followed another quite smoothly, Tsunade still needed to oversee everything personally. Unlike Orochimaru, who could afford to take long vacations, Tsunade couldn't. Even though he could use Shadow Clone to handle B-level and C-level tasks, he needed to rely on his physical body for A-level and S-level missions. In Orochimaru's eyes, the experiment concerning the extremis virus serum took precedence over any Konoha mission. On this particular trip, Tsunade intended to bring Noaki with her. If the experiment's success rate proved satisfactory, she hoped to restore Noaki's status as a ninja. With the injection of the extremis virus serum, Noaki might even rise to become a ninja comparable to his grandfather, the legendary Senju Hashirama. In this regard, Tsunade felt an immense gratitude toward Cain. Orochimaru had also clarified his reasons for insisting on eliminating Tushar, which made Tsunade realize her earlier naivety. Thankfully, with Orochimaru's assistance, she had avoided making a grave mistake akin to those of the past. Tsunade reassured Cain about their trip to Konoha, mentioning that Kushina frequently inquired about him. Cain also had matters to address in Konoha, including visiting the Uchiha clan and speaking with Yakushi Nono about various issues. Given that he might have landed on Konoha's blacklist, especially with the higher-ups, he needed to tread carefully. If he could not secure the Uchiha clan's support as guards in Konoha, he might not feel safe moving around. After all, those who had previously attempted to use Cloud Shinobi against him might not hesitate to employ Umbu next. "I don't understand why Kushina has such a good relationship with you," Tsunade remarked, slightly exasperated. "It seems she asks about you 10 times more than she asks me." "Come on, Tsunade. Kushina is just a bit younger, but she's not foolish," Cain replied, shaking his head. "I remember hearing that she hails from a foreign village. After coming to Konoha, she was met with animosity from her peers in the ninja school. Something particularly unpleasant happened recently." If Cain's plans had succeeded, those of Konoha's higher-ups would have faced significant disruption. Kushina had likely become deeply skeptical of Konoha's leaders due to the fallout from those events. While the Konoha executives might have some concerns about Kushina, they faced a dilemma. Uzumaki Mito's health was declining, and the village had no alternative options unless they were willing to relinquish the Nine Tails. However, no one would entertain the idea of giving up the Nine Tails, as losing it to another village would be a catastrophic blow to Konoha. The Sarutobi clan had witnessed Uzumaki Mito in her Nine Tails mode, which far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities. Given these circumstances, no one else could become a Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails except for Kushina. When Namikaze Minato was at his prime, he had managed to seal half of the Nine Tails, but the exertion had left him nearly immobilized. If faced with the entirety of the Nine Tails, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would falter. Kushina, with her unique chakra, was the only viable candidate for the role of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade also found herself at a loss regarding Kushina's situation. This predicament stemmed from Konoha's mismanagement. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to Cain and asked, "On this trip to Konoha, will you be staying on Senju clan land?" "Then I'll have to trouble you," Cain replied. "Are you really that happy to accept this time?" Tsunade queried, somewhat incredulously. Cain sighed, "After all, safety comes first. I've done my best to avoid getting into trouble in Konoha, but I didn't expect it to come looking for me." Tsunade pondered for a moment but chose not to disclose Kushina's identity. While the village hadn't explicitly stated it, she was well aware of Kushina's significance. With the same red hair as Mito, combined with Kushina's occasional mentions of learning sealing techniques from Mito, it was evident that Kushina was likely being groomed as the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, her close association with Cain, a non-native of the village, complicated matters. The old man is probably in a hurry to make a foolish decision that could offend both of you. It's truly frustrating, Tsunade thought to herself, unsure how to convey her feelings about Sarutobi Hiruzen. As evening approached, Kushina spotted Cain returning home after a long day filled with mundane D-level missions. Her face lit up with surprise and delight. She had thought Cain would not return after being away for so long. Though he had sent gifts through Tsunade a few times and even written her a letter, she felt a tinge of anger, thinking he didn't consider her a friend. Her face shifted from joy to a mix of embarrassment and confusion. As they made their way to the dining table, Cain interrupted her thoughts. "I'm sorry for my absence. I've been busy with various matters. But these are gifts for you," he said, pointing to a pile in the corner of the living room. "Is all of this really for me?" Kushina exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "Wow. But I guess there's nothing I can do about it since you've been busy." The moment she saw the towering stack of gifts, her initial disappointment faded away. However, realizing how quickly her mood had changed made her want to revert to her earlier sullen expression. Yet, with such a generous display from Cain, she found it impossible to hide her happiness. After washing her hands, she sat down at the dining table alongside Noaki and Cain, eagerly anticipating the meal. Cain had ordered a barbecue spread from his store, making it easy for Tsunade to simply unpack and serve it. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats, and the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and camaraderie as they gathered around the table to share their meal. Chapter 52, C-52. "Hiruzen, you got the message, right?" In the Hokage's office, Danzo pushed the door open, waved away the Umbu agent standing guard on the left and right, and directly confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. "So what if you know, Danzo? Do you still want to do something small?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, still focused on the secret letter in his hand. Although the war between the major countries was over, the secret struggle for dominance had not ceased. To secure resources and missions from the smaller countries, the 5 great ninja villages continued to send out Umbu operatives or mission teams, engaging in covert operations on the territories of these smaller nations. Danzo had failed in his previous schemes, which had only increased the other party's vigilance. He used to visit Konoha regularly to check on business interests, but now he had nearly abandoned those pursuits, opting to stay away for an extended period. This time, however, he had followed Tsunade all the way to Konoha and even stayed at the Senju tribe during the night, which had caused some alienation between Hiruzen and both Kushina and Tsunade. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret. He had been in a position of power for so long that he had nearly forgotten that the most crucial asset for a ninja was information. "Danzo, I need to consider the implications of your actions. I won't make the same mistakes this time." Hiruzen, Umbu found some unusual medicines in the Land of Water. "This is from a shipment that was passed down, and it is said that Kirigakure sent it there," Danzo explained, pulling out 2 vials of medicine brought back by his root ninjas and placing them on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Although they looked impressive, only Cain in the ninja world could produce such exquisite concoctions. Danzo's assertion indicated that Kirigakure was also purchasing medicines in large quantities. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This was a direct consequence of the previous incident. Although the operation had ultimately failed, Namikaze Minato's inadvertent leak of information had provided a significant advantage to their adversaries. Hiruzen, what are you planning to do about this? Danzo pressed further. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette before shaking his head. Danzo, do you have any idea how many Umbu I dispatched to gather intelligence on Cain? There are 3 teams stationed outside Konoha village, but they have not discovered anything substantial. The only lead we had was when a perception ninja detected someone using Earth-style ninjutsu. However, the signal vanished in an instant. Earth-style ninjutsu. Danzo frowned, pondering the implications. A shadow flickered across his face as he spoke again. In that case, why not just capture him? If you haven't even investigated his background, don't make such reckless suggestions. If you can't gather intelligence, it's better to wait. Otherwise, with the financial resources at his disposal, Cain could become a serious problem for Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen countered without hesitation. It was easy to eliminate an individual, but capturing Cain without gaining any intelligence would be foolish. By the way, Hiruzen, now that Cain and Tsunade have returned to Konoha, does that mean the research Tsunade mentioned is underway? After leading up to it for some time, Danzo finally voiced his real interest. He had been injured during the battle with the Sand Shinobi village, specifically at the hands of a puppeteer. Although he had received treatment, his right arm and eye were still incapacitated and wrapped in bandages. Even the best medical ninjas had been unable to restore him to his former self. After hearing the news about Cain's extremis virus serum, which could reportedly heal all injuries, Danzo's hopes reignited. I'll ask Tsunade, but you know that Cain controls the extremis virus serum, and Tsunade doesn't have much information on it, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. If the recent incident hadn't occurred, Tsunade might have intervened on Danzo's behalf, but now it would be a difficult task. I understand, I was merely inquiring. The village's interests must come first. Danzo's tone suddenly darkened, reflecting a man dedicated to his cause yet feeling sidelined. This shift in Danzo's demeanor softened Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. After all, his old comrade was suffering for the sake of the village. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment before responding, I will discuss it with Tsunade, but I cannot guarantee any results. Sister, is this true? In the Senju tribe, Noaki asked excitedly. When he first heard the announcement, he thought he must have misheard. After confirming it, however, his eyes filled with tears of joy. It's true, Noaki, and it will grant you great power. You must use this power wisely when the time comes. Tsunade stroked Noaki's hair, her own heart swelling with happiness. Seeing her brother's genuine delight was perhaps the most rewarding outcome of her recent endeavors. When can I go? Noaki asked eagerly. Tsunade patted him on the shoulder, urging him to calm down. We need to wait for Orochimaru's notice. There's only been one successful case thus far. I will take some cells from your body, and once I have the final product, you will be fully restored, Noaki. So Orochimaru-sensei is helping me too. Noaki exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. However, Tsunade's expression shifted slightly at his words. With a playful strike on Noaki's head, she chastised, be careful about how you say that. Just because he's helping doesn't mean you should idolize him too much. Noaki rubbed his head, apologizing profusely as he continued to grin widely. Once Tsunade had finished sharing the news with Noaki, Cain had already returned to his guest room. He was set to meet Nanami the next day and planned to recommend Yakushi Nono to Tsunade. With her talent, she might be able to master Tsunade's techniques in a few years, becoming his most powerful assistant. Tsunade insisted on accompanying Cain. This was her strong request, as she didn't want any potential troubles caused by Danzo's roots. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a few knocks echoed on the door of Cain's guest room. When he invited the person in, the door opened to reveal a small head of red hair poking in. Kushina, next time don't come to a man's room late at night, Cain warned, recognizing it was her. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Though he was a businessman, he didn't operate in that kind of business. It's fine, boss, Kushina muttered under her breath, stepping inside and closing the door. She then sat on the edge of the bed, curling her slender legs beneath her. Noticing that Kushina seemed a bit off, Cain couldn't help but ask, Kushina, is something bothering you? Kushina paused, contemplating her response. She remained silent for several moments while Cain patiently waited for her to find the words. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she finally spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. "Boss, what should I do if I become a monster?" Chapter 53, C53. What monster? Cain pretended to be puzzled but guessed in his heart that Kushina would soon become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This thought made him a little sad. Perhaps it would not be so easy to see this girl again in the future. He recalled the last time they met, and the weight of that potential separation hung heavily on his mind. Hearing Cain's question, Kushina struggled to find the words to describe the Nine Tails. In the end, she resorted to a few vague adjectives while waving her hands animatedly. "It's just a very scary and terrifying monster. After a while, I might become a monster like that," she lamented. "Kushina, the scariest thing for me is when someone trades and doesn't give money," Cain replied, trying to lighten the mood. He gently patted Kushina on the head, comforting her as he continued, "Thank you for your reminder. I just remembered, do you recall the last time I invited you to play games? You ended up eating a dozen boxes of dessert, and there was no bill for it." "Ah yes, did that really happen?" Kushina asked, her eyes widening as she pretended to be oblivious to the memory. "You are really not suitable for lying, Kushina. That guilty look on your face already shows that you remembered," Cain said, his expression transforming into a classic businessman's smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an abacus. "A piece of high-end chocolate truffles is 300 Ryo. I remember that there were more than a dozen boxes that day, so let's count as 19 boxes. 19 boxes of high-end chocolate truffles, in total." Upon hearing Cain's calculation, Kushina quickly interjected, "There were only 13 boxes in total, and I didn't eat that many expensive things." Cain raised an eyebrow, maintaining his playful demeanor. "Really? Then let's calculate based on 13 boxes. I'm a businessman, after all. It's perfectly normal to calculate interest on any debt." As he continued to manipulate the beads on the abacus, the sound filled the room, turning Kushina's initial fear of the Nine Tails into anxiety over the escalating total. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Cain concluded with a triumphant flourish. "A total of 763,700 Ryo. Thank you for reminding me, Kushina. Make sure to pay me back as soon as possible, otherwise, the interest will only increase. I believe you are now a ninja, so you should be able to earn plenty of money, right?" Kushina's eyes widened to the size of saucers. "Boss, you are such a devil. The devil follows the principle of unequal exchange, whereas I adhere to the principle of equal exchange. It's completely different." Cain chuckled, patting her head with mock seriousness. "Remember to hand me your little orange purse tomorrow morning so the interest won't be too steep." With that, Cain playfully pushed Kushina out of the room while giving her candies. Before closing the door, he reminded her yet again about the orange purse she owed him. After leaving Cain's room, Kushina felt dazed. She couldn't quite comprehend how she had managed to rack up a debt of hundreds of thousands of Ryo seemingly out of nowhere. Had she even signed an IOU? The thought flashed in her mind, but as she looked down at the candy in her arms, her mood began to lift. Maybe, even if she became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she could go to Cain, and he would wave the IOU away, concentrating on her little orange purse instead. "Hey," Kushina chuckled at the thought, imagining that scenario as she clutched the lollipop jar. She planned to practice early the next morning, excited to see how her boss would find her. "Kushina, what are you smirking at? What's in your arms, food?" Tsunade's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Kushina hadn't noticed Tsunade approaching. She instinctively tried to hide the candy but it was too late. Tsunade had already seen it and moved quickly toward her. "Don't hide it. I've seen it all. Those were given to you by Cain, give me half." "Miss Tsunade, half is too much." Kushina protested, shaking her head fervently. She felt like she had just stepped out of one dangerous situation only to walk straight into another, surrounded by what felt like a pack of villains. Despite her spirited resistance, Kushina was too small and too outmatched by Tsunade's determination. In the end, Tsunade managed to take half of the candies, leaving Kushina feeling both frustrated and amused. The next day, Kushina went out to practice quietly with her small orange purse before dawn. Meanwhile, Tsunade accompanied Cain to his shops. He was there to clarify some matters with Nanami and to recommend Yakushi Nono to Tsunade. The talent for medical ninjutsu displayed by Yakushi Nono astonished Tsunade. This student, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, compared favorably against some 20-year-old medical ninjas in terms of skills and knowledge. After assessing Yakushi Nono's abilities, Tsunade decided to accept her as a student on the spot. However, she didn't have time to teach Nono personally at that moment, so she arranged for her to study with other medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital for a while. Once Tsunade finished her obligations regarding Noaki, she promised to return to teach Yakushi Nono herself. "I'll tell you right now, I will never enter the Uchiha clan. The last time I brought gifts by you was already the limit," Tsunade said to Cain, her expression reflecting her displeasure. The blood inherited from her body was not compatible with that of the Uchiha clan. While she might not be expelled on the surface, she knew that surveillance and judgmental eyes would be inescapable if she were to join them. "It doesn't matter, just getting me close to the Uchiha clan is enough. I believe no one will act recklessly in the base camp of the guards," Cain replied with a confident smile. He had learned a lot about the Uchiha clan from Tsunade, including details about the current patriarch and key members. The Uchiha clan had recently experienced turmoil instigated by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Setsuna. Now, the more aggressive hawks were scarce. Most of the Uchiha were peace-seekers, hoping to translate their battlefield successes into political standing within the village. Despite the long-standing rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans, Tsunade held a favorable opinion of the current patriarch, Uchiha Hamada. "Just drop me off here, and then I'll visit them myself," Cain instructed, holding the gift he had prepared. The Uchiha guard was only 100 meters away, making it awkward for Tsunade to accompany him any closer. Chapter 54, C-54. After Cain left the Uchiha tribe, he noticed that Tsunade was still waiting for him nearby, so he hurried over. When Cain approached, Tsunade asked, "Is the talk over?" If it's just about the visit, they treated it solemnly. As for other matters, it's neither a success nor a failure. Cain shook his head, explaining that he met with Uchiha Hamada, but that was all. He hadn't discussed anything further. After exchanging greetings and expressing his gratitude, Cain took his leave. Uchiha Hamada possessed considerable knowledge, having experienced the era of the second Hokage. Currently, Konoha's views on the Uchiha clan were limited to a few high-level executives, and there were no significant developments regarding business cooperation or other matters. Thus, Cain decided to remain silent for the time being. The current patriarch was not easy to convince, so they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Fortunately, Uchiha Hamada appeared to be a reasonable man. Uchiha Fugaku, who was around the right age, was likely to inherit the position of patriarch soon. During the following days, Cain spent his free time in the Senju tribe. When he wanted to go out, he would call Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade took the time to manage village affairs, utilizing shadow clone and transformation techniques to help Orochimaru clear some tasks. This was a condition for Orochimaru to remain in the research lab. After all, as a jonin and a disciple of the Hokage, it would tarnish his reputation if he had too much free time. Moreover, following the end of the war, a surge in missions had resulted in a backlog. Almost every jonin was assigned numerous missions, preventing Tsunade from accepting tasks in the name of reforming the medical system. She still had to assist Orochimaru in completing quests. One day, Tsunade returned from Konoha Hospital in the morning with good news for Noaki. "Noaki, come with me. Orochimaru's side has succeeded." As soon as Noaki heard this, he understood the implications of Tsunade's words. He immediately sprang up, excitement coursing through him as he set off with Tsunade. Later, Tsunade conveyed the message Orochimaru had given her to Cain, allowing him to review it. The remaining test subjects had all succeeded, with none failing. Orochimaru had presumably dealt with the successful experimental subjects. These few words implied that Orochimaru had handled dozens of lives, yet both Tsunade and Cain chose to overlook this grim reality. The trio quickly cleaned up and set off. Originally, Tsunade intended to bring back Serum to inject into Noaki, but Orochimaru argued that the research base had superior equipment to monitor Noaki's physical reactions. Thus, he persuaded Tsunade to leave the serum at the lab. At the gate of Konoha, Tsunade was interrogated by the guard. However, the two Chunin gatekeepers were frightened off by Tsunade's stomp on the ground. Although ninjas were generally not allowed to leave the village without proper certification, the circumstances dictated exceptions. After the Second Shinobi War, Sannin's reputation had spread far and wide, and Tsunade's lineage, being the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages and the apprentice of the third Hokage, made her a notable figure. Once outside the village, only 2 of the 3 were commoners. Noaki's physical fitness was not even as good as Cain's, so their speed was relatively slow. However, Tsunade split off a shadow clone to assist them, and with the combined effort, they reached the experimental base in less than a day. Upon arrival, they found that Orochimaru had already prepared everything. "Orochimaru-sensei!" Noaki exclaimed as he rushed over to greet him. Orochimaru smiled back at Noaki and replied, "Noaki, come with me. After today, you'll be back to normal." Tsunade and Cain followed closely behind. However, Cain first checked the surveillance footage, concerned that Orochimaru might exaggerate the success rates to save the extremis virus serum. After reviewing the recordings, Cain felt relieved. All the test subjects had adapted to the new version of the extremis virus serum, with over 90% successfully awakening with style. Those who struggled to use ninjutsu had met a grim fate, as Orochimaru lost patience and eliminated them. The extremis serum that Cain had previously given to Orochimaru had all been utilized, which only increased Cain's assessment of Orochimaru's capabilities. Once in the lab, Orochimaru asked, "Cain, would you like to create a new extremis virus serum for yourself?" "Yes, I would appreciate your help. This is my intention." Cain gestured to his head and continued, "I want a serum that rapidly repairs severed limbs, enhances physical fitness, and defends against illusion attacks. Anyone would want to inject it, and I might not get my share upon returning." Creating a well-organized background had become second nature for Cain. With the extremis virus serum injected, as long as he maintained consciousness, he could manipulate the ninja world to his advantage. "It makes no difference to me whether I cultivate 1 or 2 serums, so I'll need to extract some of your cells for this process," Orochimaru stated. After finishing the conversation, Orochimaru began cultivating the new serum. Cain also took the opportunity to copy all the materials related to the new extremis virus for safekeeping. He had already discussed the Hashirama cells with Tsunade, and the cells Cain obtained should suffice for him to create 20 batches of the new extremis virus. Once the serum is successfully cultivated, you'll be the only other person in the ninja world who can wield wood style. If you wish to join Konoha, I can help you with the high-ranking officials so they won't trouble you regarding your wood style ninjutsu, Tsunade offered. Tsunade hoped to restore Konoha's relationship with Cain, believing that wood-style ninjutsu would serve as an effective lure. However, Cain did not place much value on it. The first Hokage's strength stemmed from his own abilities, and wood-style was not the key to that strength. Even with the extremis virus serum and Hashirama cells, achieving the scale of the first Hokage would require an immense amount of chakra and miraculous feats. "Forget it, Tsunade. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Unless they come down and you go up," Cain replied, shaking his head. "I don't trust many people in Konoha, only you and Kushina. Unless you two are Hokage, let's not discuss this further. Wood style doesn't hold much value for me, and I have other matters to discuss, so I can't give you a definite answer." Seeing Cain's resolute stance, Tsunade sighed inwardly, lamenting how those old men had no sense to avoid offending others. It would take about 2 days to cultivate the serum. When Orochimaru finally produced a successful batch, Noaki leaped up with excitement. Seeing Noaki's enthusiasm, Tsunade immediately scolded him, "Calm down. I remember telling you that it's best not to get too emotional when injecting this serum." "I understand, sister," Noaki replied, slowly managing to temper his excitement. Cain, however, felt more at ease. The success rate was almost 100%, and he had little to worry about, aside from a slight fear of pain. Afterward, both of them lay down on the beds, secured by restraints, while Tsunade prepared to inject them with the new extremis virus serum. In an instant, Cain felt as though he had plunged into magma, pain radiating throughout his body. The same was true for Noaki beside him. 30 minutes later, drenched in sweat and nearing the end of their bodily transformations, Cain suddenly felt an exhilarating change. The metal shackles that had previously felt unyielding were now as pliable as mud. His strength, speed, and physical perception had all significantly improved. Extremis introduction. Extremis enhances the user's physiological functions by rewriting their DNA. It utilizes bioelectricity within the human body to activate and chemically encode the part of the brain responsible for repair. This process allows users to essentially hack into their organism's basic operating system. If the user's body accepts the serum, they gain regenerative healing abilities, enabling them to heal all wounds, including previously amputated limbs and even psychological damage. As body parts regenerate, the wounds appear as burning embers, and lost limbs can regenerate within minutes, cooling down to normal flesh, blood, and bone. Bloodline limits can also enhance physical performance, granting superhuman strength, reflexes, and overall resilience. Chapter 55, C55. Wood-style thorn killing technique. Noaki quickly formed hand signs and pressed one hand against the ground. Tsunade, standing 10 meters away, suddenly noticed numerous tree roots with branches and leaves springing up from beneath her feet, entangling and binding her. Cain, who was watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of excitement at this display. The unconventional binding technique worked wonders for Tsunade. As Tsunade noticed Cain's intrigued gaze, she hoped that Noaki's demonstration of wood-style ninjutsu would spark Cain's interest. However, her naive brother's actions had unintended consequences. "Stupid Noaki!" Tsunade exclaimed, furious. She broke free from the only wood-style ninjutsu Noaki had managed to cast and swiftly used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, delivering a punch to his head that made him yelp in pain. "Sister, you're too strong. Didn't you say you wanted to try out some ninjutsu?" Noaki protested, rubbing the large bump forming on his head. He looked at her with a mix of indignation and confusion, perhaps suspecting that she had merely wanted to beat him up under the guise of testing ninjutsu. "Hey! This is a warning not to be so careless in the future. You were lucky last time. There won't always be a miraculous serum to save you, idiot Noaki." Tsunade admonished, her tone firm yet protective. Clearing her throat, she found a justification for her actions. Noaki had slowly mastered the wood-style bloodline limit. Under Tsunade's guidance, he had learned a new wood-style technique in just 4 days, and it was no weak move. Without Tsunade's unusual strength, it would have been difficult for any average ninja to escape its grip. After testing his abilities, it was evident that Noaki was significantly stronger now, exhibiting improvements in strength, speed, physical fitness, and chakra volume. In terms of chakra alone, he was nearing the level of a Jonin. Not to mention, he also possessed an astonishing recovery ability. The new extremis virus, now fused with Hashirama cells, granted him incredible resilience. Orochimaru had tested this on numerous subjects, and even if a major injury was inflicted on the heart, the subjects could slowly recover. Only decapitation or dismemberment could ensure death. Cain also enjoyed this extraordinary healing speed, but he knew that once Konoha learned about the effects of the extremis virus serum, they would not let it go lightly. While they seemed to maintain a facade of civility, Cain sensed that their patience might wear thin. Currently, the relationship between Cain and Tsunade was amicable, and with dozens of members from the Senju clan working with them, Konoha also benefited from the supply of medicine Cain provided. However, Cain believed that Konoha would continue their experiments in the dark, even if they could not act against him openly. Orochimaru had attempted to cast an illusion on Noaki, but the moment the illusion struck, Noaki's eyes glowed red. Orochimaru's technique failed before it even began. The extremis virus automatically repaired all abnormalities in the body, including brain neurons, which was crucial for its effectiveness. However, merely observing Noaki's performance was not enough. Cain planned to find an opportunity to let Kakuzu use an illusion on him so he could experience the effects firsthand. Aside from Noaki, Cain himself had undergone significant changes. He could now effortlessly lift weights exceeding 2,000 kilograms with one hand and could manage 7 tons with both hands. His senses, including hearing and sight, had also been greatly enhanced. Notably, all these feats were achieved without the aid of chakra. If he were to refine and apply chakra to his limbs, his capabilities would likely double or triple. In the context of the Marvel Universe, he was undoubtedly superhuman, ranking among the elite on the surface. Although this level of strength seemed relatively modest in the ninja world, it was an impressive feat within the realm of superheroes. Cain had no desire to engage in combat with others in the ninja world. If challenges arose, he could simply hire ninjas to handle them. With sufficient payment, he might even be able to recruit a Rinnegan user in the future. After spending some time at the experimental base, Tsunade, Noaki, Orochimaru, and Cain prepared to return to Konoha. Their research on the extremis virus serum had consumed a significant amount of time, and upon their return, they intended to avoid undertaking any immediate missions. Additionally, they had noticed signs of Konoha Umbu operatives in the vicinity. Once Tsunade and Orochimaru became aware of their presence, they decided it was time to head back to the village. Orochimaru had successfully obtained the serum he desired, but he chose not to use it immediately. Cain had also gifted Orochimaru the research base and all its equipment. The equipment was worth only a few $1,000,000, a modest sum considering the value of the knowledge it would provide. Cain saw it as a favor, knowing he could call upon Orochimaru in the future when needed. After they left, Cain planned to return to the Marvel world briefly. It seemed that Cheat was preparing to open the next world, so Cain methodically relayed his tasks in the ninja world. Aya should be capable of managing most issues, including those in the Land of Waves. However, Cain recognized that the transaction with Kirigakure still required his attention. Fortunately, there was no active conflict at the moment, and transactions typically occurred every 2 or 3 months. He felt assured that Kirigakure wouldn't demand goods from him anytime soon. When saying goodbye to Tsunade, Cain requested her to deliver a copy of the IOU to Kushina. With Kushina's calculative prowess, she should be able to assess how much she owed Cain, and if interest continued to accrue, it would be significant by the end of 3 years. Given that Hokage had to effectively sold Konoha village, repaying such debts would be challenging. Additionally, Cain had plans to address the Commission for Terminally Ill Medicine. Now that Noaki's situation had been resolved, Tsunade would focus on that matter next. Cain, would you like me to see you off? It's no trouble if you want to leave a little later, Orochimaru offered, smiling. He had received a valuable gift and felt inclined to return the favor. With his unique perception ninjutsu, he could detect hidden individuals nearby through the movements of his serpents. Thank you, Orochimaru, but I have my own way of returning, Cain replied, declining the offer. He intended to use Cheat to travel back to the Marvel world. After Tsunade and the others had departed, Cain was approached by 2 groups of masked Konoha root operatives, who instantly surrounded him. Some even placed their hands on the short swords at their sides. Merchant Cain, please accompany us immediately, the leading root ninja commanded, but before he could finish his sentence, Cain suddenly vanished from view. Crow, scan the surroundings, the captain ordered. Obeying quickly, one of the root ninjas formed hand seals, closing his eyes to activate the chakra perception technique. After several tense moments, he reported, "Nothing found, Captain. No sign of intruders." Even the legendary Sannin had moved far enough away before they appeared before Cain. Disappeared without a trace, the captain mused. After considering for a moment, he ruled out the possibility of an illusion, a body flicker technique, or simple evasion. He could only conclude that it was the result of space-time ninjutsu. Only such a technique could allow someone to escape the root ninja's detection so swiftly. Let's return and report this to Lord Danzo. Chapter 56, C56. Noaki took control of Wood Style. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked upon hearing Tsunade's report and witnessing Noaki use Wood Style right before his eyes. He had not expected the extremis virus serum to be so potent. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade had initially described it as merely a strong resilience that could restore Noaki's ninja abilities, but she had never mentioned anything about Wood Style. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted his decisions profoundly. If he had known that the so-called extremis virus serum could allow control over the Wood Style bloodline, he would have never let Tsunade conduct the research alone. At the very least, he should have assigned a few more people to gather all the experimental data. Tsunade, Orochimaru, is there any serum left? He asked, his concern palpable. No more, Sarutobi-sensei, came Orochimaru's response, his tone uncharacteristically playful. The key to controlling Wood Style lies within the extremis virus serum. Without this serum, Noaki would never have been able to inherit the power of the first Hokage. Unfortunately, we have run out. Is there truly nothing left? Sarutobi pressed, hoping for some scrap of good news. The supplier of the extremis virus serum is meticulous about dosage during experiments. There was nothing left over by the end, all we have now is data, Orochimaru explained with conviction, thinking, as for my own serum, I plan to use it on myself. It's my reward for this venture. In the end, only Noaki and Cain received the new serum, he continued. Tsunade wanted to use wood-style ninjutsu to entice him to join Konoha, but he was resolute and rejected her outright. To him, even such a rare bloodline is inconsequential. Tsunade shot Orochimaru an irritated look, but she knew it wasn't her fault. The older generation had turned allies into adversaries, while she had done everything she could for Konoha. One more ninja with the wood-style bloodline wouldn't change the situation significantly. Is that so? I understand. Sarutobi said, his expression darkening. His only hope now rested on Danzo's success. If the root brought Cain back, he would promptly dispatch Umbu to retrieve him. As Hokage, he possessed the strongest control over the village. Danzo's root was intended to manage inconvenient matters for Konoha, yet they couldn't match Umbu in strength. Then Noaki. Sarutobi began. Leave Noaki to me, Mr. Sarutobi. I will handle his training and proficiency tasks. The practice of wood style will fall to Tsunade, Orochimaru interjected. Regardless of Noaki's identity or potential, Orochimaru felt compelled to take him under his wing, something previously discussed with Tsunade. Furthermore, Noaki's character required refinement. His last reckless act, triggering a detonator trap out of excitement, highlighted his unpreparedness as a ninja. If not for Noaki's wood-style bloodline, Tsunade would not have wanted him on the battlefield at all. Afterward, Tsunade and Orochimaru filled Sarutobi in on other matters, such as Orochimaru taking over the laboratory and requesting that Umbu not interfere with his operations. Once they were finished, they dispersed. During this time, Sarutobi also considered having Noaki team up with Kushina. After Minato's failure, he needed to forge a new bond for Kushina to keep her connected to the village, otherwise, a rift could form between her and Konoha. Noaki was an excellent candidate for this. He lived with Kushina, knew wood style, and embodied the will of fire, a pure spirit that could positively influence Kushina's perception of Konoha. However, Tsunade quickly shot down this idea, and Orochimaru, not wanting to complicate matters, backed her up. Although he didn't know Kushina well, her surname alone suggested a legacy that wouldn't be easy to navigate. Tsunade's objections hinted at deeper insights, prompting Orochimaru to agree with her stance. Once Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Noaki departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the table. Instantly, Umbu operatives appeared in the room. If any root ninjas return, have Danzo come to see me immediately, he instructed. Yes, the Umbu responded, then used body flicker technique to vanish from Hokage's office. Mr. Orochimaru, when are we going to carry out our mission? Noaki asked, excitement bubbling in his voice at the prospect of making a name for himself in the ninja world. However, before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade punched Noaki on the head, exclaiming angrily, "What mission? You just learned one of the simplest wood-style ninjutsu. You need to go back and practice for a while. Orochimaru's recent missions are not for you." Orochimaru felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had intended to take on some B or C-level tasks, but based on Tsunade's tone, it seemed he was expected to handle only A-level or higher missions. It was clear that Tsunade was not someone to be provoked. He felt like he was being dragged down by this naive disciple, who could have approached him about missions privately rather than in front of Tsunade. "Yes, Noaki, I'm preparing to undertake some A or S-level missions soon. You should focus on mastering wood style at home for now," Orochimaru said, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Unwillingly, Noaki replied, "Fine, Mr. Orochimaru. Just remember to come back early." As they continued on their way, the trio unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, long time no see. You've both been quite busy lately. Is this your younger brother, Tsunade?" Kato Dan greeted them with a warm smile. "Yes, Kato. He is my younger brother Noaki, who has just recovered from his injuries," Tsunade replied, recalling his name after a moment's thought. She had been preoccupied with researching the extremis virus serum, reforming the medical system, and assisting Orochimaru with various quests. Kato Dan smiled kindly. "I've heard the cultivation of medical ninjas has been very successful lately. There are now many novice medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, all thanks to you, Tsunade. Would you like to come to see it?" Tsunade shook her head firmly. "Sorry, Kato. I'm really tired and want to head back to rest." With that, she pulled Noaki along, heading toward the Senju clan's compound. Orochimaru offered a polite nod to Kato Dan before parting ways, leaving Kato standing there, slightly embarrassed. After they had walked some distance, Noaki asked, "Sister, was that guy your suitor just now?" Boom. Tsunade replied immediately and without hesitation hit him, "He's just a colleague from the village." "I feel the same way. Compared to Mr. Cain, that Kato Jonin isn't suitable for you at all, sister," Noaki said, reflecting for a moment. He remembered how Mr. Cain could easily make Tsunade clench her fists in anger with just a few words, and yet she seemed utterly powerless against him. Chapter 57, C57. Finally succeeded. A superhuman. Before the arrival of Thanos, no one should be able to threaten me. Cain felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his veins. 2 days without sleep felt like nothing to him now. With his current strength and financial resources, he realized that as long as he continued on this path of development, no one could pose a threat to him, and there would be no one foolish enough to challenge him directly. Although there's no need for wood-style ninjutsu, I can still practice other interesting secret techniques. Cain pondered to himself. He was aware that the limitations of traditional ninjutsu were quite significant. Unless a ninja had been training since childhood and had extensive battle experience, there was a considerable gap in strength between a jonin and those of Kage level. And Danzo, this old fool can't let go. Cain thought bitterly. At the moment, he had no ability to retaliate against Danzo. Additionally, other ninja villages wouldn't recklessly attack him or any of ninjas merely for the rewards of a mission. Tasks involving enemy ninjas were typically A-level or S-level, and the reviews for these tasks were strictly enforced. Rarely would ninja villages take on these high-stakes missions voluntarily. Otherwise, taking on many such missions could easily trigger a war in the ninja world, and Cain knew that if the timing was wrong, even his wealth wouldn't be enough to protect him. As for rogue ninjas, they posed no real threat to Danzo's roots. I should relax for a while. I've been running back and forth between the two worlds recently, making myself too tense. Now that the Extremis virus has almost released a new version, it's time to focus on the company in the Marvel world. Cain realized he also needed to manage affairs in this realm. He had accumulated significant capital, but if he didn't convert the capital into actual power, it would ultimately be worthless. Tsunade had agreed to help him research several specific drugs for incurable diseases, and 2 of these would soon yield results. This would be Cain's opportunity to push his biopharmaceutical company forward. However, he was acutely aware that Konoha had become aware of the existence of the Extremis virus. This necessitated caution on his part when venturing into the ninja world in the future. If I go to Konoha again, it'll be far too dangerous unless Tsunade or Orochimaru accompany me. Cain knew that without their protection, he would be at risk. Yet, he understood that the ninja world still held many opportunities for him to seize. Chakra metal, blood limits, and tailed beasts were just a few examples. He now possessed some degree of self-preservation strength. It was unrealistic for anyone to subdue him in an instant. Moreover, the shuttle function of his system allowed him to appear like a ghost. The new Extremis virus also exhibited significant resistance to illusions, making it even more challenging for Konoha's roots and Umbu to capture him quietly. And cheat, the next world should be coming soon. Cain opened the system panel to check the progress. The search for the new world had become increasingly promising. Although he had no concrete idea of when he could access it, Cain felt confident that he would be able to trade with the new world in a month or 2. He reflected on the limitations of the chakra system in the ninja world, particularly the high requirements for bloodlines. Ultimately, every peak of power seemed to relate back to the Otsutsuki. In the ninja world, hard work often paled in comparison to the advantages of bloodlines. With that in mind, Cain decided to remove all the Hashirama cells and human experimentation data from the Extremis virus, leaving only the experimental process and results before he drove to the Biological Research Center. Should I find drivers and assistants? What about a security company? This idea sprang into Cain's mind as he drove. Once his company reached a certain level of development, establishing armed security forces would be essential unless he intended to expose his strength beyond human limits. However, doing so would attract too much attention and lead to bigger problems down the line. Cain was acutely aware of the historical developments in the Marvel world. Although timelines diverged, the urgency exhibited by top officials in the United States remained unchanged. After experiencing substantial benefits during World War II, they gradually established themselves as the World Police. Their desire to intervene in every situation led to frequent terrorist activities against the United States, more rampant than Cain had initially imagined. In this world, the U.S. had invested significantly in counter-terrorism efforts. In a few years, these terrorists will become so bold that even Tony Stark will find himself in danger. Cain concluded. This realization solidified his determination to establish a military security company. Given his identity and background, starting an armed security company wouldn't be difficult, especially since he was wealthy. After the extremist virus became public knowledge, his company could potentially profit significantly. A recent survey indicated that the market for disabled individuals in the U.S. alone boasted potential profits in the billions of dollars. Expanding to a global market could bring in tens of billions, consistently. However, Cain understood that the emergence of extremists would pose a devastating blow to companies that sold prosthetics. From this angle, establishing a military security company became more attractive. He wasn't afraid of typical terrorist attacks. His physical fitness was already superior to that of Captain America without chakra. When combined with his use of chakra, he believed he could stand against the Hulk in the Avengers. Still, he recognized the need to improve his combat skills. But what about his other employees and friends? Those who worked for Cain would require bodyguards as the company expanded. Upon arriving at the Biological Research Center, the security guard at the gate recognized Cain and let him through without hesitation. Human experiments had already begun here, and while a considerable amount of useful data had been gathered, the breakthroughs made by Orochimaru and Tsunade were largely due to the contributions of Maya and Killian. However, as experiments progressed, they had reached a standstill. The team couldn't guarantee the perfect integration of the extremist virus, leading to high casualty rates among the experimental subjects. This situation had compelled Cain to invest heavily in this area. After all, the subjects he had procured were all volunteers from reputable channels, with the cheapest subject costing around $800,000. As time passed, these costs would only rise. In larger biopharmaceutical companies, there were few experimental volunteers bought through conventional channels due to the exorbitant fees. With $1 million, I could buy at least 50 subjects among those impoverished Africans or illegal immigrants. As Cain entered the laboratory, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. Research stations were scattered, and the usual research environment had vanished. "Gentlemen, have you quarreled again?" Cain inquired, noticing the tension in the room. When Killian spotted him, his previously gloomy expression lightened slightly. "Boss, we still need a batch of experimental subjects," Killian stated, concern evident in his voice. "Killian, I told you, you can't do this," Maya interjected, her frustration boiling over. "Continuing this way is futile. We need to reevaluate our approach." Seeing that Killian and Maya were still bickering, Cain raised his voice to cut through the chaos. "Gentlemen, can you please listen to me? Before you argue about the experimental procedures, I urge you to read the information in my hand, then we can discuss other matters." What Cain held was the production process of the new extremist virus Serum, a novel idea that could potentially turn their current struggles into a success story. Chapter 58, C58. "Boss, how did you get the results of this experiment? There is no process, no details, and no data support at all. Why do you believe this?" Maya frowned as she questioned Cain. Although the experimental method he presented was intriguing and sparked her interest, it lacked the necessary substantiation that scientists typically require. Without clear evidence or a methodology, she found it hard to accept his assertions. "Ms. Maya, I can assure you that while you cannot see the detailed data right now, I will only share this experimental method with you after I have witnessed its success firsthand." Cain waved his hand dismissively and continued, "This experimental idea is valid, but you need to focus on studying a second type of cells with greater regenerative properties, such as those found in salamanders and geckos." At the mention of these creatures, Maya, Killian, and the other researchers exchanged puzzled glances. Cain was aware that his comparison might come off as unorthodox, but he was convinced the direction he suggested was on the right track, as demonstrated by Orochimaru's previous successes. "Boss, are you saying there are already successful examples out there?" Killian asked, furrowing his brow. He found it hard to believe that any team could conduct research faster than they could. Yet, recalling Cain's recent inquiries into the extremis virus, he couldn't completely dismiss the possibility that Cain had encountered some breakthrough, even if he didn't fully grasp the principles and equations involved. Still, Killian's skepticism lingered. He wanted to see the experimental subjects for himself. Cain's history suggested that he was not entirely trustworthy. If Cain didn't value Maya's contributions, the subjects at the Biological Research Center might have ended up as little more than cheap laborers or illegal immigrants. "I'm sorry, Ms. Maya and Mr. Killian, but I cannot show you the experimental subjects or the data at this time. However, I have already outlined the method for a successful experiment," Cain responded, feigning embarrassment. He knew that he was the only one in the Marvel world who could be regarded as an experimental subject, and he wasn't about to share the precious Hashirama cells he had left with Killian for experimentation. "Mr. Killian, Ms. Maya, we have already established the direction for our research. If the first trial is successful, we can move on to the next stage, reducing the drug's efficacy, cutting costs, and achieving our goals with the extremis virus." Cain paused for effect before continuing, a smile creeping onto his face. "When the time comes, you'll achieve your dreams, and I'll profit along the way." Cain felt a surge of relief as he left the Biological Research Center. He had managed to convince both Killian and Maya to move forward, but his instincts told him that Killian's obsession with revenge against Tony Stark remained a lingering threat. He suspected that once the research into the extremis virus bore fruit, Killian would resign from his position, potentially taking sensitive information with him. Should that happen, Cain would need to act swiftly, issuing a statement to clarify that Killian had no ties to the company. Given the current political climate, any connection to terrorism could cause massive repercussions. Furthermore, Cain couldn't let Killian sway Maya. Maya's expertise was invaluable, and as long as Cain could provide ample research funding, the likelihood of her betrayal remained low. Their personalities and motivations were distinctly different. Maya was a scientist through and through, while Killian was more focused on his personal vendettas. As Cain pondered the implications of their recent discussions, he realized that the Biological Research Center was entering a critical phase. He needed to remain hands-on to ensure progress, particularly regarding the procurement of experimental subjects and materials for the extremis virus serum. While the logistics manager was responsible for many aspects of the operation, certain tasks required Cain's direct involvement. Cain needed to recruit several high-paying, core assistants who could oversee multiple critical projects. To safeguard against potential betrayal, he considered employing a method to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. "I should consult Orochimaru about this matter," he thought. "If I want to control the common people, I shouldn't resort to the immortal curse seal. Perhaps a more advanced method could strengthen my subordinates without compromising their autonomy." As he drove, Cain contemplated the nature of chakra. He understood that if chakra was attached to a person for an extended period, it could influence their thoughts and behavior. The will of the common people was inherently weak, and if Cain's curse mark were to take hold, it wouldn't be long before their thoughts began to align with his own, potentially leading them to exhibit signs of submission or affection toward him. With this in mind, Cain contacted an intermediary company, offering an annual salary of $1 million to attract suitable assistants. His requirements for candidates were high, emphasizing the importance of personal appearance in addition to professional capability. Hiring someone who was highly qualified but unattractive would be counterproductive, given that Cain would need to interact with them on a daily basis. The psychological burden of dealing with someone he found unappealing could negatively affect his performance and morale. While it was generally difficult to evaluate someone's potential, Cain believed that academic credentials and previous work experience could provide useful insights. Despite his stringent requirements, he offered a competitive salary. The headhunters, eager to fill the positions, quickly agreed to Cain's proposal, seeing it as a lucrative opportunity for themselves. Next on my agenda is to assess pharmaceutical wholesale trading companies. After that, I can take a short break before launching a military security company to prepare for the introduction of the extremis virus, Cain mused, calculating his next steps. He realized that rest would have to wait, especially during this crucial phase of entrepreneurship. Delegating certain tasks to others was not an option. He needed to be directly involved. Cain's examination of the pharmaceutical wholesale trading companies revealed what he had anticipated. There were numerous opportunities both inside and outside the United States. This was particularly true in regions that were less secure. The sales staff within Cain's company were the type of people who would take significant risks for a financial reward. Their fearlessness in the face of danger was matched only by their determination to make money. Apart from the challenges in West Asia, the marketing department was even eyeing potential markets in Africa. It was a gold rush mentality. The first to break into these untapped markets would reap significant rewards. Cain's sales department expanded aggressively, and he offered incentives that exceeded what other companies provided to stimulate overseas sales. Without these measures, it would have taken at least 2 years to achieve their current scale. Cain dedicated 2 consecutive days to the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, learning about its recent developments and financial status. He conducted several meetings to ensure that the overseas sales staff were aware of the safety issues they faced. Recently, Americans had become primary targets for terrorist organizations, and Cain understood that even a single casualty among his overseas sales staff would create complications he could not afford. Once he addressed the urgent matters at the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, Cain received encouraging news from the trading system. The search for a new world of trading could continue. Excitement surged through him at the prospect of new opportunities and advancements on the horizon. Chapter 59, C59. Wand, Goblin, Unicorn, Centaur, Dragon. These words conjured images of a world intertwined with magic and mythical creatures. Cain found himself contemplating a new realm that seemed to be steeped in wizardry, and from the pedestrian vehicles and electrical equipment scattered around in vision, he deduced that this world was set in the late 20th century. In a world where common people and wizards coexist, could this be the world of Harry Potter? Cain mused. This world seemed the most probable scenario, though he did not discount other possibilities. However, if it truly was the Harry Potter universe, it offered him an abundance of valuable commodities that could be traded. Just moments ago, Cain had glimpsed potions, dragons, unicorns, and other magical items in his vision. The items wizards need should primarily consist of magical artifacts. Beyond that, gold should be a significant consideration. Fortunately, I didn't liquidate my gold reserves earlier, maybe I should even purchase more now, he reflected. After contemplating the situation, Cain began to strategize about what supplies he should bring with him. Firearms, he decided, were still the most effective protective items in his arsenal. Although his chakra had significantly increased, now comparable to that of a jonin, practicing ninjutsu remained a cumbersome task. For instance, mastering the Earth Dragon hidden technique had consumed considerable time. In all honesty, Cain realized he wasn't suited for traditional ninja combat. Ninja battles relied heavily on intelligence and strategy, whether one was a genin or Kaguya at the Six Paths level. Intelligence was paramount, and obtaining it necessitated sharp insight, a quality Cain lacked. There were infinite possibilities for Cain to become stronger, and some worlds might even grant him godlike powers in a single leap, allowing him to crush his enemies through sheer strength. But if he were to endure the rigorous training required, he might as well take a break and enjoy a good drink instead. Ultimately, he reasoned, he only needed to be strong enough to ensure his own survival. Now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts, I need to prepare for this venture and arrange everything here first, he concluded. Cain methodically organized his space backpack, carefully packing firearms, gold, and essential living supplies. He also included technical materials and items that were slightly ahead of that era's technological curve. In addition to wizards, Cain realized there would be many common people in this world, necessitating a wide array of resources. Moreover, Cain invested heavily in gold, purchasing a significant amount. Due to time constraints, he managed to acquire gold worth tens of millions of dollars. This transaction was substantial, especially in the United States. Acquiring more would require him to either look abroad or wait for a while longer. During the process of buying gold, Cain conducted interviews for potential assistants. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected 2 individuals, Betty Ross and Laura Jones. Both possessed impressive academic credentials. Betty had experience as a biological researcher and was highly regarded in her field, while Laura had a solid background in managing large organizations, overseeing companies with thousands of employees. After bringing both on board, Cain assigned them specific tasks. Laura was best suited for managing the company and handling official matters, so he entrusted her with overseeing the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company and establishing a military security firm. He promised her that as the company expanded, she would receive dividends and stock options, making the position highly attractive. Although Laura was technically serving as Cain's assistant, she was effectively acting in the role of CEO. The compensation was lucrative, and the potential for future earnings was considerable. Before joining Cain, Laura had inquired about him through her connections and learned that he had achieved remarkable success in just a few short years. His assets had multiplied from a few million to hundreds of millions, making the opportunity even more appealing for her. Betty Ross, on the other hand, was responsible for leveraging her connections to recruit biological researchers and oversee the Biological Research Center, as well as managing Cain's daily operations. While her workload appeared lighter than Laura's, she spent more time collaborating closely with Cain. Cain had dedicated a significant amount of time to arranging for these two assistants, but he felt confident that their presence would alleviate much of his burden in the future. However, for over a month, Cain had sensed something peculiar about Betty. She claimed to be at odds with her father and expressed a desire to break away and make her own mark, accepting Cain's invitation under the guise of it aligning with her academic background. To Cain, this story seemed dubious. Despite his suspicions regarding Betty's narrative, he found no other substantial flaws in her demeanor. As such, he resolved to consult Orochimaru about developing a spell, planning to prepare one for each of his assistants. Once Cain had acquired the gold, coupled with what he had obtained from the ninja world, he now had a total of 3 tons of gold. Assuming the magic items in the wizarding world were not prohibitively expensive, he expected to fill his space backpack to capacity upon his return. In the context of the Marvel Universe, there appeared to be only one location akin to Kamartaj, the magical stronghold on Earth. However, the magic system there seemed to emphasize hard work and discipline, with magical items being difficult to come by or popularize. The existence of another unknown magical system could offer unimaginable benefits to Cain, but he knew he had to tread carefully before diving in. As he arrived in London, England, Cain was struck by the juxtaposition of modernity and antiquity. Despite being in the last decade of the 20th century, a time of rapid urban development, he could still feel remnants of the previous century permeating the city. This trading rule is incredibly frustrating. If I can't locate a wizard within 3 days, I'll have to seek a commonment-bound world trading coordinate that could be perilous, he thought. Cain mused, now, can I be certain that Queen Elizabeth is still alive? He shook his head. Choosing Queen Elizabeth was not as favorable as selecting Prince Charles. At least Charles was likely to have a few more years ahead of him than Elizabeth. Yet finding wizards in a world filled with common people was a real challenge. Since arriving, Cain had gathered enough information to deduce that he was indeed in the Harry Potter universe. Although he hadn't read much of the series, everything he observed and the data from the trading system made it nearly 99% certain. Cain considered his options for locating a dentist named Granger or the Dursleys in London. He knew of the Dursleys but was unclear about their profession or how to find them. He resolved that he didn't need to expend too much energy on this endeavor. Instead, he sought the assistance of a well-known private security company. The company he approached was a product of the merger of several private detective agencies over the years. Their established relationships meant they had reliable manpower and a solid reputation. Once he made contact with the private security firm, Cain clearly articulated his request. I'm looking for a dentist named Granger and the Dursleys, he stated. Sir, do you have any additional information regarding the Dursleys? Mr. Hasburn, the representative, inquired. Cain chuckled, if I had more information, I wouldn't need you to help me find anyone. You have 1 day to earn the rest of your reward. With that, he placed £2,000 on the table. Prior to his arrival, Cain had exchanged £500,000, ensuring he was well equipped with currency that was relevant to the end of the 20th century. Cain offered the security company a competitive price, £5,000 for locating 1 person and £10,000 for finding 2. For the private security firm, this represented one of their largest personal contracts outside of police work, with minimal risk involved. Leave it to us, Mr. Cain, Hasburn said, collecting the pounds from the table with a smile. As Cain prepared to delve deeper into the magical world that awaited him, he felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. His journey was just beginning, and he was determined to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. Chapter 60, C60. Although London is vast, it is quite convenient for local private security companies to locate individuals. They often maintain business contacts with the police, making it easy to verify a resident's information. A day later, Cain received a reply from the agency. There were 3 people of the Dursley family name, one was a bartender, another was a small building materials supplier, and the third was a train driver. The information provided was detailed, allowing Cain to confirm the identity of the Dursley family with just a single glance. He recognized Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter mentioned in the family records of the second Dursley. Additionally, a dentist named Granger was identified. Although many dental clinics exist in London, there was only one dentist by that name. It took less than half a day for them to find these two families, netting him an income of £10,000. If they could encounter such generous employers every day, their private security company would surely thrive financially. However, Hasbun knew that individuals like Cain, who treated money as if it were paper, were not frequent clients. It was rare to meet 3 such clients in a year. Typically, they assisted nobles in tracking down wayward relatives or in locating dangerous individuals sought by the London police. "We will have opportunities to collaborate in the future, Mr. Hasbun," Cain stated. After speaking, he handed over the remaining sum and left Hasbun's private security company with the documents. Had there not been so many uncertainties in binding the World Trading Coordinates with common people, Cain would have opted to bind them with Hasbun's company. Common individuals are susceptible to various accidents, such as death from illness, car accidents, homicide, or even choking on water. Although the probabilities of such incidents are minimal, if they do occur, Cain would lose access to an escapable world, an irreplaceable loss. Apart from wizards, Cain knew that both the Dursleys and the Grangers were ordinary people who would continue to thrive over the next few years. However, the Dursleys attracted the attention of Dumbledore, and wizards were monitoring their household. If Cain were to approach them too boldly, it might draw Dumbledore's gaze. "Let's establish a firm footing here first," Cain mused. The Grangers are both dentists, and it seems they run a private dental clinic. They are currently looking for a new supplier of dental equipment. I didn't expect Hasbun to investigate this matter so thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, Cain suddenly devised a plan. Fortunately, he had not gone far, so he retraced his steps back to Hasbun's private security company. To Hasbun's surprise, Cain entrusted him with another task. Cain planned to bind the World Transaction Coordinates to the Grangers. If memory served him correctly, the Grangers had lived at their current location for at least 10 years. He needed Hasbun to find a dental medical equipment supplier, negotiate a contract, and rent a warehouse to store the equipment, all within a day. In addition to covering the expenses incurred during this endeavor, Hasbun's private security company would receive a remuneration of £20,000. This was a delightful surprise for Hasbun, who never imagined receiving 2 such lucrative contracts within 2 days. Although Cain's request fell outside their usual business scope, the potential profit was enticing. They would even entertain investigating Queen Elizabeth herself if the price was right. Given the tight time frame Cain had requested, Hasbun asked him to wait in the coffee shop downstairs for the morning while he handled the matter personally. Money undoubtedly motivates men more than women. Near noon, Hasbun arrived at the coffee shop, sweat glistening on his forehead. He handed Cain a purchase contract, a lease agreement for the warehouse, and the keys. Cain spent over £300,000 on this transaction. After paying, Cain took the documents and keys to the warehouse, leaving the coffee shop with everything he needed. Hasbun kindly assisted him in renting a commercial warehouse near the Granger Dental Clinic. Although Hasbun couldn't decipher Cain's plans, he suspected they had something to do with the clinic. Once outside, Cain hailed a taxi and headed to the Granger Dental Clinic. Granger Dental Clinic. The Grangers, though merely middle-class citizens in the UK, owned a small garden property and ran their own dental clinic, earning an annual income of around £70,000. They had standard working hours and, on occasion, only worked 3 days a week when they felt inclined. This lifestyle placed them above 92% of the residents in the UK. If the Grangers had a bit more ambition, they could easily reside in a luxurious villa. However, they were currently facing a minor dilemma. The equipment in their clinic required replacement, but they had recently experienced a conflict with their existing supplier. Until they found a new supplier, the dental clinic would likely have to close temporarily. While this posed a minor inconvenience for the Granger couple, they were eager to ensure a smooth transition, especially since their daughter was preparing to enter school. They planned to send Hermione to Eton College, and it was crucial that the dental clinic remained operational during this period. In the afternoon, as Mrs. Granger served potato pancakes and fried fish, she tapped her plate, reminding her husband, who was engrossed in the newspaper. "Husband, if I recall correctly, you were supposed to resolve the clinic's equipment issue today. Mrs. Haley is scheduled to visit in just 7 days." "I know, I'll take care of it after lunch," Mr. Granger replied. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and since their dental office was conveniently adjacent to their home, commuting was a breeze. "I'll answer the door," Mr. Granger said, assuming it was a regular patient. Given the equipment issues, he anticipated delivering his apologies. Upon opening the door, however, Mr. Granger was met by a young stranger. His youthful appearance initially provoked a sense of wariness, but the genuine smile on his face put him at ease. "Excuse me, may I help you?" Mr. Granger asked. "Kain Pent here. I heard that Granger Dental Clinic is planning to replace its equipment, so I came to make a proposal. Would you like me to introduce myself further?" After presenting his credentials and displaying some equipment manuals and quotations, Cain continued, "I believe I can offer you a very competitive deal." Mr. Granger felt a surge of relief. "Oh, it must be fate. Please, come in, Mr. Pent." He hadn't anticipated a sales visit, but the prospect of solving his equipment problem so easily was a blessing. The quotation Cain provided was approximately 15% cheaper than what he had been quoted previously. With Cain's intentional display of goodwill, the Granger couple quickly became interested in collaborating. They visited the warehouse with Cain, finalized the transaction contract, and Cain also placed the world transaction coordinates onto Mr. Granger. This secured a stable connection for the next few years, minimizing Cain's risk of losing a magical world due to unforeseen events. After completing the transaction, the Grangers invited Cain to stay for dinner. He hesitated momentarily but eventually accepted their warm invitation. That evening, Cain had the pleasure of meeting Hermione Granger, a bright young girl with an inquisitive mind. After greeting Cain, she held up a letter and asked her parents, "Dad, do you know where Hogwarts School is? Is it a magic school? Do they teach magic performance?" How coincidental, Cain thought to himself upon seeing the letter in Hermione's hand. He anticipated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, someone from Hogwarts would soon arrive to explain the magical world to the Granger family, either that night or the next day. After all, the Grangers had never been exposed to the magical realm before, and someone would need to guide them through this new journey. Chapter 61, C61. Hogwarts. I've never heard of this school. Is it a new way to deceive people? Ignore it, Hermione, let's eat first. After Mr. Granger read the invitation letter from Hogwarts, he was completely puzzled by its content. The famous schools in London did not include a name like Hogwarts, so he thought it might be a lie. Tomorrow, he planned to inquire around the community to see if any strangers had come nearby. However, Cain was looking forward to the next developments. Once the Grangers accepted the situation, he hoped to find an opportunity to make a request to see the wizarding world. Once he found a way in, Cain could establish business dealings with wizards. Potions, alchemical items, and various magical artifacts excited him. The mere thought of these magical goods ignited his desire to trade, and if it were possible, he would have spent all the gold he had brought with him. The cells of those magical creatures alone held immense value for him. If the research went well, he believed that the common people in the Marvel world could acquire some abilities from magical creatures. Dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical beings could potentially be sources of extraordinary power, although obtaining these abilities would be challenging. Still, the prospect offered hope. It's not a trick, Mr. Granger. Suddenly, a void appeared in the house, and then a tall, thin wizard materialized in the living room. Though she appeared old, she stood upright in a medieval wizarding costume, exuding an air of aristocracy. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been established for 1,000 years and has trained many outstanding wizards for the wizarding world. Hermione Granger is a natural wizard, which is why she received an invitation to Hogwarts. In the past, there should have been several unusual occurrences regarding Miss Granger. After briefly introducing herself and Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall took out her wand. With a flick, she transformed a piece of furniture into several puppies, which pranced around the Granger couple, only to be turned back into a sofa moments later. Oh, cool. The Grangers were awestruck by the transfiguration. It was their first encounter with such magical abilities, and through Professor McGonagall's words, they began to recall strange incidents involving Hermione from her childhood. Ms. McGonagall, are you saying my daughter is a wizard? Mr. Granger asked, still in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Granger. Hogwarts can help Miss Granger control the magic within her so that she will not experience the magical outbursts that occurred when she was 8. Even Hermione's peculiar behavior as a child was brought to light. Now, the Grangers were beginning to trust Professor McGonagall's words, but they had reservations about the idea of their daughter going to a magical school. The Grangers turned to Hermione for her opinion. Their daughter, who had always exhibited intelligence beyond her years, was understandably curious and excited. "Can I go to the magic school? Are there wizards and magical creatures like in fairy tales?" Hermione asked eagerly. "Of course. Hogwarts is exclusively for wizards, and all students there are young wizards like you," Professor McGonagall replied. After hearing these words, Hermione Granger couldn't contain her excitement. She turned to her parents and exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, I've decided. I'm going to Hogwarts." The Grangers took a moment to discuss it among themselves before agreeing to Hermione's request. "Okay, but Professor McGonagall, can we visit Hermione at Hogwarts?" Mr. Granger asked. "In principle, Muggles are not welcome in the wizarding world, as it can be dangerous for them to enter without guidance. However, Hogwarts' holiday schedule aligns with that of other schools, allowing Hermione to return home during winter and summer vacations," Professor McGonagall explained. Seeing the Grangers still looked a bit confused, she added, "Muggles are common people who do not know about magic, but they can still use messengers to communicate during school." The Grangers nodded in understanding and continued to ask questions about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. For them, it was a completely new realm, and Cain listened intently. Although he was already familiar with much of the information, it was fascinating to hear it from Professor McGonagall herself. "Then, tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I will lead the new students to purchase the necessary supplies listed in the notice. The Grangers are welcome to accompany us on this first trip," she added. After saying this, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly to the Grangers and then used apparition to vanish from the room. "Oh, it's hard to believe that my daughter is a wizard," Mr. Granger said, still trying to wrap his head around the revelation. After Professor McGonagall left, the Granger family buzzed with excitement and happiness until they noticed Cain sitting quietly nearby. "Excuse me, Mr. Pent, we just..." "I understand, Mr. Granger. To be honest, I was equally shocked when I saw the sofa transform into a puppy just now." "The legendary wizards truly exist among us," Cain replied, pretending to be amazed while smiling with a hint of embarrassment. "Mr. Granger, although I made such a request not long after we met, I felt compelled to ask. Now that I've witnessed such magic, I believe that if I miss this opportunity, I will deeply regret it. May I experience the wizarding world with Miss Granger tomorrow?" The Grangers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, then looked to Hermione for her thoughts. Hermione, feeling encouraged, spoke up, "Dad, I think it's fine. He just wants to see the wizarding world, and since he was invited to dinner, I'm sure he'll be with us." Once Hermione gave her approval, the Grangers nodded in agreement. Cain thanked them profusely and made plans to meet them the following morning. Afterward, they enjoyed a delightful dinner together. For the Granger family, not only had the equipment issue for their clinic been resolved, but they were also excited about their daughter's newfound identity as a wizard. It was a time for celebration. The next morning, Cain arrived at the Grangers' home 5 minutes before the appointed time set by Professor McGonagall. When Professor McGonagall arrived, Hermione rushed forward to introduce Cain. Professor McGonagall paid little mind to the presence of another Muggle in the wizarding world, knowing that such an opportunity was rare. Without the guidance of a wizard, it would be impossible for Muggles to access the wizarding world, given that there were spells to repel them at every intersection leading to it. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic had personnel dedicated to erasing memories. If any Muggles attempted to investigate the magical world, they would attract the attention of these officials. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they soon reached the Leaky Cauldron. "Go in from here, bypass the bar, and you'll find yourself on the way to Diagon Alley, where Miss Granger can purchase all the school supplies listed in the notice," she instructed. As they made their way to the small patio behind the Leaky Cauldron, Professor McGonagall demonstrated how to access the magical world by knocking 3 times on a specific set of bricks in the wall. The bricks rotated and opened a passageway into the wizarding realm. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," she announced. Chapter 62, C62. Diagon Alley and the outside world were like 2 different realms, each with its own unique atmosphere and charm. The sudden change transported the Grangers back to a time reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Almost everyone walking along the cobblestone street was dressed as a wizard or witch, their robes flowing behind them as they navigated the bustling thoroughfare. The buildings, adorned with intricate designs and aged stone, further contributed to the retro vibe that surrounded them. The wizarding world can only use galleons, sickles, and nuts, Professor McGonagall explained as they strolled. Just now, we passed Madame Malkin's robe shop, a wand shop, and other establishments that sell new items. Now, we are going to Gringotts to exchange some money. I apologize, Miss Granger, but after Gringotts, I will need to take other young wizards under my wing. While leading the Granger family on a tour of Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall explained the various shops they encountered, including tailor-made clothing stores, wand shops, magical potion stores, and, of course, the illustrious Gringotts. After reaching the imposing entrance of Gringotts, the Bank of the Wizarding World, Professor McGonagall bid them farewell, indicating that she had a tight schedule ahead. She would be escorting 7 young wizards from Muggle families, and there was much to accomplish in a limited time. As the Grangers entered Gringotts, they were taken aback by the sight of goblins bustling about. This was their first encounter with creatures other than humans, and the entire experience was nothing short of an eye-opener. The goblins, with their sharp features and keen eyes, moved with an air of authority, managing the wealth of wizards with precision. Hermione led the way to a service counter, where she presented the Hogwarts acceptance letter to the goblin on duty. After scrutinizing the document with his narrow eyes, the goblin looked up and said, £5 are exchanged for 1 galleon. Students at Hogwarts have an annual exchange quota of £200. This converted to approximately 40 galleons, which was more than sufficient for a first-year student. The most expensive items on the list would typically be wands and textbooks, while other essentials like clothing, cauldrons, and magical ingredients were relatively inexpensive. Additionally, the goblins only allowed the exchange of pounds for galleons under certain conditions, specifically for Hogwarts freshmen. "Excuse me, how do you exchange gold for galleons?" Cain inquired, keen to understand the process. The goblin eyed Cain with curiosity before responding, 5 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 galleon, and there is no upper limit to the amount you can exchange. Cain had anticipated this conversion ratio, knowing that the gold content in 1 pound was only about 1 gram. He understood that the goblins had to consider the wear and tear of the coins, which could influence the exchange rate. After a moment's thought, Cain retrieved 10 500-gram gold bricks from the briefcase he was carrying and placed them on the goblin's counter. "Please exchange these for 1,000 galleons, and if possible, could you provide me with one of your extension purses?" Gringotts provides each of its major clients with a non-traceable extension purse, the goblin stated, a hint of surprise in his tone. "May I ask if this gentleman has plans to open a personal vault in Gringotts?" After seeing the 10 gold bricks, the goblin stood upright, astonished that a Muggle could handle such a substantial transaction. The Grangers, too, were taken aback. The amount of gold Cain had presented was nearly half a year's income for their family. Cain, noticing their expressions, smiled and reassured them, "I plan to purchase more magical items, Miss Granger. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Mr. Granger can treat me to a drink after you finish your business here, all right?" Following this exchange, the goblin, whose name was Sola, promptly opened a personal vault for Cain and handed him a money bag filled with 1,000 galleons. Once Cain finalized the arrangement for his personal vault, he exchanged another 2,000 galleons to store there, further impressing the goblin. In the goblin's eyes, the distinction between wizards and muggles was insignificant. What mattered more was wealth. Their social hierarchy leaned towards the affluent, and Cain's transaction positioned him favorably in their eyes. Exiting Gringotts, Cain stored the galleons in his briefcase, which was essentially a spatial backpack, and then handed Hermione Granger the seamless extension purse. "Miss Granger, this is for you. I prefer Gucci's latest briefcase to the one you have," he said, smiling. Hermione was taken aback by the unexpected gift, her eyes widening in surprise. She glanced back at her father, seeking his approval. After Mr. Granger nodded, Hermione accepted the purse with a beaming smile. She quickly learned that it contained 3 cubic meters of space, an incredible gift that was usually reserved for Gringotts' elite customers. This meant that she could go to Hogwarts without the hassle of dragging around a suitcase. She could simply carry this purse instead. Cain suggested, "Mr. Granger and Miss Granger, let's split up for a bit. I'm also very curious about the items in the wizarding world. However, Miss Granger should prioritize purchasing everything listed on her admission letter first. That sounds good. Let's meet back at the bar we came to at noon, Mr. Cain, Hermione replied, her voice brimming with excitement. Perhaps it was the thrill of being in the wizarding world that made her feel as if she were a bird returning to its nest. Once they separated, Cain's first destination was Flourish and Blots, the famous bookstore. Diagon Alley certainly lived up to its reputation. The narrow alley led directly to Gringotts at one end and Nocturne Alley at the other, a place Cain had no intention of exploring. Flourish and Blots was a treasure trove of knowledge, offering both books about the magical world and past issues of the Daily Prophet. Cain spent a considerable amount of time browsing the shelves, ultimately selecting 170 magical books, as well as 100 issues of the newspaper. The bookstore also provided him with a non-trace extension suitcase, a valuable addition to his growing collection of magical items. After leaving the bookstore, Cain made his way to Slughorn's apothecary, where he purchased a variety of potions and magical ingredients. Unfortunately, there weren't many potions created by Slughorn himself available for sale. His creations tended to sell out almost immediately after hitting the shelves. Despite this, Cain managed to acquire some essential items for his upcoming ventures. On his way back, Cain stopped by Gringotts once again to exchange more gold for galleons, eager to ensure that he had enough currency to last him throughout his time in the wizarding world. By the time he finished shopping, if the shop owners in Diagon Alley were to communicate, they would undoubtedly discover that one person, Cain, had significantly boosted their turnover that day. The entire experience was exhilarating, and Cain felt a sense of accomplishment as he navigated the enchanting world around him. This adventure not only expanded his knowledge but also deepened his appreciation for the wonders of magic. Each interaction and discovery was a stepping stone toward his larger goal of integrating the marvels of the wizarding world into his life. As noon approached, Cain prepared to reunite with Hermione and her parents, eager to share stories of his explorations and the incredible items he had gathered. Chapter 63, C63. Cain, look. My spell is working. Hermione Granger exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she watched the bread float effortlessly in the air before her. After just 2 days of practice, she had successfully cast her very first spell. That's amazing, Hermione. Cain praised, genuinely impressed. Since their visit to Diagon Alley, Cain had rented a small garden house located just a street away from the Granger's home. This proximity made it easy for Hermione to visit him daily, with only a 20-minute walk separating them. Cain was aware of Hermione's passion for magic and her eagerness to learn more. After returning from Diagon Alley, she had implored her parents to allow her to spend time with Cain to read books and understand the wizarding world better. At first, Mrs. Granger was somewhat apprehensive about her daughter's frequent visits. To alleviate her concerns, she had accompanied Hermione to Cain's house a couple of times. However, it didn't take long for Mrs. Granger to realize that Hermione and Cain were simply engrossed in sorting through magical texts, discussing the Daily Prophet, or examining various magical materials. When the discussions turned dry, they would read together, and lunchtime was spent in animated conversation. After observing their routine for a couple of days, Mrs. Granger grew bored. The topics surrounding magic were far beyond her understanding, so she eventually excused herself to return to the dental clinic she operated with her husband. Although she felt she had not gained much insight from her time there, she was comforted by the fact that Hermione was safe with Cain. Despite their limited interactions, it was clear to her that Cain and Hermione shared a deep passion for magic, even more intense than her husband's. Meanwhile, Hermione's collection of books remained insufficient. Although the Grangers had borrowed some galleons from Cain during their outing in Diagon Alley, these funds had only covered the cost of a few new clothes for Hermione. In contrast, Cain's extensive collection included hundreds of magical books, roomfuls of magical materials, and advanced textbooks that would be far too costly for a family to acquire. The cheapest items in the bookstore were Hogwarts textbooks, which were still a financial stretch for families like the Weasleys. Cain welcomed Hermione's visits with open arms. He recognized her remarkable talent, especially her aptitude for potion making, as she had successfully brewed a potion during her second year at Hogwarts, a feat that even seasoned graduates struggled to accomplish on their first attempt. With such a gift, if Hermione dedicated herself to potion making, she could easily become a master, perhaps even surpassing the renowned Severus Snape. Hermione, can I try it too? Cain asked, picking up one of the second-hand wands he had purchased. After watching Hermione's demonstration, he felt inspired. However, his enthusiasm was tempered by frustration. The wand selection at Ollivander's had been disheartening. The old man had refused to sell him a wand, assuming Cain was merely a muggle. Wingardium Leviosa. Cain shouted, his voice filled with determination. Boom. The wand shattered in his hand, echoing the disastrous result of his earlier attempt. In total, he had spent 7 galleons on wands that now lay in ruins. Oh my gosh, it exploded again. Hermione exclaimed, her excitement mixed with concern. You must not be a muggle. According to Origins of Magic, you have to have magical power. But if that's true, then why can't you use it? If you were a true muggle, the wand wouldn't even react like that. Cain could only shrug in response. Hermione, full of enthusiasm, turned the pages of a hefty magic tome and read aloud, maybe your technique is incorrect. Or perhaps the wand just isn't a good fit. But why can't Mr. Ollivander see that? Hermione's words flowed rapidly, almost like a machine gun, as she continued to speculate. Cain pondered the issue, knowing that magic in the Harry Potter universe was far more complex than he had initially believed. It would truly be a pity if he couldn't learn even a fraction of it. Without magical power, activities like potion making or flying on broomsticks would be completely beyond his reach. In the past 2 days, Cain had absorbed a significant amount of information from the books. He had initially assumed that magical power was an inherent ability possessed by wizards. However, he soon discovered that many texts suggested it was actually derived from one's bloodline, passed down from parents or grandparents. This concept bore a resemblance to the idea of chakra. Like chakra, magical power was determined at birth and could not be cultivated unless granted by an external force. Cain speculated that wizards might inherit their magical abilities from ancestral connections to magical creatures or other races known for possessing innate magical powers. He felt that this theory was plausible, especially considering that he seemed to lack any trace of magical power himself. While the offensive magic found in the Harry Potter world might not be extraordinarily powerful, there was a wealth of practical spells to learn. The disillusionment charm, apparition spell, and transfiguration were just a few examples of magic he desperately wanted to master. He drew a comparison between ninjutsu and wizarding magic, observing that while one focused primarily on combat, the other was oriented towards life enhancement and assistance. Cain was determined not to miss out on magic just because he lacked innate power. He considered the possibility of utilizing the Extremis virus as a means to unlock his potential. In Cain's eyes, the Extremis virus held tremendous promise. Its most impressive feature was its ability to reprogram the user's DNA, effectively activating the sections of the brain responsible for bodily repair. To illustrate, he likened the human body to a computer. Extremis served as the core antivirus and repair software. Any new software installation needed to be scanned by Extremis. If the scan was successful, the installation could proceed without issue. However, if the scan failed, there was a risk of explosion, though the likelihood of this occurrence was significantly reduced due to Cain's fusion with Hashirama cells. Cain contemplated the potential of collecting blood from magical creatures to conduct further research on his own flesh and blood. If he could achieve a successful fusion without causing a disaster, he might be able to inject himself with the blood serum of magical beings to gain magical power. Cain. Mr. Cain. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Concerned that he seemed lost in thought, she approached him with an air of sympathy. After I get to Hogwarts, I promise to investigate your situation. Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of this century, will definitely know about your unique circumstances. Just wait for the good news. Hermione reassured him. Cain smiled at her optimism. Thank you, Miss Granger. That means a lot. Just call me Hermione. I think we're friends now, and friends help each other out. With a determined expression, she continued, you've been so generous with the magic books in this room and the materials here that you've practically opened a library for me. Helping you with this is the least I can do. Cain nodded, feeling grateful for her willingness to assist. Hermione, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 64, see 64. Invest in me. Cain, am I really that good? I mean, I'm just a student right now, Hermione said, trying to look calm as she addressed Cain. Cain shook his head. You learned 3 spells in 10 days, Hermione. You don't have to doubt your talent. This is your first contact with the wizarding world, and it's not impossible to work hard to become a contemporary Merlin. Hermione felt a surge of happiness at being valued and recognized for her talents outside of school. Cain also mentioned that he could sponsor all her expenses in the wizarding world, including expensive flying broomsticks and pets. Hermione Granger wasn't motivated by greed, rather, she viewed Cain's proposal as a personal validation of her abilities. If he didn't value her talent, why would he go to such lengths to win her over? I would like to go home and discuss it with my parents. Personally, I lean toward agreeing with the proposal, Hermione replied, restraining the excitement that bubbled within her. She believed that such a significant decision should be shared with her parents before she made any commitments. Of course, it's best to inform Mr. and Mrs. Granger about this matter. Hermione, I plan to open a grocery store in the wizarding world to recycle some magical items. I may stay for a long time, in Diagon Alley, Cain explained. Cain contemplated the wizarding world and found it lacking. The British wizarding community, with its several thousand inhabitants, had fragmented into many factions, including 28 pureblood families, Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, and others. Each faction had its own style, and navigating through them could be quite troublesome. As he thought further, Cain concluded that the magical world felt too shallow to support his ambitions. The number of wizards was too limited, and their disdain for Muggle items complicated matters. There were also management departments in place for Muggle-related items. His initial plan to engage in cross-communication with the wizarding world seemed increasingly unlikely. The most viable option was to earn gold in the Muggle world, exchange it for galleons at Gringotts, and then return to the wizarding world to purchase potions and magical creatures. After Hermione left, Cain took stock of his purchases. The most valuable item he acquired was a spell book, but this was also one of the most common items, something anyone with enough money could buy at a bookstore. He had also acquired some potions, including valuable ones for blood, poison, and wound healing. A more expensive potion, the Polyjuice potion, was of no use to him since he already knew the transformation technique. Beauty potions and burn ointments were also worth something. If they could be mass-produced, bringing them back to the Marvel world could yield a significant profit. However, the most precious potion, Felix Felicis, was difficult to refine and rarely circulated in the market, even though it attracted many eager buyers. Sure enough, I still need to go to Nocturne Alley to buy things, Cain mused. After a moment's thought, he decided to send a shadow clone to Nocturne Alley for a while. It would be a safe and secure option. If someone attempted to deceive him, he would let the shadow clone handle it with an explosive. Nocturne Alley was a street that was less scrutinized, and Cain's supply of bombs could easily obliterate the entire street without anyone suspecting him. With that decision made, Cain set off for Diagon Alley. He remembered the location of the leaky cauldron, and the Muggle-repelling charm didn't pose much of a problem for him. While Muggles would typically be affected by the charm, Cain could ignore it due to his mastery of chakra. Upon arriving at the leaky cauldron, Cain ordered a few items and gathered valuable information from Tom, the innkeeper. He discovered that the two streets behind Gringotts primarily housed wizards, with various properties available for sale or rent. Most wizards opted to rent because buying property was far too expensive. The houses equipped with permanent traceless extension charms were even pricier. Many wizards who had worked in the Ministry of Magic for years couldn't afford such residences. From the outside, these houses might appear small, perhaps only as large as a few doors. However, once inside, they could expand to 200 or 300 square meters. These properties typically cost around 10,000 galleons. Cain learned that opening a shop was also a cumbersome process. It required reporting to the Ministry of Magic and obtaining the necessary permits. This procedure was complex and placed high demands on applicants. Conversely, no one paid much attention to Nocturne Alley. As long as someone owned a house, they could open a shop there at any time. After leaving the leaky cauldron, Cain felt satisfied with the useful information he had gathered. Perhaps after a few glasses of butterbeer, old Tom was feeling generous and pointed Cain in the right direction for purchasing a house. Cain first headed to Gringotts to exchange enough galleons for his purchases. Sola, a goblin there, was particularly enthusiastic about Cain's arrival. After facilitating such a substantial transaction, Sola even upgraded Cain's personal vault to a higher security level. Anything lower simply wouldn't suffice. There were numerous locations where wizards congregated, such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Some wizards even lived alongside muggles or resided in their own manors, enjoying convenient transportation methods like flu powder or apparition. Cain had neither option available to him at the moment, but he could still consider purchasing a house in Hogsmeade in the future. Once he did, he could apply to establish a flu network in both the Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley locations. Fortunately, buying a house in Diagon Alley didn't require Ministry of Magic approval. There was an organization dedicated to selling and renting properties that was half official and half folk, subject to the ministry's review but lacking any real management power, similar to an intermediary. Following Tom's instructions, Cain made his way to the housing organization, where he found that Hogsmeade also had properties for sale. However, Cain had not yet visited Hogsmeade, and he didn't bring enough money today, so he decided to hold off for the time being. After browsing for a while, Cain chose a house that had been vacant for a long time. It featured 3 floors and an interior space of about 360 square meters, with a price tag of 9,800 galleons. The house was well located and secure, but its high price likely deterred potential buyers. Once the staff realized Cain was interested in purchasing, they quickly notified the owner. Within an hour, a wizard arrived to finalize the sale. Probably concerned that Cain might change his mind, the owner agreed to the deal immediately after confirmation. Cain paid the 9,800 galleons, securing the contract and control of the house. Now he had a place to call home near Diagon Alley. However, it had been empty for a long time, so it would need thorough cleaning. Cain figured it would be best to hire a professional cleaning wizard, though he also considered acquiring a house elf later from the Ministry of Magic's resettlement office. After finalizing the house purchase in Diagon Alley, Cain left the wizarding world through the leaky cauldron. When he returned to the Muggle world by car, Cain noticed a girl sitting at his doorstep. As soon as she saw him get out of the vehicle, she leaped to his side. "I thought I wouldn't be able to meet you today, but thankfully there's still time," Hermione Granger said, beaming with excitement. "My parents want to invite you for dinner to discuss what we talked about earlier today. They'd like to chat with you," she added, her enthusiasm infectious. Chapter 65, C65. The dinner prepared by the Granger family was quite sumptuous. While it might not have rivaled a meal at a high-end restaurant, it was clear that Mrs. Granger had put a lot of effort into the preparation. The table was adorned with various dishes, each one reflecting her culinary skills and attention to detail. If Hermione hadn't waited for Cain to arrive, it's likely that at least half of the meal would have gone to waste, a thought that made Cain a bit guilty but also appreciative of the Granger family's hospitality. During dinner, Cain shared details of his afternoon itinerary with the Grangers. "I've already bought a house in Diagon Alley," he announced, trying to gauge their reactions. "Unfortunately, the procedures for opening a shop are quite tedious. I need to apply to the Ministry of Magic for approval. Otherwise, I could have purchased a shop today as well. I heard Hogsmeade is also a popular gathering place for wizards." As Cain spoke, he revealed the wizarding contract he had obtained. It bore his handprint along with a photo. The Grangers were visibly surprised at Cain's decisiveness and ability to navigate the complexities of the wizarding world. The house in Diagon Alley had cost him a staggering 9,800 galleons, a sum that, to them, represented nearly a year's worth of hard work without any expenses for food or leisure. "The magical world is still very attractive to Muggles," Cain continued. "I've heard tales of fire dragons and phoenixes residing there. Mr. Granger, if you don't see these magical creatures for yourself after hearing about them, you might end up regretting it for the rest of your life." "You're quite right, Mr. Pent," Mr. Granger replied, his interest piqued. It was evident that he was curious about the wizarding world. After all, Hermione's eagerness to embrace this new environment had to stem from something captivating. Can Muggles just walk into the wizarding world from the alley behind the leaky cauldron? Mr. Granger inquired, genuinely interested in understanding more about how the two worlds interacted. Before he could finish his question, Hermione interjected. "Dad, Mr. Cain isn't a Muggle in the strictest sense. He may have magical powers, but he just can't use them yet. I'll ask about this when school starts. Professor Dumbledore is said to be the greatest wizard of this century, so I'm sure he'll have the answers we need." Hermione's enthusiasm was contagious. As for Muggles, they can't access the wizarding world unless a wizard leads them. Every entrance is protected by Muggle-repelling spells, and if they don't interact with wizards for an extended period, Muggles will gradually forget about magic altogether. Once Hermione started explaining, she fell into a rhythm, her voice animated as she lectured on the intricacies of the wizarding world. The Granger parents exchanged amused glances, enjoying their daughter's spirited explanation. Hermione beamed with satisfaction after sharing her knowledge, but then she remembered the importance of the dinner and began to glance nervously at her parents. Noticing her anxiousness, Mr. Granger cleared his throat and addressed Cain. "Mr. Pent, we are very pleased that you value Hermione's talents and abilities. We welcome your interest in her future. If possible, we would like to invite you to be Hermione's godfather." Cain nearly choked on the potato he was eating. After swallowing, he stared incredulously at Mr. Granger. "Mr. Granger? Are you suggesting that I become Miss Granger's godfather?" he asked, still in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that he qualified for such an important role, especially since he and the Granger family had only known each other for a few weeks. Their relationship had become closer due to the exciting news about the wizarding world, but it still seemed premature to assume such a title. "Why would you want me to be her godfather?" Cain asked, perplexed. There were many criteria for being a godfather, and he felt he fell short on most counts, not to mention that he was still relatively unknown to the Grangers. Mr. Granger explained, "How should I put it? It's about mutual support. While I agree with Hermione attending school in the wizarding world, I've gathered from your discussions over the past few days that, although the wizarding community is smaller, class discrimination is unfortunately quite prevalent. We are concerned that Hermione might face some form of discrimination in that environment." Cain began to understand the Granger's perspective. It seemed that some of the spoilers he had shared with Hermione had reached her parents, painting a more realistic picture of the challenges she might face. The thought that their daughter could end up at the bottom of the social hierarchy in the wizarding world troubled them deeply. It was one thing to embrace magic, but another to grapple with the biases that could accompany it. "We hope that by inviting you into a closer relationship with our family, it might help Hermione navigate any challenges she may encounter. Your investment in her talent is appreciated, and it could be of great benefit to her future," Mr. Granger concluded. Cain mulled over the proposal. While it was a bit unconventional, he recognized the sentiment behind it. The Grangers were trying to ensure that their daughter would have a safety net in a world that could be harsh and unyielding. Since he had considered helping Hermione along her journey, it made sense to formalize that bond. "Well, Mr. Granger, I would be honored to be Miss Granger's godfather," Cain finally replied, a smile spreading across his face. Once Cain agreed, the atmosphere around the dinner table brightened considerably. He could feel the warmth of their growing relationship. Since none of them were particularly religious, the concept of a recognition ceremony was informal, allowing them to bypass traditional customs that might complicate their new bond. Following Cain's acceptance of the title, Hermione spent much of her vacation with him. Their shared experiences became a rich tapestry of learning and discovery. Cain introduced her to an array of texts covering the 1st to 7th grade curricula and various books from the magical world. He also provided her with high-quality materials and top-of-the-line cauldrons for potion brewing. Hermione was eager to practice, even attempting to brew potions several times. Though many of her early attempts ended in failure, Cain stood by her side, ready to intervene when things threatened to go awry. This mentor-student dynamic deepened their connection and fortified Hermione's understanding of magic. Cain also took Hermione to the house in Diagon Alley, handing her a key. "You can choose any room you'd like to use," he told her. "It just hasn't been cleaned yet, so you can't stay here just yet. I'm going to apply to the Ministry of Magic to open a shop soon, and I'll also see if I can arrange for a house elf to help with cleaning and maintenance." The house was expansive, featuring a special study room and a dedicated potion brewing area, likely left by the previous owner. The magical ambience resonated with Hermione, and she fell in love with the place instantly. "This is amazing," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The house represented not just a new beginning in the wizarding world, but also a safe haven where her magical education could thrive. As Cain made plans for his future in the wizarding world, he felt a sense of purpose solidifying. His investment in Hermione was not merely financial, it was about nurturing talent and guiding her toward a bright future. In a world filled with wonders, dangers, and hidden opportunities, Cain was determined to help Hermione navigate it all, ensuring she could truly become the witch she was destined to be. In the end, the dinner at the Granger household marked the beginning of a beautiful partnership, one that would lead Hermione into the heart of magic, guided by her newfound godfather. Together, they would explore the vastness of the wizarding world, facing challenges and celebrating triumphs as they carved their paths through this enchanting realm. Chapter 66, C66. Since the House Elves failed in their war against wizards, they have been subjugated and trained in a servile manner for generations. Differentiated as magical creatures, they are subject to the oversight of the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control within the Ministry of Magic in the UK. Free House Elves are virtually non-existent. The Ministry believes that an idle House Elf poses a potential threat to wizards and the human world, with consequences that could be more severe than those caused by some magical beasts. House Elves possess magical abilities, and despite their status as slaves for centuries, wizards have maintained a vigilant stance toward these creatures. Moreover, adopting a House Elf comes at a significant cost. A deposit of 5,000 galleons is required, which many wizards deem excessive. However, this high deposit reflects the fact that House Elves do not require wages. Once they recognize a master, they serve that family for life, barring any extraordinary circumstances. Therefore, the financial commitment primarily revolves around the adoption process itself. For Cain, who considers himself lazy, having someone to serve him is more appealing than doing tasks himself. This practicality underscores his interest in adopting House Elves. Hermione also decided to visit the Ministry of Magic. At this point in time, Voldemort had not yet returned, and the Death Eaters were lying low. The British wizarding community was relatively safe, aside from the more perilous Nocturne Alley and deserted areas. Eager to learn more about the wizarding world, Hermione's curiosity prompted Cain to agree to accompany her. Aside from the peculiar mode of transport to the Ministry of Magic, the experience was eye-opening for Hermione. It was her first encounter with such a large number of wizards outside of Diagon Alley, particularly in a central governing body of the wizarding community. Once they arrived, guided by Ministry staff, Cain and Hermione made their way to the fourth basement floor. Exiting the elevator, Cain noticed a significant reduction in the number of wizards in the vicinity, but he could still spot several in the corridor. A dozen wizards were seen bustling about, clutching various documents. According to Boss Tom, the Fantastic Beasts Management Control Room employs the second large number of personnel in the Ministry of Magic, while the Department of Legal Enforcement, home to the Aurors, employs the most. The Ministry exists primarily to maintain stability within the wizarding world. Its foremost aim is to combat dark wizards and, secondarily, to regulate magical creatures. Following the signs on the office door, Cain quickly located the House Elf Resettlement Office. After explaining his intentions, the Ministry staff member who assisted him looked momentarily taken aback before proceeding with the process. "Here's what you need to know about adopting a House Elf," she explained, handing him a form. "Please fill in your address and the number of elves you wish to adopt. Once you leave a deposit, you can return home and await further information." Most wizards seeking to adopt House Elves are either affluent or simply willing to pay the high costs involved, which influence the staff's relatively cordial demeanor. Cain completed the form quickly. After depositing the required funds, the staff informed him that he would receive a reply within 7 days regarding whether he could adopt the elves immediately or if he would need to wait. Once he had settled the House Elf matters, Cain inquired about opening a store. There is no distinct departmental oversight regarding this. Primarily, 2 departments from the Law Enforcement Division dictate regulations. One cannot sell Muggle items or anything related to dark magic without proper reporting. The former requires contacting the Misuse of Muggle Items office, while the latter involves notifying the Aura office. Operating a shop in Diagon Alley without appropriate notifications would result in Aurors inspecting the establishment daily. This visit was primarily informational for Cain. He was not yet prepared to open his store but sought to familiarize himself with the required processes. He planned to return to the Ministry of Magic once he had everything in order. After concluding their business, Cain and Hermione returned. They stopped by Diagon Alley to enjoy some desserts before heading to the Leaky Cauldron for a casual meal, as Cain did not have a penchant for cooking. His goddaughter, full of energy when encountering new experiences, exemplified this enthusiasm during their outing. Hermione had spent the entire morning running alongside Cain, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. She informed him that she would reach out to her parents upon returning home, likely about schoolwork and preparations for the upcoming term. Hermione could sense Cain's genuine care for her, prompting her desire to meet his expectations. She was increasingly captivated by the wizarding world, directing more focus and energy toward her studies. After savoring the last sip of her juice, Hermione looked at Cain and said, "Godfather, I want to continue learning how to make potions when I get back." "Of course, you can, but I believe having a guide is essential for mastering the science of potions. Figuring it out independently can be quite challenging, as you probably realized over the past 2 days, Hermione," Cain advised. Once he agreed to her desire, Cain further elaborated on his perspective. He acknowledged Hermione's intelligence but pointed out that mastering potion making requires more than textbook knowledge. Even the simplest potion requires practical experience and guidance. "I'll help you find someone to teach you about potions. With a month left before school starts, having someone mentor you will facilitate significant progress. What do you think, Hermione?" "Thank you, Godfather," she replied enthusiastically. Her face lit up with happiness. She had already sensed the depth of knowledge involved in potion making, and the prospect of having a mentor excited her. Although Cain had been recommended as her godfather by her parents, spending time with him made her realize how much he genuinely cared for her. Without Cain, Hermione felt she would struggle to find motivation, even while immersed in her studies. Now, with access to a myriad of magical books, including the latest releases from the bookstore, and a plethora of magical materials to experiment with, her situation was vastly improved. The idea of securing a potions teacher before the school year began thrilled her. Hermione reflected that even if her parents doted on her, they likely wouldn't allocate such resources to her studies, given their circumstances. Cain, however, was different. With substantial galleons at his disposal, he could afford to hire a qualified teacher. While he might not secure renowned figures like Snape or Horace, he could find other skilled wizards or some Hogwarts graduates who excelled in potions and possessed sufficient knowledge to assist Hermione. Cain approached Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, to help him find a suitable teacher. Upon learning that Cain was willing to pay 50 galleons for the service, Tom enthusiastically agreed to assist. He viewed this as a straightforward task, simply finding a potions teacher to guide young witches and wizards who hadn't yet started school. As long as the candidates passed their NEWT potions exam and met Cain's standards, Tom was confident he could find several suitable options. The number of such qualified individuals was limited, but with Cain's generous compensation, it should be manageable. In addition to arranging for Hermione's potions teacher, Cain received a response from the Ministry of Magic 3 days later. His application for 2 house elves had been processed, and the ministry informed him that he could come to pick them up at his convenience. Chapter 67, C67. Within 2 days, old Tom found Cain a wizard named Guy Turrell, who had just passed the NEWT's potions exam. Guy had graduated from Hufflepuff nearly 3 years ago but had yet to secure a suitable job. Despite his aspirations to build a career in the wizarding world, his NEWT's potions certification proved relatively useless within the Ministry of Magic. Potion shops in the British wizarding world typically have established partners and apprentices, making it difficult for Guy to find a position that matched his skills. If old Tom hadn't contacted him, Guy Turrell would have returned home to inherit his father's bakery, earning a living as a muggle to support his family. This scenario is not uncommon in the wizarding world. Although he could brew potions, no one would purchase them without the endorsement of a recognized potion shop. A harmless potion could easily become dangerously toxic without proper oversight. Consequently, many individuals prefer to pay a little more for potions from established sources like St. Mungo's Hospital or Slug and Jigger's Apothecary rather than buy from unknown suppliers. Guy accepted Cain's invitation primarily due to the high salary on offer. After all, Aurors typically earned between 1,500 and 3,000 galleons a year, while Cain was offering 100 galleons a week. Although Guy would only work for a month, Cain revealed that if he performed well, he would hire him as a potions apprentice once Cain opened his shop. Cain's financial stability had already been demonstrated to Guy through the house elves he had adopted. Such servants have always been a symbol of considerable wealth in the wizarding world. It is impossible to maintain house elves without substantial family resources. The presence of 2 house elves confirmed Cain's financial capacity. After a moment of consideration, Guy accepted Cain's invitation. Along with the promise of becoming a potions apprentice, he began preparing lesson plans to teach Hermione Granger, Cain's goddaughter. In addition to recruiting Guy, Cain's most significant achievement was acquiring 2 house elves, Phil and Isaac. After signing the contract with the Ministry of Magic, these 2 house elves officially became Cain's property. The ministry also provided him with a book outlining the prohibited activities for house elves. The first rule stated that house elves are not permitted to touch wands, among many other restrictions. However, these rules can be arbitrarily defined by the ministry, and Cain had no intention of adhering to them. The subservience of house elves is deeply ingrained, particularly in Phil and Isaac. Knowing they would never betray him, Cain decided to empower the elves. For instance, he allowed them to practice offensive magic and to use wands, as this would enable them to better protect him and Hermione. He was confident that the elves would accept his commands without hesitation. Moreover, monitoring house elves is challenging for the Ministry of Magic. Even if they discovered that Cain was condoning house elf training, he would likely face only a fine. Ownership of the elves remains with Cain unless he passes away, so he felt secure in his decisions. After Phil and Isaac moved into Cain's home, they quickly began cleaning. Phil was particularly skilled at cooking and maintaining a tidy environment, while Isaac was more reserved and did not dispute Phil's approach to their tasks. Cain had issued several directives after they became his servants, including a crucial rule: the elves were forbidden from causing harm to themselves without his permission. Cain believed that the best way for them to atone for mistakes was through reflection rather than self-harm. This method would create greater value for him as their master, rather than incurring unnecessary medical expenses due to their injuries, which would be a loss for him. Cain instilled this principle in Phil and Isaac, and they quickly accepted it as their guiding truth. One night, after Phil and Isaac had cleaned the entire building, Cain called them in for a discussion. "Phil, Isaac, do you know any attack-type magic?" he asked. Upon hearing this, their bulging green eyes widened with panic. Their hands fidgeted, unsure where to place themselves, as they responded nervously, "Master, we will never attack you." "Phil, I need you to protect me. And when I'm not around, you also need to safeguard my goddaughter, Hermione Granger. Therefore, you must possess a certain level of strength, understand?" Cain interjected, emphasizing the importance of his safety. Upon hearing Cain's words, Phil and Isaac immediately disregarded the rule that elves could not practice attack magic. Their concern for Cain's safety outweighed any fear of reprimand. "Master, our magic is somewhat different from that of wizards, but our attack magic is similar," they explained. Listening to their response, Cain gained insight into the abilities of house elves. Their magical prowess is fundamentally distinct from that of wizards, rooted in their different racial identities. House elves are born with innate magical abilities, often performing certain types of magic even better than pureblood wizards. This superiority is partly due to the fact that house elves do not use wands. According to Phil and Isaac, they had never used wands since birth, and there were no wand makers who crafted wands specifically for house elves. Consequently, they lacked awareness of how wands might enhance their magical strength. Cain then retrieved 10 wands and asked Phil and Isaac to choose one to familiarize themselves with. If it proved useful, it would belong to them. He also instructed them to erase any memories of the witnesses, as this was part of his request. Meanwhile, Hermione was diligently learning from Guy Turl each day. In addition to potions, Guy could also teach Hermione about spell knowledge from the 1st to 5th year, prompting Cain to increase Guy's salary by 50 galleons per week due to the extension of his teaching hours. Phil and Isaac moved into Cain's new residence in Diagon Alley, with Isaac residing there permanently while Phil accompanied Cain on his outings. With their protection, Cain felt secure in both of his homes. Phil and Isaac even cast a basic protective spell around the house, ensuring that anyone with weaker magical abilities than theirs would be unable to breach the elves' enchantments. Dragon blood is incredibly hard to obtain. It seems that besides trading with powerful wizards, the only option is to try my luck in Nocturne Alley, Cain pondered aloud. He had never ventured into Nocturne Alley due to fears of being cheated. Dark wizards can be more ruthless than capitalists. Cain's experiences with money-hungry individuals had taught him that while they would at most only want his galleons, dark wizards could be capable of far worse, including violence. However, acquiring necessary items through formal channels was exceedingly difficult, even for something as essential as dragon blood, let alone rarer substances like unicorn blood or phoenix tears. Cain contemplated making a donation to Hogwarts, recalling that funding had always been a significant issue for the school. Lucius Malfoy's influence as a school trustee likely stemmed from his generous donations. After careful consideration, Cain decided he would venture into Nocturne Alley. At the very least, he hoped to gather blood and genetic samples from some magical creatures. Chapter 68, C68. Although Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are separated by only a wall, the two locations present strikingly different environments and atmospheres. Upon entering Nocturne Alley, Cain immediately felt the oppressive air of darkness that loomed over the place. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, and the occasional flicker of dim lanterns cast an eerie glow. As he stepped deeper into the alley, he quickly noticed the predatory gazes of the dark wizards lurking around. They instantly fixed their attention on him, a newcomer in their territory. However, Cain was unperturbed. Anyone who dared to stir trouble should prepare for an explosive response. He had come prepared, carrying 5 explosive tags and 10 kilograms of explosives on him. The death of his shadow clone would leave him feeling somewhat uneasy, but he knew that for the inhabitants of Nocturne Alley, danger was a daily reality. Despite the dark wizard's reputation, the nearby houses remained intact, strengthened by powerful protective spells cast on each brick. It was clear that even in a place steeped in darkness, some semblance of caution prevailed. The onlookers hesitated, choosing to observe rather than act, perhaps weighing the risks of confronting someone who appeared unfazed by their surroundings. Cain's confidence radiated from him, and he knew that he had the means to defend himself should the need arise. As he approached the Bogenbach shop, he took a moment to survey his surroundings before stepping inside. The store was dimly lit and crammed with an assortment of strange and potentially dangerous items. Cain exercised caution, ensuring not to touch anything without knowing what it might be. "Welcome, esteemed guest. You look quite out of place here. Are you visiting from somewhere else? Whatever you desire can be found here." A thin, wiry man with sharp eyes emerged from behind the counter, tapping rhythmically on the table and displaying a phony smile that screamed of opportunism. "I hope your claims are true," Cain replied coolly. "Galleons are not a problem for me, as long as you can procure everything on this list." He retrieved the parchment containing the items he sought and slid it across the counter. Bogenbach's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the list. His smile faltered and morphed into something akin to shock as he read through the requested items. No one can obtain these things. The Phoenix is a rare creature, clearly documented in the British wizarding world at Hogwarts. No one would take such a risk to deal with a unicorn, he stammered, clearly unnerved. "Are you saying that aside from those two, you can acquire the rest? Including Felix Felicis?" Cain pressed, his tone firm. "The Bogenbach store has connections that extend to Romania. As for Felix Felicis, it can be arranged, provided you have the galleons," Bogenbach replied, regaining some of his composure. Cain considered this information carefully. If Bogenbach could indeed secure dragon flesh and blood, then acquiring the components from other magical creatures would be feasible. However, the difficulty of procuring a phoenix and a unicorn remained. If Cain truly desired these rare items, he would likely have to seek out Dumbledore. 2,000 galleons, Bogenbach stated, his eyes gleaming with greed. "That's just a deposit. Come back here in 20 days, and I'll have what you need." As the mention of galleons hung in the air, Cain could see the excitement written all over Bogenbach's face. "In addition to fixing that cabinet you mentioned, you'll need to ensure payment comes through later." Cain chose not to respond verbally, feeling that the matter was settled. However, Bogenbach added, "This cabinet is a pair. If you don't find the other one, fixing it won't make any difference." His implication was clear, he knew something about the whereabouts of the second cabinet. Just then, another figure identical to Cain entered the Bogenbach store. Bogenbach's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Cain's other shadow clone. But then, realization struck him: polyjuice potion. He recognized its potential for deception, but taking such a potion was also a sign of cowardice. In Nocturne Alley, it was best to assert oneself through strength rather than subterfuge. Bogenbach reasoned that his own safety lay in simply collecting the money, regardless of whether Cain's other self had any nefarious intentions. If something were to go wrong and Cain met his demise in the alley, Bogenbach would pocket an easy 2,000 galleons. Once the transaction was confirmed, Bogenbach waved Cain off, indicating that there were no issues. Cain felt no need to linger, wanting instead to purchase some additional black market items. However, he was acutely aware of his own lack of knowledge regarding dark artifacts. Hasty purchases could lead to severe consequences. Even the materials and potions he had just acquired would be scrutinized by his elf for traces of black magic upon his return home. "Safe journey, sir," Bogenbach called as Cain made his exit. "You should be praying for others," Cain replied cryptically, leaving the shop behind him. After Cain departed, Bojinbok hurriedly collected the 2,000 galleons, curiosity about Cain's confidence gnawing at him. He decided to follow discreetly, wanting to observe from a distance. Just as he stepped outside, an ear-splitting explosion echoed in the distance. It sounded like thunder tearing through the air, shocking Bojinbok to his core. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. When he regained his composure, he cast a protective charm on himself, joining the gathering throng of dark wizards moving toward the explosion's origin. As he approached, Bojinbok began to hear the sounds of wizards screaming in terror. "That unfamiliar wizard just exploded out of nowhere," one of them shouted. "That was definitely powerful dark magic." "They were like twins, identical to one another," another wizard exclaimed. Collecting information as he moved, Bojinbok raced back toward his shop, his heart racing. He had never expected that a customer would unleash such chaotic magic simply because of a disagreement. The ensuing devastation had likely claimed the lives of 4 or 5 dark wizards who had long dwelled in Nocturne Alley. Upon returning to his store, Bojinbok spotted a note on the counter that read, "Don't forget the time of the transaction, Mr. Bojinbok." "What a crazy guy," he muttered, trembling slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried to prepare the items for the transaction. He recognized that he could not afford to make any mistakes in this business, or the consequences would far exceed 5,000 galleons. News of the explosion quickly spread, attracting the attention of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Normally, the Aurors avoided Nocturne Alley unless there was significant trouble, but the commotion from the explosion was impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, after the demise of Cain's shadow clone, he felt a strange sensation as his eyes glowed faintly red. The sudden return of chakra, laden with the memories of its death, left a troubling residue. However, Extremis swiftly repaired any damage to his mind, restoring his focus. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Phil answered it, revealing Hermione's proud little figure as she bounced in, unable to conceal her delight. "Thank you, Phil," she exclaimed as she entered, which left Phil somewhat flustered. He finally retreated to the basement, overwhelmed by emotion. "Godfather Cain, I've made progress. This is the potion for treating scabies, and Guy said my results were outstanding," she beamed. "That's incredible, as expected from my talented goddaughter. I knew you would excel. But Hermione, you really should take a proper rest. If you'd like, I can show you around London," Cain suggested, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. He felt a responsibility to ensure she didn't overwork herself. "Also, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Once school begins, I hope you'll help me deliver a letter to Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts." Chapter 69, C69. Cain had a rare period of peace. After spending a day playing with Hermione in London, he turned his attention to the world of the common people. Utilizing several shadow clones, he employed the transformation technique combined with monetary resources to clear the way, ultimately acquiring several identification cards. With these, Cain exchanged some pounds and ventured into the stock market, hoping to make a little extra money. This year presented a prime opportunity for wealth accumulation, but unfortunately, it was already too late. All the profits that should have been earned had already been seized by the financial oligarchs. Thus, Cain was left to rely solely on his memory, which still allowed him to earn a modest sum. Even so, he managed to increase his wealth several times over. Cain intended to use this money to exchange for gold, which could then be traded for magical resources in the wizarding world. Half of the money he earned was allocated for developing local strengths, while the other half was reserved for purchasing gold. After obtaining legal status, Cain no longer needed to depend on a security company to rent a house as he had done in the past. Now, he could legitimately invest in businesses as a local citizen. He entrusted these endeavors to his shadow clones. Currently, Cain possessed an abundance of chakra. After separating 3 shadow clones, each clone could maintain the transformation technique for an entire day without raising suspicion. The side effects of using shadow clones were also mitigated by the Extremis virus, which effectively processed the substantial influx of memories. He comprehended the memories of his shadow clones without complications, allowing him to avoid any potential issues. Although there were wizards present, Cain's ninjutsu was on par with magic, particularly the combination of shadow clone and transformation technique. This method had become remarkably effective, resembling the tactics employed by terrorists who utilize human bombs. In Diagon Alley, Cain maintained a low profile, especially since the Ministry of Magic had dispatched Aurors to the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley to investigate the recent surge in dark wizard activities. Thankfully, the last explosion had occurred in Nocturne Alley, claiming the lives of dark wizards. If it had happened in Diagon Alley, the implications for Minister Fudge would have been dire. The Daily Prophet would undoubtedly have filled 3 pages detailing his incompetence. Consequently, Aurors had been working overtime, striving to show the Ministry's commitment to eradicating evil, even if they could not identify the mastermind behind the explosion in Nocturne Alley. As the days passed before Hermione's school year commenced, Cain remained in Diagon Alley, keeping to himself and only occasionally venturing out to purchase food from the wizarding world. Unfortunately, many magical desserts required magical power for production, making mass industrialization impossible. Otherwise, Cain mused that he could have easily become a dessert tycoon in the Marvel world. As the start of school approached, Cain wondered just how many days remained. "Godfather Cain, look at my work!" Hermione exclaimed as she entered the room. With a wave of her wand, she maintained the levitation charm with a sense of pride. Floating before her were 2 potion bottles, one contained life and death water, while the other held a blood tonic. "See." Guy praised it as the perfect potion. "Looks pretty good, Hermione." "I'll take these 2 bottles for my collection, just in case I get hurt," Cain replied, taking the potions from her. He wasn't stingy with his praise. For a girl of her age who thrived on approval, Cain knew that positive reinforcement was essential. As long as Hermione excelled, Cain was more than willing to shower her with compliments. As for the stricter discipline, he knew that Guy and the Hogwarts professors would ensure Hermione remained grounded. If necessary, Cain could also adopt the role of the stern figure occasionally. "It was meant for you, Godfather," Hermione said, her happiness evident as she accepted the compliment. During her time with Guy, Hermione had diligently studied the first-grade potions and spells, quickly mastering them despite the accelerated pace. With that foundation, she now had ample time to delve into other subjects and read extensively. Guy had even encouraged her to relax before school began, suggesting she balance her time with leisure activities. However, Cain suspected that Hermione would continue to hold herself to high standards and not waste a moment. He could provide the Grangers with updates about Hermione's progress to help them guide her. Though he noted a peculiar shift, the Grangers seemed less inclined to inquire about Hermione's progress recently, perhaps indicating a trend of hands-off parenting. "Is this Felix Felicis?" Cain wondered aloud as he inspected the potion in his hand. The lucky potion could alter one's illusory luck, but the effect was more about transforming the user than bestowing true fortune. It was important not to consume too much, as excessive amounts could lead to negative side effects like arrogance or dizziness. After acquiring the potion from Bogenbach, Cain had opted not to take it directly home. Instead, he had someone verify its authenticity. Upon returning, he had Phil and Isaac inspected for any traces of black magic, ensuring it was safe. Felix Felicis could not be stored indefinitely, it was best consumed within its shelf life. There would be no point in buying it only to discover that its effects had expired. Fortunately, Cain had a space backpack, negating those concerns. Felix Felicis, while challenging to brew, was not a rare masterpiece. A couple of bottles circulated the market each year, making it feasible to acquire or brew more. Cain decided to divide the Felix Felicis into 3 portions, as recommended by the owner of Slug and Jigger's potion shop. Taking 1/3 of a bottle at a time was deemed the optimal dosage. He intended to keep one for himself, experiment with another, and give the last portion to Hermione, as his goddaughter deserved the opportunity to experience its effects. As for the flesh and blood of other magical creatures, Cain kept those safe, planning to research their compatibility with the new extremis virus once he returned home. Cain intended to stay put until after school started, as this coincided with the time to respond to the Ministry of Magic's application for opening a store. He also hoped to ask Hermione to deliver a letter to Dumbledore for him when school commenced. Time flew by, and soon the day of Hogwarts reopening arrived. On that day, Cain decided to try Felix Felicis. After drinking it, he felt a surge of clarity in his mind while other complex emotions receded, allowing him to enter a more rational state. In this enhanced mental clarity, Cain composed a letter to Dumbledore. The letter comprised roughly 1/3 greetings and compliments, 1/3 expressions of yearning for Hogwarts, and the remainder a reflection of his sadness as a squib who could not fully grasp the joys of the wizarding school. He also included a donation of 5,000 galleons to support Hogwarts education, along with a Gringotts fund transfer statement, which allowed whoever received the statement to withdraw 5,000 galleons from Cain's personal vault. Towards the end of the letter, Cain inquired about the possibility of purchasing Phoenix blood and body tissues, offering to pay 30,000 galleons for the privilege. Chapter 70, C70. Mom, Dad, and Godfather, just send me here. I'm going to get in the car, Hermione announced, her voice brimming with excitement as she pushed her suitcase toward the entrance of King's Cross Station. She turned to the Grangers and Cain, her godfather, who stood beside them, filled with pride and a hint of melancholy as they prepared to see her off. Hermione had the option to magically stretch her bag to fit all her belongings, but Guy Turrell, her mentor during the summer, had advised her that freshmen should not rely on their magic too heavily. It was better not to be independent, especially since they would have house elves at Hogwarts to assist them with their luggage. Thus, she opted not to manage her own suitcase, which contained not only clothes but also some top-of-the-line magical equipment, including dragon leather gloves and a quality cauldron, thanks to her godfather's financial support. Godfather, I will forward your letter to Professor Dumbledore, please rest assured, she said confidently, her posture straightening as she spoke. After a month of rigorous study under Guy, Hermione felt thoroughly prepared and surprisingly calm about her first day at Hogwarts. She had absorbed enough knowledge to feel almost as capable as a second-year student, having mastered spells and potions that would serve her well in her magical education. Then please, Hermione, if you need anything while I'm abroad, don't hesitate to reach out to Phil, Isaac, or Guy, Cain replied, his voice warm but slightly anxious. He wanted to ensure that Hermione had a smooth transition into her new life at Hogwarts. He reassured her that the matter of her first year could be managed through the house elves and her mentor Guy, affirming her role as their second master while he was away. Cain had hired Guy as a store clerk, having recently secured a business license from the Ministry of Magic. His new grocery store in Diagon Alley was ready to open, allowing Cain to recycle potions and magical materials while selling some concoctions brewed by Guy. Cain had grand ambitions to collect rare alchemical products but was cautious about the potential for deception from unscrupulous wizards. He relied on Guy's expertise in potions and magical materials, confident that his friend could help navigate the complexities of the market. In his pursuit of acquiring rare magical ingredients, Cain had taken steps to seek out Newt Scamander, a renowned magi-zoologist, hoping to learn about the elusive phoenix blood and flesh. He visited several bookstores to gather information about Scamander's whereabouts, but the shopkeepers were unhelpful. Undeterred, Cain left a letter for Scamander, expressing his admiration and hope that it would reach him. He included a donation intended for the protection of magical creatures and inquired specifically about the phoenix's genetic material. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, Hermione found an empty compartment and settled in. Shortly thereafter, a plump boy knocked on the door, looking hesitant. Hermione learned his name as Neville Longbottom, a fellow first-year who, like her, came from a complicated background. Despite her upbringing, Hermione retained her innate desire to help others, and when Neville introduced himself, she eagerly welcomed him inside. As they began to chat, Hermione's extensive knowledge of spells and magical creatures impressed Neville, who felt a mix of admiration and shyness in her presence. Hermione, who loved to engage with others and share her knowledge, found herself enjoying their conversation. When Neville discovered that his toad was missing, Hermione immediately offered her assistance, eager to help her new friend. "Don't worry, Neville. We'll find your toad," she reassured him with a determined smile. The two of them set off through the train, politely asking fellow students if they had seen a toad. Hermione was considerate, ensuring she didn't intrude on anyone's space and maintaining a cheerful demeanor even when met with grumpy responses. As they moved to the next carriage, Hermione noticed a group of 3 first-years gathered outside another compartment, blocking the entrance. Curious, she approached them, hoping they might have seen Neville's toad. "Excuse me, may I bother you? Have you seen a toad?" "It belongs to Neville Longbottom," she asked politely. One boy, pale and smug, smirked at her. "Neville? That Longbottom kid who doesn't look like he's from a pure-blood family. I doubt he'll be able to find his pet this time. Next, he might forget the way home," he taunted, eliciting laughter from his companions. Hermione felt a surge of indignation at their cruelty. "Why do you laugh at Neville? Just because he's not a pureblood doesn't mean he deserves to be mocked. Even outside the wizarding world, that kind of behavior is just impolite," she retorted, her small frame standing tall with conviction. She had heard stories from her godfather about the prejudices in the wizarding world, but this was the first time she had encountered it firsthand. Uneducated. It seems like you don't know the history of pureblood families, you ignorant mudblood, the boy sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Hermione felt her grip tighten around her wand, hidden discreetly in her sleeve. She wasn't entirely sure what to do, but she would not let them intimidate her or Neville. Just as she prepared to respond, a voice from within the compartment interrupted her thoughts. Draco Malfoy, a boy named Harry Potter, called out, identifying the smug first year. That's his name. Encouraged by Harry's intervention, Hermione continued, so, Draco Malfoy from a pure-blood family, huh? You should really learn some manners. Malfoy, realizing he couldn't intimidate Hermione, attempted to cast a spell to silence her. But before he could finish, Hermione quickly countered. Silencio, she shouted, effectively silencing him. Malfoy's expression turned to shock as he realized he could no longer speak. Looks like you can't find your toad here either, Neville. Let's keep looking, Hermione said, trying to ease the tension and moving away from the bullies. As they left, Neville looked both relieved and confused. Thanks, Hermione. I've never had anyone stand up for me like that. After searching the train thoroughly, they eventually boarded the boats headed for Hogwarts. It was there that Hagrid pointed out Neville's lost toad, much to everyone's relief. Hermione's mood lifted at the sight of Neville cradling his pet in his arms, feeling a sense of accomplishment for helping her friend. However, her happiness was short-lived as she caught sight of Draco Malfoy again. The encounter left a bitter taste in her mouth. She was determined to not let such prejudice affect her studies or friendships. Now, she was more focused on her primary task, delivering her godfather's letter to Professor Dumbledore. Cain's absence from London meant she had to act quickly to assist him. The next day, Hermione seized an opportunity after class. With her hand raised, she approached Professor McGonagall, her heart racing slightly. Professor, I have a letter for Professor Dumbledore from my godfather. Could you please pass it on, she requested, her voice steady despite her nerves. McGonagall nodded, taking the letter with a reassuring smile. Of course, Hermione. I'll ensure it reaches him, she replied. As Hermione walked away, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders, allowing her to concentrate fully on her studies. In the principal's office, Professor McGonagall arrived and placed the letter on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore, I think you should take a look at this. It was passed to me by a student's godfather. He doesn't seem to know your address. Dumbledore, intrigued, opened the letter and began to read. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the name. Ah, I believe I know this gentleman. It seems he also reached out to Newt Scamander, he mused aloud. Mr. Pent? McGonagall asked, adjusting her glasses as she leaned closer to read the letter. Interesting. I assumed he was simply a muggle, but it seems he has quite a connection to our world. Yes, indeed. But what do you think we should do? The decision ultimately falls to you, as always, she said, looking at him expectantly. Professor McGonagall respected Dumbledore's judgment, especially regarding matters involving magical creatures. Only I can make this decision. While Cornelius Fudge may support my actions, I can sense his underlying fear of my power. But I am not Tom Riddle, Dumbledore replied, stroking Fawkes' feathers thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. This will be for the best of Hogwarts, won't it, Fawkes? The phoenix emitted a soft trill in response, as if in agreement. With that, Dumbledore set forth his plans, knowing that both the future of Hogwarts and the magical creatures they protected would benefit from this new collaboration. Chapter 71, C71. In the Marvel Universe, Cain felt a sense of exhilaration that he couldn't shake off. The cost is indeed substantial, but the reward is equally great, he mused, reflecting on the recent developments. After waiting several days for a reply from Dumbledore, he was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of the White Wizard King. Not only had Dumbledore provided the flesh and blood of a phoenix, but he had also included feathers and tears, all of which were incredibly valuable materials. Gold consumes less than 1/3 of our resources, and considering the size of the magical world, this is all we can manage, Cain thought. The flesh and blood of 4 dragon species, along with materials from various magical creatures, underscored the vast power of galleons in the magical realm. Cain knew that preserving these rare materials was essential. With the exception of those intended for research, he could store the rest in the space backpack grid of his system. As for research, Rick is a suitable choice. I'll have him set up a dedicated team for me, Cain decided after careful consideration. Rick, a researcher in Killian's team, had an impressive academic background and demonstrated strong research capabilities. His commitment to the Extremis virus project stemmed from a personal quest to find a cure for his daughter. Since Cain was now promoting the Extremis virus initiative, he promised Rick similar benefits. Rick's desperation for funds to treat his daughter was palpable. He was doing everything in his power to maintain her medical treatment, which explained why he was eager to assist Cain. $1,000 was a generous offer, Cain thought, knowing how much Rick needed it. Betty, please have the driver pick me up and take me to the Biological Research Center. How are things progressing with the tasks I assigned you last time? Cain instructed. Betty Ross was taken aback by Cain's sudden call. Her boss had been missing for several days, and now he was contacting her out of the blue. I understand, boss. Driver Paul will be at your doorstep in half an hour. Everything is going smoothly. Currently, we have 7 individuals willing to join the project, she replied. Though Betty held the title of assistant at the Biological Research Center, her role extended beyond mere clerical tasks. She also managed Cain's schedule, a necessary function given her lucrative salary. In truth, she relished her boss's extended absences, which allowed her to delve deeper into the center's experimental projects without constant directives from Cain. 20 minutes later, Paul arrived at Cain's residence. The driver was known for his reliability and quiet demeanor. Upon arriving at the research center, Cain was greeted by Betty, who rushed to update him on recent developments. Your identity is proving quite useful, Cain noted. Betty had successfully contacted 19 experts and researchers in the field of biological genetics, but only 7 had definitively accepted his invitation. The others either had ongoing projects or were skeptical of Cain's confidential initiative, assuming it was a facade. The 7 who accepted were not particularly prominent, they seemed to be the overlooked members of their former teams. However, Betty held them in high regard, believing they could contribute meaningfully to Cain's research center. Cain intended to assess these individuals to determine their compatibility with Rick's potential research team. As they approached the research room, Cain paused and said to Betty, "This concludes your report for today. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Please arrange a dinner reservation for me. If possible, add 1 more guest." "Okay. Boss," Betty replied, her annoyance tempered by a smile. Although she wished to explore the laboratory, she knew Cain wouldn't permit her entry. The center enforced strict security protocols. Even with an ID, Betty couldn't gain access. With a forced smile, she turned away, but her mind was racing with ideas. "Ladies and gentlemen, how is the research progressing?" Cain inquired upon entering the laboratory. Maya and Killian quickly updated him on their progress with the Extremis virus project. Under Cain's guidance, they had successfully cultured the cell genes of the Extremis virus with those from 2 different animals, achieving favorable results in mice and apes. If these results continued to hold, the next step would involve conducting market research. The Extremis virus showed remarkable effectiveness in repairing cellular damage and enhancing bioelectric functions. Cain envisioned a future where he could create superhumans, though he aimed to limit the effects significantly. He considered that the serum could ultimately be marketed only as a means to regenerate severed limbs, ensuring that all other enhancement effects would be removed. This would safeguard Cain from allegations of creating superhumans and allow his biomedical company to maintain a reputable image. Remember, he instructed Maya and Killian, we must weaken the serum's effects by at least 90% before releasing it to the public. While musing to himself, if we can only offer limb regeneration, we'll be an excellent biomedical company. However, if we mass-produce superhumans, we'll be contending with entire corporations, like the Umbrella Company from Resident Evil. After listening to Maya and Killian's reports, Cain urged them to expedite their progress. He then turned to Rick. "Mr. Rick, I need you to assemble another research team. You fit my selection criteria perfectly." Rick froze at Cain's invitation, glancing around the room at his colleagues. While he typically followed orders without complaint, he was undeniably Killian's most reliable assistant. The unexpected attention from Cain caught him off guard. Killian felt a twinge of reluctance as he saw Rick being called away. However, he recognized Cain's authority. The Extremis project had reached a pivotal breakthrough, and Cain was still the boss. There was little Killian could do but accept it. Rick was escorted to an unused research room. "Mr. Rick, I need your assistance with a crucial research project. In return, your daughter will be among the first to receive the mature extremis virus serum, and the company will cover her treatment costs. All I require from you is absolute confidentiality and adherence to my directives," Cain stated. Initially dazed, Rick soon realized the magnitude of this opportunity. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, of course. I understand." "Excellent," Cain replied. "I trust you will remember my conditions. Next, I'll assign you your research tasks. As for personnel, I recommend individuals from our current team, but you may seek out others as long as they can maintain secrecy." As Cain finished speaking, another version of himself entered the room, startling Rick. The duplicate's appearance served as both a demonstration of Cain's power and a subtle warning to Rick. Although Rick was generally trustworthy, Cain was determined to prevent any potential leaks. The research concerning magical creatures' flesh and blood cells was too sensitive to risk any exposure. Cain planned to triple the security measures at this research site. Unfortunately, without an advanced AI system like Jarvis, he had to rely on more traditional security protocols. After dinner, Paul drove Cain back to the villa. Just as Cain was about to exit the car, he stopped Betty, who was reaching for the door handle. "Betty, I would love to invite you in for tea, but it may not be convenient at the moment." "I promise to host you next time," he said. Caught off guard, Betty hesitated, unsure if she should insist on staying or respect his wishes. But Cain swiftly motioned for Paul to drive away, ensuring Betty was sent home. With the Marvel world managed, Cain prepared for his next venture into the realm of ninjas. Armed with newfound abilities and the extremis virus combined with his space shuttle system, he felt invincible. Unless the second Hokage resurrected and marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique, no one could threaten his life. Once in the ninja world, Cain was determined to seek revenge, especially against the third Hokage and Danzo, who had used Umbu to order attacks against him. They were his primary targets, and he would not rest until he had confronted them. Chapter 72, C-72. "Aya, long time no see," Cain said with a smile as he entered the room. Aya looked stunned for a moment but quickly gathered herself and hurried forward to greet him. "Boss, you're back." Cain had been away for a considerable time, attending to various business matters in different realms, and he had quite a few things to manage upon his return. But his primary concern was Aya and her affairs, and her slightly altered demeanor didn't escape his notice. "You seem surprised, Aya. Did something happen while I was away?" Cain asked with a curious look. At this, Aya averted her gaze, her head lowering almost as if in admission of a mistake. Sensing her discomfort, Cain reassured her, "Go and prepare the recent account book. You know I don't place a high value on wealth. If there were losses, don't feel bad about it." Nodding, Aya replied, "Understood, boss. I'll prepare it immediately." She turned to leave, but Cain stopped her once more. "Wait a moment. Give me your Chamber of Commerce badge," he instructed. Surprised but obedient, Aya removed the badge from her collar, handing it over. Cain handed her a new one, which she clipped onto her collar without question before hurrying off to gather the necessary documents. Being in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's general accounts, Aya also oversaw some of the dealings in both Konoha village and surrounding towns. Once alone, Cain examined the badge closely, extracting a small eavesdropping chip from it. From his space backpack, he retrieved a computer, uploaded the recording, and set it to an audio-to-text transcription, allowing him to quickly skim through. After reviewing the logs, he understood why Aya seemed tense. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Aya entered, respectfully handing him several accounting documents. "Boss, here are the accounts, sorted by region, category, and personnel updates," she reported. "Thank you," Cain replied, flipping through the documents. The chamber's revenue was quite promising, especially in the casinos, which had grown by 50% over the past 4 months. Cain's ventures now spanned multiple countries, with 4 casinos generating solid revenue, and projections for next year appeared even more optimistic. Though less lucrative than the casinos, Cain's line of desserts and high-calorie sweets was immensely popular in the Land of Fire, especially among ninjas. These sweets, designed to quickly restore mood, were in high demand, and his products had achieved a near-legendary status among civilians and ninjas alike. In Konoha, the ledger showed steady, conservative growth. Miwa, another trusted associate, had sensibly chosen to maintain stability rather than aggressively expand operations in Cain's absence. Generous donations to the orphanages were ongoing, building Cain's reputation as a benefactor. By providing food and shelter for war orphans both inside and outside Konoha, Cain had become a highly regarded figure among the populace. These orphanages, particularly in war-torn areas, were invaluable. Many civilians, even with parents present, couldn't afford to feed their children adequately. Yet thanks to Cain's initiatives, the orphanages ensured that children had food, shelter, and even education. However, these efforts consumed considerable resources. Around 70% of Cain's income from 13 shops in Konoha village, plus his book royalties, went directly into funding these facilities. Regarding the Land of Water, Cain noted that the transactions with Miss Shinobi, which he usually managed personally, might require his attention again soon. After Aya finished presenting the ledgers, she lingered, hesitating. Noticing her discomfort, Cain raised an eyebrow. "Is there something else, Aya?" After a brief pause, she handed him a list, explaining, "Boss, this is a list of newly recruited personnel. I'm concerned that some may not fit well within the Chamber of Commerce." Cain waved it off with a smile. "It's not a big deal, Aya, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. For now, let's adjust your responsibilities. Focus solely on the desserts and food expansions. I'll assign others to handle the casino operations." Aya nodded, clearly relieved. She couldn't shake the feeling that Cain saw through her completely, as if he knew every detail of her thoughts. Yet she felt reassured, knowing she could depend on Cain's sense of justice and integrity. He was generous, genuinely invested in good deeds, and respected the Senju clan's principles. Once Aya left, Cain considered the next steps for the Chamber of Commerce, pondering potential replacements who could handle Aya's former duties. He had high hopes for Yukushi Nono, a promising candidate who was expected to complete her training with Tsunade within a few years. Yukushi Nono might even become the first person under Cain's command to test the new extremist virus serum tailored specifically for ninja enhancement. Soon after, Cain summoned Kakuzu's subordinates to relay a mission. Handing over a mission briefing, Cain instructed, "Deliver this to Kakuzu. There's a caravan traveling to the Land of Waves soon. Here's the route and a list of the personnel. It would be best if none were left behind." The mission, Cain explained, would eliminate a group of individuals recently planted by Konoha as spies. While they might not possess any secrets, Cain wanted no loose ends. As his envoy left, Cain added, "Tell Kakuzu the mission reward is in the escort box." The so-called spies from Konoha might possess a few skills, but they were far from formidable, barely up to Chunin level. Yukushi Nono, the only one capable of significant espionage among ninjas, wouldn't make such minor mistakes. With Kakuzu's help, Cain could effortlessly clear this group while securing a hefty reward. Cain's responsibilities in the Land of Fire continued to grow. The war orphans under his care were ready to commence weapons training, with plans to expand war orphan shelters across the Land of Fire and smaller nations. These shelters would provide safe spaces, discipline, and skills, giving Cain both goodwill and a formidable reserve of loyal young warriors. Modern warfare required extensive units to wield maximum firepower, but Cain had an advantage in his shadow clone technique. Thanks to his proficiency in the Hashirama cells, Cain's clones could last for extended periods, performing multiple tasks simultaneously. However, another matter required his attention, the delayed business transaction with Kirigakure. The Land of Waves had sufficient resources reserved for Mist Shinobi, but Cain knew a personal visit was overdue. He wondered if Mist Shinobi's bloodline clans might be open to further cooperation. Though armament and weapons trading were complex fields, Cain was confident in his abilities to manage this delicate partnership, strengthening both his reputation and strategic alliances. For now, he prepared to finalize the Chamber's personnel adjustments, solidify his goodwill ventures, and fortify his business ties across countries. Whether dealing with allies or adversaries, Cain approached each step with meticulous planning and a steady resolve. With his resources, loyal followers, and shadow clones, Cain was ready to expand his influence, ensuring stability of his growth. Chapter 73, C73. I'm sorry, sir. Business has been busy recently, which caused a delay. Cain apologized, acknowledging that he was 2 months late in delivering what Kirigakure urgently needed, medicines. Such a delay might have led to casualties. However, the Mist Shinobi representative remained composed, responding with understanding. "It's all right," he said. "The stock you reserved at the Land of Waves pharmacy has sustained us until now. After this transaction, Mist Shinobi will need more supplies, especially medicine. It's been a while since we've restocked." At present, Cain owned 7 shipping vessels, 3 purchased and 4 built independently. Although steam-powered vessels were available, an industrial revolution had yet to take hold, making this mechanical advancement somewhat unusual. After confirming the transaction details, Cain prepared to load the shipment, with Mist Shinobi representatives overseeing the entire process. The value of this cargo exceeded 100 million Ryo, and Mist Shinobi had sent a Jonin and 5 Chunin for protection, each concealing their identities by refraining from wearing their village forehead protectors. As Cain surveyed the Mist Shinobi team, he noticed that the leader, a Jonin, seemed eager to speak with him. Seizing an opportunity, Cain approached him directly. "Is there something you'd like to discuss?" Cain asked. The Mist Shinobi Jonin looked momentarily surprised before nodding. "Was I that obvious?" "My apologies, Mr. Cain," he replied, lowering his voice and scanning his surroundings. "I am here not only to facilitate this transaction but also to make an additional request. Mist Shinobi requires more than just medicines." Kirigakuru's internal situation had worsened under the rule of the third Mizukage, who had imposed increasingly cruel and restrictive policies. Among these was a brutal mandate that ninja, when captured, were to destroy their own brains to prevent enemy intelligence gathering. Furthermore, the Mizukage's regulations demanded ninja meet monthly quotas of completed missions. Failing to meet this quota forced them into high-risk assignments in enemy territories. Even the Ninja Academy had seen a troubling shift in its policies. During the graduation exams, students were required to use actual weapons, and bouts continued even if one side was seriously injured. Students could even earn high marks for killing their opponents. These changes had alarmed the Terumi clan, a modest ninja clan with only a few Jonin and Chunin. Although small, they, too, were subject to the Mizukage's policies. Third Mizukage is no longer focused on the village's development, the Jonin continued gravely. The atmosphere in Kirigakure has become increasingly hostile, with ninja clashes escalating. There have been incidents where civilian merchants were nearly drawn into these conflicts. Cain nodded, absorbing this new information. He hadn't anticipated that Kirigakure's political climate would deteriorate so drastically in the months since his last visit. The Mist Shinobi Jonin hesitated before continuing, "Mr. Cain, regarding our additional request." "Additional supplies?" Cain interrupted with a nod. "Of course. I am a businessman, after all. There's no reason for me to decline a mutually beneficial transaction." After reassuring the Mist Shinobi Jonin, Cain suggested a broader collaboration. "However, I believe we could go further with this partnership, Shin-san. It's unwise to put all your eggs in one basket. We can establish diversified arrangements for added security." They discussed various forms of collaboration, from artisan training to covert task assignments. Though Cain didn't fully trust Terumi Shin at first, he recognized the benefits of dealing with Kirigakure's influential clans. This alliance could pave the way for future recruitment within Mist Shinobi. Given the current turmoil in Kirigakure, Cain hoped to ally with the descendants of smaller bloodline clans who might soon find themselves on the run. After finalizing the deal, Cain shifted his focus to his operations in the Land of Waves. Here, he ran 2 factories. The first, a fresh food processing plant, offered the local fishing community a steady source of income. Though this venture yielded modest profits, it secured goodwill from the Land of Waves inhabitants. In fact, more than 70% of local fishermen relied on Cain's business for their livelihood. The pharmaceutical factory, however, was far more crucial. With 50 guards on site and a workforce composed solely of locals, Cain had taken extensive measures to protect this operation. The factory's 2 head guards were individuals handpicked by Cain, each with families dependent on his goodwill, significantly reducing the likelihood of betrayal. Additionally, the manufacturing process depended on specialized chemical raw materials, making it nearly impossible for competitors to replicate his formulas. Cain instructed his guards in firearms training, sparing no expense on ammunition. These forces were a fraction of his goal to recruit 1,000 gun-wielding guards, but it was a promising start. Handing a list of names to an associate at an underground gold exchange, Cain's shadow clone arranged for a bounty on several high-value targets. The transaction was substantial enough to catch the attention of the exchange's regional manager, who nodded in understanding. "Quite the list, Mr. I see you harbor deep grievances against the Land of Fire," the manager remarked. "We've had our fair share of unusual requests, but the first two names on this list, well, those will be challenging." He pointed to the names at the top, the third Hokage and Danzo of Konoha village. "Assassinating these two would be a monumental task," he cautioned. "Even if they venture outside the village, they're unlikely to be without substantial protection. Can you do it?" "It's all about probabilities," the manager continued with a wry smile. "At 100 million Ryo per target, this is the largest reward we've ever encountered. With stakes this high, the shadows of other villages might be tempted to intervene. A bounty of this magnitude was unprecedented. During peacetime, Konoha received an annual budget of around 100 million Ryo from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Allocations to other villages were even less, with the Land of Lightning being a notable exception. If not for a lack of intelligence, the kages of rival villages might very well mobilize elite ninja to hunt Konoha's leadership." Cain's shadow clone responded, "Understood. Regular reconnaissance will follow." With that, the clone departed, dissolving into a cloud of smoke in a secluded area. Receiving the clone's memories, Cain rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. Though the odds are slim, it's still a calculated step. His vengeance would not be limited to direct assassination attempts. Disguised as different individuals, his shadow clones placed additional bounties at underground exchanges in other countries. This time, the targets were Konoha's border strongholds. If each village eliminated 3 of Konoha's frontier outposts, Konoha would suffer considerable losses, losing up to 100 ninja, a significant blow in peacetime. This strategy would hurt Konoha and potentially delay any suspicions toward Cain himself. Instead, they might interpret these actions as a prelude to war. Shadows slain outside the battlefield included notable figures such as the second Hokage, the second Raikage, and several other prominent leaders across the 5 great nations. With each tactical decision, Cain inched closer to his objective, knowing well that in the complex landscape of the ninja world, revenge required patience and precision. Chapter 74, C-74. "Hiruzen, what did you call me for?" Danzo entered the Hokage's office, noticing the unusually serious atmosphere. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, his longtime comrades Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Kohara were present. Others, including Narashiba, Hataki Sakumo, and the Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, had gathered as well. Danzo frowned slightly, sensing something critical was unfolding. Taking his seat, he waited for Sarutobi to begin. "Danzo, you're late," Hiruzen remarked sternly, setting down his dry smoking pipe. He scanned the room with a solemn expression and addressed everyone. "Now that everyone is here, let me inform you about urgent developments from the front lines. Our border strongholds in 4 key regions, the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, and the southeastern coastline, have all been attacked and compromised." The room fell silent as the implications of Sarutobi's words settled in. The others exchanged worried glances. These 4 strongholds defended against each of the major hidden villages. If these attacks were coordinated, they pointed to something far more dangerous than isolated skirmishes. "Lord Hokage," Narashiba spoke up, breaking the silence, "is it confirmed that these attacks were carried out by the 4 great ninja villages?" Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his face etched with concern. "They deny involvement, of course. But the precision and timing of the attacks make it nearly impossible to believe otherwise. Few others have the capabilities to destroy multiple strongholds simultaneously." A shadow crossed Sarutobi's face. The memory of the last great war was still fresh, and the peace they'd fought to achieve had barely lasted 3 years. Were they now on the verge of another conflict? And if the 4 great ninja villages had indeed united against Konoha, it could mean a full-scale war. "Danzo," Sarutobi turned to him, "we need intelligence. Root will handle investigations in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rivers. Umbu will take responsibility for the remaining regions." Danzo nodded, his expression betraying a hint of frustration. He had recently started a new collaboration with Orochimaru, planning to provide resources in exchange for Orochimaru's help in researching the extremis virus. But if war broke out, all his operatives would be deployed, delaying his plans indefinitely. Despite his inner misgivings, he said, "Understood." Narashiba cleared his throat and proposed, "We should increase our defenses at the borders. Doubling the number of stationed ninjas might help deter further attacks. We could also deploy 1 or 2 ninja brigades and send elite squads into enemy territories for retaliation. However, these squads should remain unidentified." He glanced towards Hatake Tsukumo, known for his discretion and skill in covert operations. Missions of this nature were his specialty. Sannin would normally be formidable candidates, but their combat styles were too distinctive to go unnoticed. He continued, "Additionally, we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, a full-blown war. Logistical supplies should be stocked, leave for the standing ninjas should be cancelled, and envoys should be dispatched to other villages to question their involvement. It's essential to space out our inquiries from our retaliation missions to avoid suspicion." Sarutobi nodded approvingly. The measures Shiba outlined were thorough and necessary pre-war precautions. Jiraiya, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, "All 4 great ninja villages attacking Konoha at once. There must be a conspiracy here. Sensei, let me go out and investigate this further." Hiruzen shot him a disapproving glare. "You're staying in Konoha, Jiraiya. I'll call on you if needed. There's no need for you to leave the village right now." Jiraiya slumped in his seat, disappointed. He had been hoping for a chance to resume his travels and tend to the war orphans he'd taken under his wing in the Land of Rain. But Hiruzen wasn't about to let his wayward student wander off under the guise of a mission. Besides, Hiruzen continued, "You have disciples to train now, Jiraiya. If you've taken on that responsibility, see it through." Realizing he wouldn't win this battle, Jiraiya grinned sheepishly and conceded, all right. I'll stay put and focus on my students." Turning to Tsunade, Hiruzen's expression softened, although tension lingered between them. They'd recently had a heated argument, and although things had improved slightly, there was still some lingering resentment. "Tsunade," he began, "I need you to coordinate with the medical ninjas. Check the stock of medical supplies." Tsunade's lips tightened as she replied, "For daily needs, we're adequately supplied. But if war breaks out, we'll be short on critical resources. I've already contacted Cain to discuss a large order, but he's the only one with the authority to approve it. I can't authorize large transactions." Hiruzen's face fell slightly. "Can you reach him?" Tsunade's temper flared. "How am I supposed to contact him? You know exactly why Cain isn't here, old man." "Enough, Tsunade." Jiraiya hissed, tugging at her sleeve. The Hokage's office was not the place for personal grievances. Swallowing her frustration, Tsunade bit back her retort and sighed, "Fine. I'll try to get in touch with him." Sarutobi's face was grim, but he pressed on with other logistical concerns, discussing coordination with the daimyo, requisitioning military supplies, and mobilizing forces. After more than 2 hours of intense planning, the meeting finally adjourned. Outside the Hokage building, Tsunade muttered bitterly, "This is all just a chain reaction of problems, and now he expects me to clean up his mess." "Tsunade," Jiraiya whispered, trying to ease her mood, "the old man isn't well these days." "Shut it, Jiraiya, or do you want a beating too?" Tsunade clenched her fist, and Jiraiya wisely backed off. She let out a huff and made her way toward Konoha Hospital. Besides managing her own students, she was leading a massive reform of the medical system, a colossal responsibility made all the heavier by the current crisis. Once Tsunade had left, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru with a shrug. "What's up with Tsunade lately?" Orochimaru's voice was a hoarse whisper. "You'll have to ask Sarutobi-sensei yourself. But I doubt he'll give you the answer you're hoping for." "Whatever," Jiraiya sighed, "I've got a disciple to train too. How about we see who raises the best student, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru smirked darkly. "Perhaps you should watch Noaki in action first, Jiraiya." With that, he left, leaving Jiraiya wondering what new intensity his rival had instilled in Noaki. Orochimaru had taken special care to drill ruthlessness into Noaki, assigning him grueling training missions that tested his limits. Noaki had emerged stronger, with newly honed wood style and snake techniques, positioning him as one of the most formidable young shinobi in Konoha. "Bah, my student's just as strong," Jiraiya muttered defensively before hurrying off to find Namikaze Minato. During his stay in the village, he planned to intensify Minato's training, hoping to prove Orochimaru wrong. Meanwhile, Cain had just returned to Konoha, intending to visit the dessert shop as usual. However, he immediately noticed the change in the village's atmosphere. There were more ninja patrolling the streets, fully armed and alert. The usual lively chatter among the villagers had disappeared, replaced by hushed conversations and hurried steps. The entire village seemed to be bracing for conflict. So, the effect was that immediate, Cain mused to himself, shaking his head. He continued on his way, but the ominous tension in the air lingered, signaling the storm Konoha was about to face. Chapter 75, C-75. He hadn't seen her in a while, and Cain suddenly noticed that Kushina had grown a lot. Although she was only 13, there was a certain charm in her presence, her fiery red hair flowing down to her waist, black stockings against her fair thighs, and the smile that blossomed when she saw him. Smiling so happily. Looks like you've saved up a bit. Go on, hand over that little orange wallet, Cain said in a gentle tone, though his words sounded more like those of a highway robber. Kushina's smile froze, as if she'd been startled out of her joy. How could those beautiful lips say such cold words? No, why was she even noticing that her boss had beautiful lips? Where's the wallet? He prompted again, extending his hand toward her. Ugh, what a waste of my excitement, boss. Kushina muttered, her expression twisting like tasting a sour lemon. Reluctantly, she pulled out a small orange wallet from her ninja bag. She had been practicing sealing techniques lately and rarely took missions, so her savings weren't much. What annoyed Kushina most was that Cain actually counted the money in front of her. After finishing, he returned the wallet with a grin, saying, "This is only enough to cover half a month's interest. Keep working hard, Kushina." With a pitiful look, Kushina whined, "Please save a bit for me, I still need to buy food. Don't eat snacks. I'll let you keep 10% for buying snacks in the future." Cain thought for a moment, realizing his teasing might be a bit much. He reached into his bag, pulled out a chocolate frog, and handed it to her. "Try this, a chocolate frog that can jump. Be careful, or it'll escape." Escape? Boss, what do you mean? Kushina asked, puzzled, as she opened the package. Inside was a frog-shaped piece of chocolate, which immediately sprang out of her hand, leaping from the box with surprising agility. But Kushina's reflexes were quick, and she caught the frog mid-jump. It wriggled in her grasp before eventually settling down. "Boss, is this a frog? Or chocolate?" "It's a chocolate frog. It'll only hop for a bit. You can eat it now." This was a magical treat Cain had bought at a dessert shop in Diagon Alley. It didn't come with any cards or English instructions, just the simplest packaging. Kushina took a small bite and, realizing it was indeed chocolate and tasted good, closed her eyes in contentment as she finished the rest of the chocolate frog. After she finished eating, Kushina approached Cain with a smile. "Boss, about that treat just now." "My shoulders are a little sore," Cain replied. Without missing a beat, Kushina began to massage his shoulders with her delicate hands. As she worked, she noticed a bit of chocolate stuck to his collar, likely from the chocolate frog she'd just eaten. For a moment, she hesitated, but then continued the massage as if she hadn't seen anything. Just then, a blonde boy wearing a forehead protector ran past nearby. Namikaze Minato was on his way to training ground number 3, summoned by his teacher for practice, when he thought he recognized someone. He backtracked a couple of steps and saw Kushina giving Cain a shoulder massage, wearing a bright, eager smile. Minato could tell she was genuinely happy, not forced. A pang hit his chest as he called out, "Kushina." He took a deep breath, determination filling him. "I'm going to be Hokage. I'll become stronger and better so I can win her heart." With this resolution, Minato continued toward training ground number 3, doubling his training load for the day. Later, Tsunade brought a freshly prepared meal to the table. Seeing it, both Noaki and Kushina grimaced. Since their team had been reduced from 3 to 2 people, they had gotten used to ordering takeout every day, enjoying better meals. But Tsunade had insisted on cooking herself, saying ninjas needed to save money, meaning Kushina and Noaki had been eating her meals every day. "Ugh, so gross." Kushina muttered under her breath and heard Tsunade asking about Cain's arrival. She then asked cautiously, "Sister Tsunade, what did you need the boss for?" "Buying medicine, of course," Tsunade replied, then turned to Noaki. And recently, I'll be checking your training progress. If you're as careless as last time, you'll be flat on your back in Konoha Hospital. Tsunade trailed off, remembering that Noaki had been injected with the new extremis virus, which allowed him to recover from even serious injuries unless he completely depleted his chakra. She quickly corrected herself, well, you know the consequences. Noaki nodded hurriedly. His close encounters with death and constant ambushes from Orochimaru's training had given him plenty of hard-won wisdom. Suddenly, Kushina spoke up, Miss Tsunade, can I take a mission outside the village? Tsunade paused, thoughtful, then replied, Kushina, I'd suggest holding off on missions for now. Once you're able to control the power of the Ninetales like Grandma Mito, then we'll talk. Kushina fell silent. She was still learning to wield the Ninetales chakra, and it had taken her 2 months just to reach a point where she could use it freely, like Grandma Mito. She wasn't sure how long it would take to reach that level of control. Grandma Mito had told her to fill it with love, but though Kushina believed she'd understood love, she wasn't quite sure how to fill it. And Grandma Mito hadn't explained in detail. When it came to Kushina's role as a Jinchuriki, Tsunade didn't have much sway. She could only ensure that Kushina was free to train and take missions within the village limits. If she wanted to leave Konoha, there wasn't anyone who would agree to it. Kushina wanted to gain full control over the Ninetales' power as quickly as possible, but without anyone to teach her, she was forced to figure things out on her own. The next morning, Tsunade headed directly to Cain's place. You didn't even let me know when you got back. Do you not think of me as a friend, she said, feigning irritation. Cain glanced at her, brought her breakfast, and replied, what's the rush? Must be some business. How did you know? Tsunade asked in surprise as she picked up the breakfast. The bread was good, but she wasn't a fan of milk. Still, since Cain had prepared it, she finished it quickly, then got down to business. Konoha needs another batch of medicines and medical supplies. The quantity is the same as before. When can you have it ready? Cain put down his glass and smiled, hold on, Tsunade. Let's discuss the price first. What's the issue with the price? Isn't it the same as before, she asked, only to see him raise 2 fingers. Cain replied, production has been tricky lately, and I offered too much of a discount last time. It's time for an adjustment. 20%, then, she suggested. Double. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Double. That's too expensive. Konoha can't afford such a high price. Cain's expression turned firm. Tsunade, some people in Konoha know what they did. Doubling the price is generous for your sake, otherwise, it would be 4 times as much. His stance was unyielding. Considering Umbu's actions last time, he felt he was being more than fair by still offering the supplies, even at twice the original price. After all, he had investments in Konoha, like Yakushi Nono and other academy students. Just tell them that, he added. Let's not let this affect our friendship. Seeing she couldn't change his mind, Tsunade sighed and prepared to relay the message to Konoha's leadership. At least she didn't leave empty-handed, she managed to snag 2 chocolate frogs. Eating those in front of Jiraiya would be fun. She had intended to ask for a few more, but Cain shut her down, saying, I didn't bring many this time. The rest are for Kushina. After sending Tsunade away, Cain noticed a letter from Yakushi Nono. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple greeting, but Cain quickly realized that Nono had embedded secret codes in the message. Cain had entrusted the funding of the orphanage for the school to Nono, and she had been managing it, including handling ninja equipment, daily expenses, and communication with the relevant parties. Nono didn't feel a deep connection to Konoha. Her gratitude was primarily directed toward the orphanage and Cain, who supported it. To her, becoming stronger and repaying Cain was her way of showing her appreciation. The letter contained a report. 4 people from the 5th grade, 6 from the 4th, 2 from the 3rd, and 7 from the 2nd were picked up by Umbu. Nono did a good job, and there are suggestions. As for the high evaluation, it's no problem providing appropriate funding for ninjutsu. After reading her report, Cain was pleased. He realized that Nono had been an invaluable asset, operating almost like an underground organization within Konoha, thanks to her status as Tsunade's disciple. Genin, who had just graduated, usually only knew shuriken techniques and body replacement, but with access to C-rank ninjutsu, their survival rate on the battlefield would increase drastically. For Cain, low-level ninjutsu, especially those with all 5 elemental attributes, was invaluable. Cain replied to her letter, noting that since her graduation, the two had rarely met. To outsiders, it may have seemed like their relationship had faded, but Cain knew that Nono was working tirelessly to strengthen herself. Training ground number 3. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw his disciple pushing through another grueling session. The amount of training the students had gone through the day before would have been enough to bring most adults to their knees, but it seemed Namikaze Minato hadn't reached his limit yet. The other 2 students, however, were too tired to even stand. Minato, I've seen your determination to get stronger. After spending some time together, I can see that both your character and talent make you perfect to be my disciple, the Toad Boy Jiraiya's apprentice. Today, I officially accept you as my disciple. Jiraiya struck an exaggerated pose, prompting an awkward round of applause from Minato, who replied, I'm very honored to be Master Jiraiya's disciple, and I'll be sure to follow your guidance in the future. Good, Jiraiya continued. As a greeting ceremony, I'll teach you a powerful technique today, the summoning technique. Jiraiya had observed Minato for a while and knew that he had a solid foundation, including proficiency in C-rank wind-style techniques. Now, he needed a signature move that could turn the tide of battle. Remember the seal for this technique, summoning technique. Jiraiya called out. He performed the summoning technique, and with a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall toad appeared at his feet, holding a large scroll in its mouth. This is the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku, Minato. After you sign the contract on it, you'll be able to summon toads to help you fight in the future. Before Jiraiya could finish explaining the summoning technique and Mount Myaboku, the toad suddenly spoke to him. Jiraiya, Master Fukasaku asked me to call you over. He said Master Fukasaku is looking for you. Don't resist when I summon you later. 76, C76. Teacher Jiraiya, is it really okay for me to be here? They might want to discuss something with you privately. Maybe I should go back to training, Namikaze Minato asked in a low, hesitant voice. He had just signed the summoning contract and was already called to the legendary summoning holy place, which left him feeling quite nervous. It's fine, Jiraiya reassured him. You're now a contractor of Mount Myaboku and my disciple. There's no harm in getting to know the Toad Sages early. He then leaned in close to Minato and whispered, if you can build a good relationship with them, it'll be a big advantage in future battles. Hearing this, Minato recalled the huge toad he'd seen just moments before and nodded. Understood, Teacher Jiraiya. I'll do my best. Jiraiya nodded, patting Minato on the shoulder. He was increasingly satisfied with this apprentice, who had a gentle attitude, a solid foundation, high talent in training, and clear goals. Sensei who recommended Minato had indeed chosen well. After a short walk, the two arrived in the depths of Mount Myaboku. The natural energy was very dense here, and streams of toad oil trickled down from the mountain. This was where the sage of Mount Myaboku resided. Jiraiya had only been here once before, today was the second time he'd been summoned. When Fukasaku saw Jiraiya, he greeted him. Little Jiraiya, you're here. And who is this? This is my disciple, Boss Fukasaku, Jiraiya replied proudly. He just signed the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, and I believe his talent makes him even more suited for that training than I am. Fukasaku nodded. Since you're also a contractor of Mount Myaboku, let's all listen together. It's rare for the Toad Sage to make a prophecy. Shima, standing nearby, muttered irritably, calling it a prophecy, more like sleep-talking. Old lady, don't disrespect the Toad Sage like that. Fukasaku protested. Just an old guy who's half asleep, Shima grumbled. I was busy when he summoned me. Their bickering woke the great Toad Sage from his slumber. All right, stop arguing, he murmured groggily. When the great Toad Sage awoke, Fukasaku and Shima stopped talking and waited for him to speak of the prophecy. The great Toad Sage paused, then blinked sleepily and asked Jiraiya, now, what brings you two here? Shima, frustrated, yelled, you old fool, didn't you summon little Jiraiya yourself? Oh, right, little Jiraiya. Which one of you is little Jiraiya again? The great toad sage often became confused after making a prophecy, and Mount Myaboku was used to it. Shima, however, didn't fully trust the sage's prophecies, believing they were merely the musings of an old toad who slept too much. Then the great toad sage addressed Jiraiya after recognition. In my latest vision, I saw a split in the future of the ninja world. You must choose to guide the child of destiny along the intended path of reform, or another, different path, one that could lead to the end of the ninja world. The end of the ninja world. Was this truly the end of everything? Jiraiya asked anxiously, Great Toad Sage, can you be more specific? What is this split? The Great Toad Sage went silent, as if struggling to recall details from his prophecy. After thousands of years, his memory was often unreliable. Finally, he spoke, the split involves a person, someone in direct opposition to the child of destiny. It would be best to locate this person. If left unchecked, even the child of destiny may not be able to save the ninja world, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt both anxious and helpless, the clues were too vague. Without specific characteristics, finding either the child of destiny or this other individual seemed impossible. All I can say is, he doesn't fit into the world of ninjas. That sort of person is likely the one you're looking for, little Jiraiya. With that, the great toad sage drifted back to sleep, exhausted. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato left Mount Myaboku feeling a heavy weight. They still hadn't identified the child of destiny, Konoha was on the brink of war, and now this dark prophecy had come from the great toad sage. Back in Konoha, Minato noticed Jiraiya's troubled expression and tried to reassure him. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm now a contractor of Mount Myaboku too, so I'll do my best to help you. Hearing this, Jiraiya smiled slightly and replied, all right, but first, you'll need to become stronger. With your current skills, you wouldn't be of much help. Yes, I'll work hard, Teacher Jiraiya, Minato said firmly, his resolve strengthened not only for Jiraiya's worries, but also for someone he cared deeply about. Tsunade passed on Cain's words to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly crushed his pipe when he heard the demand to double the price. Tsunade, this price? Old man, don't look at me. Cain was very clear, and he said that you all know what you've done. I seem to be the only one in the dark here, caught in the middle. Tsunade replied in frustration. She was fed up with being caught between both sides, and she announced that, from now on, she wouldn't handle these matters. The Konoha hospital she managed wasn't the logistics department. With that, she left the Hokage building. After she was gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen called in Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Udatane Koharu. When they were all assembled, he relayed Tsunade's message to them. Boom. Udatane Koharu slammed her hand on the table in anger. Double the amount. This man has no shame. The price is already high, where is Konoha supposed to find the money if it's doubled? Mitokado Hamura frowned and asked, hasn't our cooperation been good so far? There must be a reason for this sudden increase. Hiruzen, Danzo, what have you done? Udatane Koharu, in charge of finances, and Mitokado Hamura, in charge of logistics, were already stretched thin with military supplies. Now there was a major issue with medical supplies as well. Many critical medicines came exclusively from Cain. Other medical supplies, like bandages, were also sourced from the Cain Chamber of Commerce, leaving Konoha with no time and few alternatives. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained silent under Mitokado Hamura's questioning. The matter had been a calculated risk, sanctioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it had unexpectedly backfired. A foreign merchant daring to threaten us. Hiruzen, let Root handle this, Udatane Koharu suggested coldly. Her ideal solution involved getting the drug formulas, though previous attempts by Konoha Hospital had failed. Tsunade, who was best suited to decipher them, was occupied with other matters. Danzo replied in a deep voice, it's difficult. Root has already tried, but he seems to know a kind of space-time ninjutsu. We'd need a specific barrier to trap him. As disciples of the second Hokage, they knew well the challenges of space-time ninjutsu. Had their retreat not been covered back then, and with the strength of the Gold and Silver brothers, the second Hokage's strength alone wouldn't have saved them. The two Root squads are considered top-notch in terms of strength, able to capture the average Jonin. But against space-time ninjutsu, numbers don't matter, and preemptive poisoning is equally useless. As for poisoning and illusions, they're probably ineffective, Danzo added. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo knew how resilient Noaki had become after being injected with the Extremis virus. He had basic immunity to illusions and toxins, and could fully recover from severed limbs within a minute. His resilience was practically unmatched. And on top of that, Cain could also wield a mysterious spacetime ninjutsu. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, Mitokedo Hamura felt a wave of dizziness from the pressure now falling on him. But he had no solutions. Glancing at Udatane Koharu, he said, "It's too late to find a new merchant. Can you scrape together the funds?" "Absolutely not, unless Hiruzen can get the daimyo to approve a batch of war funds," Udatane Koharu shot back. Konoha's income was limited, even covering pensions would be impossible if they spent all their money on medical supplies. So after hearing Hamura's words, she passed the problem to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of his pipe, allowing the silence to linger before he finally said, "I'll have Tsunade negotiate again. If it doesn't work, buy some essentials for now. In the meantime, both of you should try to find any alternatives." "I understand, Hiruzen," Mitokedo Hamura replied, but he still felt a sense of helplessness. The Cain Chamber of Commerce's medical supplies were nearly monopolizing the Fire Country. And if Cain decided to bundle his products, they couldn't simply buy only what they needed. "Hiruzen, give me the enchantment core for a while," Danzo suddenly said, resolved. It wasn't just for Konoha, it was for himself. He needed his strength restored. After seeing Noaki's abilities, Danzo's desire for the Extremis virus serum reached its peak. Recovering from any injury, plus having Wood Styles' bloodline ability, if he could attain this power, then the fourth Hokage's seat would be within his reach. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo carefully. "Danzo, are you aiming for?" Danzo replied firmly, "Yes." Tobarama-sensei left an incomplete spacetime ninjutsu barrier. If the enchantment core and sealing core work together to perfect it, we might have a chance. After a moment of silence in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, "Very well. The sealing core and enchantment core are yours for now." Chapter 77, C-77. Miss Tsunade, Senior Orochimaru. Kushina blushed and shyly stopped massaging Cain's legs. Over the past 2 days, no one had paid much attention to her, and in exchange for those magical snacks, she'd gone from rubbing his shoulders to massaging his back, and now even his legs. Today, though, just as she was about to earn her snacks through her services, Tsunade and Orochimaru walked in, catching her in the act. This left Kushina feeling embarrassed. She could justify her actions to herself, but it was different when seen by familiar faces. Tsunade scoffed, "You bastard, making Kushina do this kind of thing." "There's nothing wrong with exchanging labor for payment, Tsunade," Cain replied calmly. He stroked Kushina's red hair, smiling, and handed her a bag of magic snacks from a nearby cabinet. "Let's stop here for today." "Thank you, boss." Kushina beamed, taking the bag of snacks. But she quickly realized that Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Cain had things to discuss, so she stood up, dusted off her black stockings, and said goodbye. As Kushina left, she remembered she had wanted to gripe a bit to the boss. Since Grandma Mito's passing, she'd taken on more responsibilities, and now, for a few snacks, she was rubbing her boss's shoulders and legs. "Darn boss." Kushina chuckled to herself, hopping like a rabbit toward the sealing class. She was currently working there, and although the youngest, her sealing skills were among the best. Before Kushina left, Tsunade caught a glimpse of the snacks in the bag and started planning to borrow at least half of them from Kushina later. Her own expenses had recently gone through the roof, all her mission rewards and Noaki's earnings had been used to pay off her gambling debts, leaving her scrambling to find someone to cover her food and drinks. Right now, for example, she'd sent Noaki off for taijutsu training, and she'd dragged Orochimaru along to meet Cain, hoping to grab a drink after their business was done. Konoha's negotiations with Cain for medical supplies were almost complete, and the village had no choice but to accept his terms. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could somehow manage to capture Cain, along with all his secrets and without leaking any information, there wasn't much else they could do. Tsunade had come to deliver Konoha's medical supply list, and since Cain had something to discuss with Orochimaru, she brought him along. Cain's izakaya was just a few steps away. After being seated, Tsunade eagerly waited for the wine to arrive and downed a bottle with delight. With her bold, almost reckless way of drinking, it was only her beauty and striking figure that made her seem like a woman at all. As the three of them were chatting and drinking, the curtain suddenly lifted, and someone poked his head in. Spotting Tsunade and Orochimaru, he said in surprise, "I thought I heard wrong, but it really is you, Tsunade, Orochimaru." It was Jiraiya, the other member of the Sannin, peeking in. Cain recalled meeting him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, where Jiraiya had stayed to teach Nagato and the others. Apparently, he had returned. "And you," Jiraiya continued, looking at Cain, "I remember now, Cain, right? Tsunade, let's make it a bigger table. I've got 3 on my side." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and shrugged. "Do what you want, just remember you're paying the bill." Joining Jiraiya were 2 familiar faces, Konoha Jonin Kato Dan and Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya, having been away, hadn't been filled in on recent events, and nobody was willing to explain. After all, Konoha's actions hadn't exactly been transparent. However, Jiraiya quickly livened the atmosphere, even getting Cain to talk about Yahiko, Conan, and the others from the Land of Rain. Though Cain had wanted to avoid getting too involved with Nagato and his friends, he knew Nagato, now bearing the transplanted Rinnegan, was being watched by at least 2 white Zetsu. After a few rounds, Jiraiya started speaking more freely. Taking another drink, he muttered with frustration, "The ninja world's been restless lately, and it's delaying my search for the Child of Prophecy." The Great Toad Sage's prophecy was no secret to anyone. Jiraiya even planned to write a book about his journey to find this Child of Prophecy, and their role in changing the ninja world. Many in Konoha were aware of Jiraiya's ambition, though few took it seriously. Tsunade and Orochimaru especially were skeptical, scoffing at the idea of a Destiny Child, and dismissing Jiraiya's idealism as even more naive than a first-year ninja's. Yet Jiraiya remained stubborn, convinced his vision of peace would someday come true, which soon led to a spirited argument with Tsunade. "Cain, do you think Jiraiya's dream might actually come true?" Tsunade asked, her face flushed as she dragged Cain into the discussion. Both she and Jiraiya were known for their strong tempers, and Tsunade, already irked by Jiraiya's antics, was clearly skeptical. After Tsunade spoke, everyone turned to Cain, as if waiting for his answer. Minato and Kato Dan exchanged curious glances, seemingly interested in his take as well. "Peace can last for a time," Cain said thoughtfully, "but the idea of completely eradicating war, that's another story. Peace and war reflect each other, like light and darkness, they exist as opposites." Before Cain could finish, a drunken Jiraiya interrupted, "So you're on Tsunade's side, too?" "Just you wait, Master Jiraiya, will find the Child of Prophecy sooner or later and change this ninja world." Cain simply smiled, unwilling to argue further with Jiraiya. The idea of a ninja calling for an end to war was, to Cain, almost a contradiction in itself. Ninja life, by its nature, thrived on missions and conflicts. Ninja regulations, mission commissions, and the contracts between the villages and their respective countries all emphasized one fact: ninjas were, in essence, instruments of war. To end war would mean to end the role of the ninja entirely. But none of that mattered much to Cain. Whether in peace or in war, he could always find a way to profit. Later, Cain found himself back at his residence, and before long, Orochimaru entered. "Cain-san, what can I do for you?" Orochimaru asked. Although he'd had quite a bit to drink, he could easily burn off the alcohol with chakra, a trick every seasoned ninja mastered. Orochimaru, having noticed Cain had something specific to discuss, had made his way to Cain's place as soon as the gathering ended. "I'd like to ask you for a favor, if you're interested," Cain began, serving 2 cups of tea. Noting Orochimaru's intrigued expression, he continued, "I want you to develop a spell seal technique that can influence or control a person through chakra. Is that feasible? To influence or control someone? That sort of technique isn't difficult," Orochimaru replied, considering it thoughtfully. "There are many similar jutsu in the ninja world. What you're asking for could be achieved with just a few minor modifications." For Orochimaru, creating a technique to influence someone was only a rudimentary task. There were seals as powerful as the root's tongue-cursing seal, which could prevent the bearer from revealing secrets. Cain's request could be realized with a slight adjustment, as chakra inherently involved spiritual energy. "Cain-san, I believe we could deepen our cooperation," Orochimaru suggested, his eyes glinting with interest. Danzo had also approached him recently, but Danzo's offers were limited. He only provided funding and test subjects while constantly prying into the extremis virus serum. As a student of the Hokage, Orochimaru already had access to forbidden techniques, and Cain could offer resources beyond what Danzo could. To Orochimaru, Cain was a far more promising partner. Danzo simply sought to extract value without offering any true advantages in return. Cain, however, had exactly what he wanted. Of course, Orochimaru. It would be wonderful if more of Konoha's leadership thought like you, Cain remarked. He had originally intended for a long-term partnership with Orochimaru, but now, under scrutiny from Konoha's top brass, such cooperation needed to be concealed. If exposed, even Orochimaru, as a Hokage disciple, would find it troublesome. However, our partnership must remain hidden. If it were to be exposed, it would create difficulties, even with your position. But if you were to become the fourth Hokage, then we could expand our collaboration freely. You'd have the authority and strength, I have the skills and resources. The mention of fourth Hokage gave Orochimaru pause. Among Konoha's elite, only a handful were considered eligible for the position: Hatake Sakumo, the Sannin, and the Uchiha clan's patriarch. The others lacked either the age, strength, or reputation. It may be years before the chance for fourth Hokage arises, Orochimaru mused, but for now, hiding our dealings from Umbu won't be easy, especially given Lord Hiruzen's watchful eye. Your situation is rather delicate, Cain. My summoning snakes could be useful here. They're discreet, able to send messages and items, and they can alert us if needed, assuming, of course, that you aren't afraid of snakes. Cain was momentarily taken aback, then gave it some thought. Initially, he had considered giving Orochimaru a remote communication device, but in the ninja world, signal towers didn't exist. The summoning snakes of Ryuchi Cave, though slightly unnerving, were indeed a suitable alternative for secure exchanges. Very well, Orochimaru, Cain agreed. In the following days, Cain continued to enjoy his time in Konoha. Besides Kushina's massages, he equipped Yakushi Nono with a small communication device and signal equipment with enough range to cover all of Konoha. This setup allowed Nono to communicate covertly with others and stay in touch with Cain without detection. Meanwhile, Danzo made significant progress. After consulting Tobirama's notes, he instructed the barrier team and transferred personnel from the sealing team. Together, they perfected a barrier capable of restricting spacetime jutsu. Within this barrier, even the summoning technique was unusable. After testing it himself, Danzo brought the results to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it's ready. When will we proceed? Danzo asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long puff from his pipe, then replied, tomorrow night. I'll give Tsunade a mission first to get her out of the village. I'll also send 3 Umbu teams. I'll add 2 route squads for extra security, Danzo added. Inwardly, he thought of the rewards to come. Capturing Cain would grant him access to the extremis virus serum, allowing him to heal his injuries. He could almost see himself wielding with style, rising to become the 4th Hokage. Chapter 78, C78. In the middle of the night, the sky was like a pitch-black curtain, completely obscuring the stars. Cain, who only needed about 3 hours of sleep to maintain his energy, was wide awake, studying biology. He felt it was a waste not to develop his talent further, especially since his goal of becoming stronger would rely heavily on advances in human biology. He wasn't one to hand over control of his body entirely to researchers, though he allowed them to handle certain parts of his work. The new extremis virus served not so much to enhance the human body but as to unlock its potential for evolution, enabling Cain's body to continually repair and optimize itself. Each repair nudged him closer to becoming the perfect life form. With every additional gene or ability he integrated, he gained more skills to handle any threats, inching ever closer to omnipotence. This path, however, was long, for now, he was only attempted to fuse Hashirama cells, and now successful, he would try to incorporate Phoenix and Dragon genes. Cain murmured as he noticed an intrusion on his surveillance system. Several figures had triggered sensors near his residence. Since the last incident with the Cloud Shinobi, he'd reinforced his property, layering iron sheets under the floor to prevent Earth-style users from sneaking in and upgrading his cameras with thermal imaging to detect activity even in the darkest corners. Moving stealthily, there are at least 4 of them. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen really did send his men, Cain muttered. These weren't mere spies. No ordinary infiltration squad would be so bold as to send out so many agents at once. They seemed to think the Konoha guard was blind. But the village guard, still led by the Uchiha clan, patrolled the village every night. No one around to interfere this time, huh? Let's give Sarutobi a little surprise. Deciding to take drastic action, Cain reached into his space backpack and pulled out 20 kilograms of TNT, enough to destroy everything within a radius of tens of meters. The surrounding area, developed into a commercial street under Cain's management, had already been cleared of civilians, so there was no risk of collateral damage. At worst, he'd lose a store, which he could always rebuild or buy back later. Oh, they're setting up the barrier now. Let's make things more interesting, Cain observed through his camera, noticing a dark red barrier being erected in the night sky around him. The barrier was nearly invisible in the darkness, distinguishable only under close observation, yet he could see it clearly from any camera angle. Regarding Konoha's actions, Cain wasn't holding back. He took out an additional 30 kilograms of TNT. The barrier's coverage was relatively small, which meant the TNT's power would be fully contained within it. He just hoped Konoha's barrier was strong enough, otherwise, the blast would definitely extend far beyond it. That should be enough, he muttered. Sensing someone approaching his house, Cain quickly teleported back to the Marvel world through the system's space, waiting to return moments later. Meanwhile, Umbu and Root agents were sneaking into the house through various windows, only to realize it was empty. Cain's property wasn't small. Over time, he'd acquired nearly half the street, including a large warehouse in addition to his living quarters behind the dessert shop. "Captain, something's wrong, no one's here," reported one of the Umbu operatives, using sensory ninjutsu to confirm that the only people in the building were from Umbu and Root. Yet, just minutes earlier, they'd been certain someone was inside. "Search for hiding spots," the Umbu sub-captain commanded. Not all 12 Umbu and 8 Root agents had entered. Half of them were still stationed outside, guarding other points around the barrier to prevent Cain from breaking through. The 200-square-meter house was quickly searched by the 10 operatives inside, but they found no one. Eventually, they all gathered around the TNT explosives, with one of the Umbu members asking, "Captain, what is this?" "Clocks and some kind of machinery, but we don't have much time left." Where could the target have gone? They'd used perception ninjutsu immediately after setting up the barrier, confirming the target's presence in the house. But after entering, he seemed to have vanished. "Keep looking for a secret passage." The Umbu team leader's words were cut off as a blinding flash erupted in the room. Boom. A deafening blast echoed, and Cain's house exploded in a fiery surge. Smoke billowed into the sky like a storm cloud, while scarlet flames blossomed inside the barrier, destroying everything within. The inferno was as deadly as it was beautiful, like an otherworldly flower blooming in destruction. Under the power of this explosion, no one could have survived. Even someone like Noaki would face a 90% chance of death in that inferno. After all, for the extremis virus to repair the body, the head and most of the torso needed to remain intact, but 50 kilograms of TNT would obliterate anyone. Putting the pieces back together would require divine intervention from Kaguya herself. The entire village of Konoha heard the blast. Even civilians at the farthest reaches were jolted awake by the thunderous noise. What was that sound? Tsunade shot up from her bed, wrapping herself quickly and wiping away some lingering sleepiness. She hastily threw on her clothes and rushed outside. "Kushina, stay here, there are people assigned to protect you." "Noaki, never mind, come with me." Initially, Tsunade wanted Noaki to stay within the clan compound, but he was already dressed in his ninja gear, while Kushina was still in her pajamas. The explosion had roused everyone. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Ataki Sakumo, Kato Dan, and members of the Uchiha Guard were all on alert, while the Ino, Shika, Cho and Hyuga clans swiftly changed into their Jonin vests. The blast was so intense that they suspected an enemy infiltration. "Danzo, what's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded, his face grim. The explosion had not only shattered the space-time isolation barrier but had also killed 6 members of the barrier team who'd set it up. Hiruzen could only imagine the fate of the Umbu and Root members within the barrier's range. With 3 Umbu teams likely dead, Sarutobi felt a pang of anguish. His Umbu forces were limited, with only around 70 members in total, and he'd just lost 12 of them. "How should I know? I was with you the whole time." Are you accusing me, Hiruzen? Danzo's face was equally dark. He'd lost 2 full root teams, and Hiruzen's accusatory tone implied he might be blamed for the failure. That was unacceptable. Although Danzo had originally proposed the operation, only Hiruzen, as Hokage, could authorize mobilizing the barrier and sealing teams. Most of the fallen were Umbu under Hiruzen's command, so Danzo refused to take sole responsibility for this debacle. Hiruzen, you. Danzo, tonight's events were your fault. You will confine yourself and reflect on your actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, his tone severe and his presence imposing. Wars could break out at any moment in the ninja world. The truth behind tonight's events may come out sooner or later. I won't restrict Root's actions, as their external contributions remain essential. Based on the massive explosion, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo suspected that Cain had survived. The blast was even more intense than the last one, and it was clear that their opponent had prepared a way to escape. They had sorely miscalculated in thinking that a space-time isolation barrier could hold him. What happened? Stay alert. Search for survivors or bodies nearby. The Uchiha Guard was the first to arrive. With ninjas patrolling the area overnight, they reacted before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could appear. Surveying the devastation, the Uchiha ninjas immediately activated their Sharingan, carefully scanning the area. Soon, ninjas from the Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho, and other clans gathered as well. The Uchiha Guard quickly enlisted the help of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, as it was more effective than Sharingan in detecting hidden threats. They were on high alert, wary that untriggered explosive tags could still be present and pose a danger. What happened? Where is everyone inside? Tsunade, using her body flicker technique, arrived and shouted angrily upon seeing the wreckage of Cain's dessert shop. As she tried to move closer, the Uchiha Guard stepped in to stop her. Tsunade Jonin, please don't go any further. There may still be undetonated explosives that could injure you, one guard cautioned. Even they were hesitant to approach until the Hyuga clan could assess the situation more thoroughly. Jiraiya stepped forward to stop Tsunade. Tsunade, let the guards handle this. Going over there won't help right now. The explosion had been so intense that any survivors were unlikely left. If Cain had been inside, they'd need the corpse collection team instead. As more ninjas arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the 2 advisor elders finally appeared on the scene. Captain Tomisuk, have the security team secure the surrounding area. Umbu will take over from here. The rest of you, return to your posts, don't let an enemy use this to distract us. Once we've clarified what happened, I'll hold a Jonin meeting tomorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, swiftly dispersing the crowd. He wanted the other ninjas gone before any bodies of Umbu operatives could be found in the ruins, avoiding a scandal. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a lone figure approached from a distance. Surveying the destruction, he shouted loudly. What happened here? Where's my house? Chapter 79, C79. Seeing Cain appear at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his blood pressure rise. How could he have the nerve to ask what happened? But he knew there was little he could do. Even the space-time isolation barrier that blocked summoning techniques hadn't worked, and Hiruzen was running out of ways to deal with someone like Cain. Now that Cain had returned, he was probably here to mock them rather than burn any bridges, otherwise, he could have just left and done business in other ninja villages, like the medical supplies that had already surfaced in Kirigakure. Cain-san, our preliminary investigation suggests an enemy tried to harm you. Fortunately, they didn't find you, or else it might have been dangerous, the 3rd Hokage said, hiding the frustration marked by nail imprints in his palms. Losing 3 Umbu squads, including a captain, so close to a potential ninja war was a serious blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted listening to Danzo, acting against Cain without solid intel or certainty. Another enemy? And they destroyed my home like this. Cain looked visibly angry, turning his anger toward the supposed enemy. It must be Cloud Shinobi. Those underhanded scoundrels, they tried to attack me last time, and now they're back again. Among the remaining ninjas were a few Uchiha Guard members who had been present during the previous Cloud Shinobi incident. Hearing Cain's accusation, they recalled how Umbu had been involved in that incident as well, ultimately taking over the investigation from the Guard. And now, the same situation was repeating itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, but he forced a smile. While we haven't confirmed it yet, the likelihood of Cloud Shinobi involvement is high. They've always been aggressive and unrefined, so this could well be their doing. Rest assured, I'll update you as soon as we uncover anything. Of course, I trust the third Hokage's word. It's just my house and merchandise. Cain looked regretfully at the ruins. In the rush of setting off the explosion, he had forgotten that a shipment had arrived just days earlier. Now, everything was a total loss. Thanks to the containment of the space-time isolation barrier, the explosion's radius was limited to about 30 meters, damaging 3 of Cain's shops and rendering the surrounding roads impassable. Buildings within 100 meters were structurally compromised, and without urgent repairs, risked collapse. After hearing Cain's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, "This time, Konoha's negligence allowed the enemy to infiltrate, so we will naturally bear the costs for the damage to the buildings." For once, Sarutobi Hiruzen was careful not to overextend himself. He offered to cover the repairs for the buildings but did not commit to reimbursing Cain's inventory. Cain's dessert shop and pharmacy were the busiest in Konoha, and who knew how much merchandise he actually had in stock. "My house, that's fine. Thank you, Third Hokage. I trust that under your leadership, Konoha will uncover the truth and make Cloud Shinobi pay for this." Cain knew that pushing further wouldn't yield anything more. Besides, judging by Hiruzen's grim expression, the Hokage had already suffered a significant loss tonight. This explosive lesson would surely leave an impression. Any further provocation, and Cain could just as easily send a present directly to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Umbu and the guard ninjas started dispersing the lingering onlookers, and Uchiha left one team to monitor the area while the others went to calm the civilians. The explosion had woken nearly the entire village, and the guards needed to reassure the citizens. Just as Cain was about to leave, Tsunade appeared beside him, wrapping an arm around his neck and saying, "Come stay at my place tonight. Don't worry, the Senju compound is well protected." "Tsunade, really?" Cain began to protest. "It's fine. It's not like you haven't stayed there before," she said decisively. Jiraiya, observing from a distance, looked puzzled and envious. What had happened while he was gone? And why was Cain staying at Tsunade's place? The closeness between them, and the sight of Tsunade's fair skin, was almost too much for Jiraiya. "All right then," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with finality, glad to see everyone dispersing so they could collect the remains of the Umbu team. "Cain-san, I'll entrust you to Tsunade. I'll also station some Umbu to guard the Senju compound." He turned to the others. "Jiraiya, Kato-dan, Sakumo, get some rest. We have a Jonin meeting tomorrow." Kato-dan and Hatake Sakumo both replied in unison, "Yes, Lord Hokage." As for Jiraiya, he was determined to figure out what had happened during his absence from Konoha village. If Orochimaru wouldn't tell him, he wasn't leaving. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya quickly told Namikaze Minato, then used the body flicker technique to chase after Orochimaru. "Let's go. We have plenty of time tonight," Tsunade whispered to Cain. She didn't believe for a second that this was the work of Cloud Shinobi spies. No spy would be foolish enough to bring tens of thousands of explosive tags to detonate all at once, just to assassinate Cain. Besides, this happened right after the village purchased a large quantity of medicine from him at a high price. The Hokage's expression had been off as well, suggesting this incident might have been orchestrated within the village itself, much like the last time, though without Kushina's involvement. Back at the Senju compound, only one house was lit, the rest standing empty and quiet. Tsunade opened the door and entered, with Cain close behind. Kushina, who had been waiting in the living room, quickly ran to the door, her small slippers pattering on the floor. She started to speak, but upon seeing Cain, she smiled and asked, "Miss Tsunade, is the boss staying here tonight?" As Cain changed his shoes, he replied, "Yeah, for tonight, maybe a bit longer, Kushina." Kushina smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, Miss Tsunade won't mind." "You too," Tsunade huffed, seeing how easily they reached an understanding. Frustrated, she took Cain by the arm and pulled him into her room. As she went, she called back to Noaki and Kushina, "You two get some rest. This doesn't concern you." Once Tsunade had dragged Cain into her room, Kushina finally muttered with a slight pout, "Miss Tsunade is really something." "Noaki, what happened tonight? Why did the boss come here?" "I don't know, but it was serious," Noaki replied, his tone somber. Having been trained by Orochimaru, Noaki was vigilant and had noticed signs of an enchantment barrier when he reached the remains of Cain's dessert shop. Along with all the unusual behavior from Umbu, he doubted this had anything to do with Cloud Shinobi. If you want answers, you'll have to ask Cain-san or Sis, he added. Though he suggested this to Kushina, Noaki planned to ask Orochimaru himself tomorrow. A blast of this magnitude in the middle of Konoha wasn't something he could brush off easily. If no explanations were given, he suspected that Konoha's civilians might very well storm the Hokage building. Honestly, what's going on? Tsunade asked seriously after bringing Cain into the room. Cain's brows furrowed as he looked around the room. Wine bottles lay scattered, gambling equipment was strewn about, clothes hung haphazardly, and something questionable was draped over the bed. Noticing his gaze, Tsunade blushed, hurriedly gathering up the clothes and shoving them into the closet. No matter how powerful a kunoichi might be, it was still embarrassing to have her messiness exposed, especially when she was the one who'd invited someone in. Tsunade, I can only tell you what happened on my end, Cain began. I noticed someone sneaking into my room late at night, so I got out by my own means. As for the huge explosion, those intruders might have triggered a trap I set up. Pretending to puzzle over it, Cain added, but the explosion seemed strange, usually my traps wouldn't have that much force, and it seemed almost contained. That's an barrier technique, Tsunade thought, biting her lip. Someone had arranged a barrier to confine the explosion, likely in an attempt to trap or eliminate Cain. But why place such a powerful barrier? Did you catch a glimpse of who it was? Tsunade asked. She continued to question him, and Cain answered honestly, everything except for the true explosive he'd used. All right, Tsunade said with a sigh, finally relaxing a little. I'll look into this for you tomorrow. You should stay here until your place is repaired. Cain nodded and replied, thank you. You should get some rest, you look like you've hardly slept. Tsunade smiled and waved him off, and Cain went to the guest room he'd used on his last visit. He settled onto the bed, mulling over the events of the night. I wonder how much Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in all this, he thought, grinning at the memory of the Hokage's frustrated expression. Well, tomorrow I'll see if I can get details from Orochimaru or Tsunade. Suddenly, a quiet voice came from outside the room. Boss, are you asleep? Cain got up and opened the door to find Kushina standing there, head slightly bowed. She tiptoed inside, softly closing the door behind her. Kneeling beside the bed, she looked up at him. Boss, what happened tonight? She asked. Oh, just a big mess. Probably Cloud Shinobi spies. That explosion made my head ring, Cain replied, not wanting to drag Kushina into the political drama and choosing instead to blame Cloud Shinobi, known for their ruthlessness. Cloud Shinobi, so annoying. Kushina grumbled in agreement. Noticing Cain rubbing his temples, she patted her knee and offered, Boss, let me give you a head massage. What? I'll give you a head massage, Kushina insisted, with a little breathlessness. But you have to give me more snacks in the future. She tapped her thigh, signaling Cain to lie down, as she'd seen in a book she'd once borrowed from Noaki. Chapter 80, C80. At the Jonin meeting, the village's Jonin had been informed in advance, and all arrived at the Hokage building, except for a few clan ninjas and others who had to remain on duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and 2 village advisors entered the room with serious expressions. Orochimaru was there as well, looking tired and irritated from being questioned by Jiraiya all night. Sarutobi Hiruzen began in a grave tone, regarding last night's explosion. Umbu worked through the night and only recovered the bodies of 3 enemies. It's been inferred that Root attempted to capture them alive by using a barrier, but the enemies, realizing this, chose to trigger their explosive tags in a final act of defiance. Mitokado Hamura added, the enemy not only intended to gather information but also seemed prepared to create chaos in Konoha. It's likely they were planning an attack, and by chance, Root's barrier trapped them in that area, leading to the explosion. Yutane Koharu continued, aside from the loss of 2 Root teams, there were no other casualties, but some residential buildings were damaged and will require repairs. Danzo maintained a stoic expression, staying silent. The incident had been officially blamed on Root's oversight, and with the possibility of war on the horizon, Root would be responsible for supplementing Umbu's losses with its own forces. As Root was initially established under the guise of an Umbu training department, this served as a subtle reminder of Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority over Danzo. From her seat, Tsunade quietly scoffed. She didn't buy their explanation for a second, but neither Cain nor the Hokage would tell her the full truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen then briefed the Jonin on an enemy attack at a ninja outpost along the border. Coupled with last night's explosion, these incidents convinced most of the Jonin that an enemy was indeed responsible. Concluding the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to assign additional reconnaissance patrols, primarily formed from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans, to prepare for a potential conflict. With the meeting adjourned, the Jonin filed out of the Hokage building, and the Uchiha guards relayed the events of last night to the villagers, offering reassurance. Tsunade, wait a minute. After leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya quickly caught up with Tsunade, who hadn't yet left. Tsunade turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Jiraiya?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if you think what the old man said is true," Jiraiya replied, scratching his head. He'd spent all night trying to get answers from Orochimaru, but Orochimaru hadn't shared a thing. Even the Jiraiya at the Jonin meeting earlier had been a shadow clone. Tsunade rolled her eyes. "How would I know? If you really want answers, go ask the old man yourself. I don't know any more than you do." "Then what about Cain?" "I met him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, but I still don't know much about him," Jiraiya said. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. "Why are you so interested in him? He's just a regular businessman." "Forget it, I've got work at Konoha Hospital. See you, Jiraiya." With that, Tsunade turned away, flicking her ponytail as she left. After her conversation with Cain last night, she didn't want to discuss him with anyone. He was supposed to be just a businessman from another country, a routine transaction for Konoha. Yet things had escalated far beyond that. Seeing Tsunade's reluctance, Jiraiya scratched his head and let it go, deciding to drop the subject for now. Yesterday's incident reminded him that war was drawing near, and he was determined to help his students gain mission experience. His mind drifted to Namikaze Minato, his student who stood out from the others. Unlike them, Minato wasn't solely focused on learning powerful techniques. Instead, he was sharpening his own combat style. "There are no powerful techniques, only powerful people," Jiraiya mused. Realizing this at Minato's age was impressive, Jiraiya had to admit that Minato might surpass him one day. Still, Jiraiya noticed that many of his own techniques weren't suitable for Minato's style, which was more like an assassin's, focused on subtlety, deception, and precision. Minato needed techniques that matched his stealthy approach and tactical mindset. "Maybe I should teach him the body flicker technique, but I'm not that skilled with it. Maybe I should ask the old man." With that thought, Jiraiya turned back toward the Hokage building. When it came to mastering techniques, no one in Konoha was more knowledgeable than Sarutobi-sensei. Asking him was Jiraiya's best option. "Kushina, what are you doing?" Cain asked curiously as he returned to find Kushina holding a bundle of scrolls. Earlier, Cain had been discussing the rebuilding of his shop and house with Nanami. This time, he wanted a stronger structure and planned to reinforce the steel plates at the base with 2 extra layers. Unfortunately, 13 shops had been damaged in the explosion, which meant a month or 2 of downtime, lost revenue, repairs, and the likely hesitation of villagers to visit anytime soon. "This is sealing technique practice," Kushina explained. "I've learned quite a lot, but some of the advanced techniques of the Uzumaki clan are tricky. I plan to practice those tonight." "Boss, do you want to learn some sealing techniques?" She blinked and looked at him, but after a moment, glanced away shyly, remembering how bold she'd been while giving him a massage the previous night. "Thanks, but maybe not," Cain replied, weighing the risks. "I'll be leaving Konoha soon, and I have some other business to handle outside. Besides, it wouldn't be good for you to teach sealing techniques privately. Wouldn't the third Hokage punish you if he found out?" Kushina pouted and muttered, "These are Uzumaki clan techniques. Some of them aren't even recorded in Konoha. Grandma Mito said I could pass them on to someone I trust." Her voice trailed off as she recalled Mito's advice to only teach them to someone she truly believed in, but now, offering to teach Cain seemed impulsive. "Maybe next time," Cain said gently, brushing his hand over Kushina's red hair, feeling its smoothness. "When I come back, I'll bring you some new gifts." Kushina closed her eyes, leaning into his touch, letting her hair brush against his palm. "Then I'll get some beginner's guides ready for you," she murmured. And a few explanations on sealing techniques. Leaving Konoha had been on Cain's mind. He'd wrapped up his affairs here, and after last night's close call with Umbu, things seemed likely to settle down for a while. Now, he wanted to explore new business opportunities beyond Konoha. One deal with Kirigakure wouldn't be enough. The Land of Wind is located in a desert, rich in oil and mineral resources, but lacking in much else. Cain plans to trade food, basic supplies, and medical resources with Sunagakure in exchange for ownership of oil and mineral veins. As for medicines, Cain can provide Sand Shinobi with raw powdered materials, along with instructions for dosage. Whether they choose to produce pills or tablets will be up to Sunagakure. Even if Konoha's shinobi become aware of these trades, Cain has no intention of admitting anything without proof of the transactions. With ample supplies in hand, Sand Shinobi's ambitions will grow, and if ninjas can't demonstrate their strength through warfare, their missions and income dry up. Raza's cooperation with Orochimaru on the Konoha Crush plan stemmed from the Wind Daimyo's decision to send his country's missions to Konoha, leaving Sunagakure with little choice but to make a bold move to prove its strength. The ninja world is an archaic feudal system. Despite signs of industrialization, neither daimyo nor ninja clans fully grasp its importance. Cain shared his departure plans only with Tsunade, Kushina, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Nono. However, both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of his exit from the village through the gatekeeper Chunin, as Cain left Konoha openly. Danzo, don't act against him for now. If we're not absolutely certain, let me handle it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, exhaling a puff of smoke. They both understood the difficulty of dealing with someone who controls space-time ninjutsu, as their memories of Tobarama-sensei reminded them. Cain's technique was even more formidable, bypassing barriers and unleashing explosions that were clearly not from ordinary explosive tags. Sarutobi Hiruzen could envision the disastrous consequences if Cain ever decided to retaliate. To counter space-time ninjutsu, they would need another user of it. His thoughts drifted to the blonde boy he'd met recently. With a sigh, he hoped that Namikaze Minato would master the Flying Thunder God technique. Without it, handling Cain, and the potential forces behind him, would be nearly impossible for Konoha. Training Ground 4 at Konoha Village. Only Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato are present, the other two students are practicing ninjutsu elsewhere. Jiraiya did not let them leave but instead taught them a sea-level ninjutsu suited to their chakra attributes, one that might also allow for potential cooperation. It's rare for genin to learn sea-level ninjutsu, but Jiraiya gave it to them because he saw that they were civilian ninjas. Minato, the Flying Thunder God technique is for you alone to study. As for space-time ninjutsu, even I, your teacher, am not very proficient in it, Jiraiya said with a laugh, not shy about admitting his limitations. He then became serious. But if you need anything, I will help you, my student. Thank you very much for your help, Teacher Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato replied with a bow, feeling genuinely grateful. Flying Thunder God technique was a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, and most people didn't have the qualifications to even approach it. But Teacher Jiraiya had managed to request it from the third Hokage on his behalf. But Minato, Jiraiya said, noticing his student's subdued demeanor, you don't seem to be in a good mood lately. Is something wrong? Namikaze Minato fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Mr. Jiraiya, how can I make someone I like me too? Chapter 81, C81, 1. The environment in the Land of Winds is very harsh. At least 70% of the land is covered by deserts. The ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village suffer from wind and sand for half of the year, so turbans and veils are almost a necessity for them. The attitude of the first Kazekage is already clear. They would rather not have a tailed beast but want money and land because Sand Shinobi Village is not a place where ordinary people can live comfortably. The country's resources are scarce, so they have always welcomed businessmen from other countries. But the welcome is futile. The environment itself drives away 80% of the ninja businessmen who think about coming here to do business. Oil has not been widely used, and iron ore is sold to other countries. Sand Shinobi Village's poverty stands in stark contrast to the wealth of other ninja villages. So when the third Kazekage learned of Cain's arrival, he became more interested and even entertained him personally, unlike the third Mizukage, who was oblivious to such matters. Mr. Cain, I wonder what kind of deal you plan to strike with Sand Shinobi Village, the third Kazekage asked. In Kazekage's office, along with the third Kazekage, was a young ninja with short brown hair, who appeared to be his right-hand man. This is a list of materials that can be traded by the Cain Chamber of Commerce. And please don't worry about the efficacy of the medicines, Sand Shinobi Village. Our medicines have already been sold in some areas of the Land of Fire, and the effects can be guaranteed. Cain said as he handed the third Kazekage a list of potential trades, which included food, canned seafood, medicines, gauze bandages, and other medical supplies, basically what Sand Shinobi Village currently needed. The first few items would ensure the supply of materials in the village, and the latter could be used as war reserves. Some time ago, someone in the underground gold exchange in the Land of Wind had announced the destruction of Konoha's ninja stronghold on the river border. The third Kazekage couldn't resist and dispatched 3 Umbu teams to eliminate all of Konoha's ninja strongholds. Afterward, when Konoha came to inquire, Sand Shinobi Village denied any involvement. There was no evidence, and thanks to this incident, Sand Shinobi Village's finances were slightly richer. However, the third Kazekage knew that buying in large quantities would still stretch their funds. Konoha would undoubtedly be suspicious of them. According to Sand Shinobi Umbu's investigation, Konoha had dispatched most of their ninjas to the border of the Land of Fire and River. The price is reasonable, but can it be cheaper? The third Kazekage asked. Having dealt with many businessmen from other countries, the third Kazekage was quite familiar with the price of food. The price Cain had given to Sand Shinobi Village was indeed cheaper than what other businessmen offered, but the medicine was still somewhat expensive. Sand Shinobi Village knew a little about Konoha's medicine, and while it was indeed valuable on the battlefield, the price was something they could not easily afford. The above price is already very low, at least I can't change it. However, Kazekage-sama, Sand Shinobi Village also has what we need. I believe the two sides can exchange what we require. The oil, iron ore, and other resources of the Land of Wind are exactly what our Chamber of Commerce needs, Cain told third Kazekage, indicating both parties were interested in trading. After hearing Cain's suggestion, third Kazekage found it to be very feasible. There was some debate about the price. He felt that the medicines were too expensive, and Sand Shinobi Village would need to process the finished products themselves. However, the oil and iron ore had almost fixed prices, so Sand Shinobi Village was still at a disadvantage. In the end, Cain promised to assign a certain number of tasks to Sand Shinobi Village each year, which led third Kazekage to agree to the transaction. The number of tasks completed by a ninja village can reflect its strength to some extent and also increase the ninja's income and experience. As for the location of the transaction, it would be better to set it up near the sea in the Land of Wind. We plan to establish a base in the Land of Tea. When the time comes, the goods needed by your village will be delivered directly to this location by sea, Cain said, pointing to the map. If transported by land, the Land of Fire would be an unavoidable obstacle. If Konoha discovered he was trading with Sand Shinobi Village, they would likely interfere. The Land of Fire is their domain, and it would be difficult for Cain to prevent them unless he personally delivered the goods or used all the sealing scrolls, but that wasn't realistic. Therefore, shipping by sea was the best option. It could be kept secret, and the speed was not slow. The gas engine ship would transport goods faster than a horse-drawn carriage. After confirming the content and timing of the transaction, third Kazekage signed the contract with Cain. Raza, go call the other high-ranking officials and prepare for a meeting, third Kazekage instructed after Cain left. Now that there was a larger supplier of materials and the possibility of exchanging resources within the Land of Wind, they could begin preparing a war material reserve. During the last ninja war, Sand Shinobi Village had been hindered when their material supplies ran out, and even the poison used by the puppet master had been completely deciphered by Tsunade, leading to their defeat. This time, third Kazekage had already made up his mind. After stocking up on supplies, he would conquer the Land of Rivers and merge it into it. Fortunately, he had learned the summoning technique and signed a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave. Cain wrote a letter to Orochimaru while on the carriage, attaching a magical photo of the dragon. He placed the letter, the magical photo, and the dragon's flesh and blood all into a sealed scroll. Making a sealing scroll was difficult, but using it was very convenient. The sealing formula had already been drawn in advance, and as long as the formula on the scroll was activated, anything could be sealed inside. Summoning technique. Cain directly summoned a 2-meter-long white snake. This was a special summoning snake for him to communicate with Orochimaru. It had chakra in its body and was a Ryuchi Cave snake that understood human language. After summoning it, Cain stuffed the sealing scroll into the mouth of the little white snake and then lifted the summoning technique. Once the little white snake returned to Ryuchi Cave, it would deliver the message to Orochimaru. Cain's first summoning had been a green snake, almost 2 meters long, which was closer to him. He intended to use this green snake to see if he could bring it to the Marvel world using a space backpack or freezing methods. If he succeeded, it could be used to watch over the home, or even to bring the house elf. This would be the real housekeeper. Although the land of Tea faces the sea on 3 sides and is only adjacent to the land of fire, it is not very safe. Kirigakure and Sand Shinobi Village often go to war, but Sand Shinobi generally does not fight Mist Shinobi on the surface of the sea. Once on land, Mist Shinobi ninjas lose the advantage of the environment and often stalemate with Sand Shinobi Village ninjas. After all, Kirigakure doesn't have a medical master like Tsunade, who can break all poisons. The land of Tea is a country where both sides compete for interests, but fortunately, there are only 2 ninja villages, unlike the land of Rain, where the 3 kingdoms are at war. In such places, there is no room for civilians to live. Civilians in the land of Tea can live far away from the battlefield where the 2 ninja villages are fighting. Cain plans to build a port here, along with a military camp, an arsenal, and a centralized commodity factory. If everything goes as planned, the land of Tea will become his future base camp. Once Cain's power develops, he can persuade Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to avoid fighting in the land of Tea. If they still want to buy medicines and other commodities from Cain, they will have to give him this favor. The land of Tea is not small, and its daimyo is cowardly and incompetent. He brutally suppresses the civilians in his own country and turns a blind eye to the killing between Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. To deal with such a person, as long as Cain's force is stronger than his, the daimyo naturally won't dare provoke him. This time, Cain brought 30 guards and 10 members of the Chamber of Commerce, 20 of whom were gunners specially trained by him, while the other 10 were warriors. 4 of these 10 possessed chakra, which is considered a considerable force in the land of Tea. They focused on buying land, hiring people, and planning the construction of factories. Cain stayed in the land of Tea for a while and decided to leave after arranging everything for his subordinates. He had received a letter from Terumi Shin, who had arrived in the land of waves and was waiting for him at the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 83, C82, 1. Cain-san, I'm really sorry to call you back. After seeing Cain, Terumi Shin immediately apologized. Cain waved his hand dismissively and changed the subject, asking, Shin-san, what happened? There are 2 things, Terumi Shin began. First, the craftsman Cain-san mentioned last time, there's news. The shipyard is struggling to hold on. Nearly 100 workers are at risk of losing their jobs. There's talk of selling the entire operation. I made some arrangements. My cousin, the one with same surname, is planning to buy it. Once the deal is finalized, the shipyard can be handed over to you, Cain-san. Hearing this, a smile spread across Cain's face. Acquiring those nearly 100 skilled workers was even more valuable to him than recruiting 5 jonins. I'm sorry to trouble you, Shin-san, Cain said with a smile. I'll make sure the appropriate reward is sent to you shortly. Thank you for such a great surprise. Then, tilting his head slightly, he asked, what's the second thing? Terumi Shin's expression darkened. The 3rd Mizukage is becoming more unhinged. He seems to have completely lost his mind. As he spoke of the Mizukage, fear and disgust flickered across his face. After a moment to collect himself, he continued. Some time ago, 2 mission teams were sent near the land of fire. They were discovered, and after a battle, they were defeated. 2 members were killed, 2 were captured, and the remaining 4 managed to escape. But when they returned, the 3rd Mizukage executed them. Executed them? Cain asked in shock. For what reason? The charge was leaking information. Because the 4 survivors didn't kill their captured teammates before retreating, the Mizukage believed Konoha might extract mission details from the prisoners. Terumi Shin's tone was filled with anger and bitterness. One of the executed ninjas had been his former teammate. That's not all. The 3rd Mizukage has extended his blood mist policy to the Ninja Academy. The latest graduating class was required to eliminate 1 member out of every 4. Cain's eyes narrowed. Let me guess, he said suddenly, the competitions were conducted in small teams, and most of those eliminated were from bloodline clans, weren't they? Terumi Shin froze for a moment, surprised by Cain's insight. He nodded slowly. Yes, that's exactly how it is. It seems, Cain said, his voice cool and calculating, that your Mizukage is willing to openly tear apart his village just to target bloodline limit clans. Shin-san, what do you plan to do? Terumi Shin shook his head, looking a little confused by the question. I don't know, he admitted. I just hope Genji-sama and the others can stop Mizukage-sama's actions. Our Terumi clan is small, just a minor ninja family. We shouldn't be targeted by Mizukage-sama, especially not my daughter. His voice faltered as he thought of his young daughter, who was still in school. But in the current situation, even the Ninja Academy was far from safe. It's not a good idea to pin your family's survival on the kindness of others, Shin-san, Cain said, shaking his head. His tone was firm but calm. If internal conflicts have grown too large, there are solutions. However, the methods chosen by the third Mizukage are far too extreme. Shin-san, why not find an opportunity to steer the village toward war? If you die in battle, at least you'll gain military honors for your family. The third Mizukage is less likely to harm the relatives of so-called dead heroes. War. Terumi Shin hesitated, frowning deeply. Isn't that too drastic? Once a war begins, the casualties would be immense. Cain leaned back slightly and raised an eyebrow. Too drastic? What options do you have left? Negotiate with the third Mizukage. Do you really think he'd listen to you? Unless your entire clan gives up its power and pledges loyalty to him as subordinates, or defects entirely and launches a coup, you'll be left with few choices. A war would shift his attention outward, away from his internal paranoia and targeting of clans like yours. There were many possible solutions, but Cain believed war was the most realistic, and it aligned with his own interests. War would create a high demand for medicines, medical supplies, and other resources he could provide, making it an opportunity for profit. As for the third Mizukage's blood mist policy, Cain wasn't certain whether the Mizukage was acting of his own will or under the influence of someone like Uchiha Madara. If it was the latter, no political solution would work. Madara could not be reasoned with. Only a coup, or external pressure like war, could save Kirigakure in such a scenario. At first, Terumi Shin had only wanted his family to secure some form of external aid. Cain, with his ability to mediate with Genji, was supposed to be a potential lifeline. If the Terumi clan were targeted, surrendering to Genji through Cain seemed like a viable backup plan. But as Shin continued venting to Cain, he began to feel that Cain's words made sense. A coup seemed nearly impossible unless all the bloodline limit clans united, but that was unrealistic. The Kagaya clan and Yuki clan, for instance, would never fight together. While their enmity wasn't as intense as the hatred between the Uchiha and Senju, it was far from the kind of relationship where they could collaborate. Moreover, the third Mizukage himself was a formidable Kage-level ninja. He commanded Umbu, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a significant number of loyal supporters. Shin could already imagine the outcome of a coup, the annihilation of his entire clan, including his 5-year-old daughter, Terumi Mei. The more Terumi Shin thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Cain seemed to be enlightening him, but in truth, his words subtly nudged Shin toward the idea of war. Chapter 84, C82, 2. After about an hour, Terumi Shin checked the time. It was almost time to take his leave. Cain-san, I learned a lot from talking with you today. I'll think carefully about your suggestion when I return, he said. Hearing this, Cain couldn't help but think Shin was too honest, and for a moment, he felt a bit guilty for deceiving someone so straightforward. Shin-san, he said, if you ever find that you can't stay in Kirigakure, you're welcome to come to my place. Cain knew that Kirigakure's blood mist policy would only intensify, and that Uchiha Obito would eventually take over from Uchiha Madara, leading to Kirigakure's ruin. When that time came, Mist Shinobi's ability to track down defectors would weaken, and Cain could easily hide a few refugees in the Land of Waves. I understand. Thank you, Cain-san. Terumi Shin replied with a touch of newfound confidence. After saying goodbye, he returned to Kirigakure under the cover of his mission and his clan. Once Shin had left, Cain shook his head and muttered, some ninjas are too easy to deceive. He put the issues of Kirigakure aside for the moment. His business interests required his attention, and with his current wealth, he could afford to expand his support for war orphans. For now, he wasn't concerned about the Land of Fire. Its stable environment was perfect for Aya's development. Her influence had been reduced significantly, so it was unlikely Konoha would take further action against her. Cain's primary focus remained on establishing control in the Land of Waves and the Land of Tea. Once those regions were on the right track, he intended to return to the Marvel world. Inside Konoha village, Kushina had just finished at the barrier class, where she'd completed another sea-level mission, helping repair the runes. Her performance naturally won the praise of her instructors. At only 14, Kushina had been personally trained by Uzumaki Mito, one of Konoha's foremost sealing masters. With her remarkable talent, few in Konoha could rival her in sealing techniques. Classmate Kushina. As she was about to head home, a voice called out to her. Turning, she saw it was Namikaze Minato, a former classmate from the Ninja Academy. "It's you, Namikaze Minato-san," Kushina said, smiling slightly. "What's the matter?" Kushina took a small step back, clutching the scroll in her hand. Although her last encounter with the Cloud Shinobi spies had nothing to do with Namikaze Minato, she still felt awkward around him. For that reason, she wasn't keen on becoming friends with him. "What do you want?" she asked, her tone guarded. "How about having a meal together? You should have some free time, classmate Kushina." Namikaze Minato replied confidently. As he spoke, he produced a bouquet of flowers from behind his back and handed them to her, trying to maintain a bold expression. Kushina's eyes twitched slightly at the sight. Without missing a beat, she stepped around him, leaving him with a curt response, "I don't have time." Namikaze Minato froze for a moment, his composure faltering. Desperate to salvage the situation, he called after her, "Kushina, I'll become the strongest ninja one day, just you wait." Whiz. A kunai zipped past Minato, grazing his hair before embedding itself in the utility pole behind him. "Go be crazy somewhere else. Don't come near me," Kushina snapped. With that, she hurried off. She glanced around nervously, relieved that few people had been around to witness the scene. Her reputation would have been in tatters otherwise. Minato stood frozen in shock, staring at the kunai. It wasn't until Kushina was long gone that he finally shook himself out of his stupor. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a book and muttered, "Why isn't this working?" In the book, the girl with a similar personality to Kushina said yes. Scratching his head in confusion, Minato decided to seek advice from his teacher, Jiraiya. Meanwhile, back at her home, Kushina was still fuming. "What's with that guy? Is this another one of someone else's schemes?" she muttered. Her frustration lingered as she thought about the boys who used to mock her at school. Now they were acting like nothing had happened and trying to be friendly. But even if I wanted to eat with someone, she thought with a huff, it would be with the boss. At that thought, her mind drifted to Cain. She recalled the time she'd massaged his head late one night. Embarrassed, Kushina let out a few muffled squeals, covering her face as she paced around the living room. Fortunately, Noaki and Tsunade weren't home, otherwise, she would have died of shame. But is what the boss said really true? Kushina wondered aloud. He said the tailed beasts are like humans. That even if I can't befriend them, I should at least treat them like business partners. It sounds so strange, but I can't even get close to the Nine Tails right now. Her thoughts drifted to Cain's advice. If she could manage it, she might be able to control the power of the tailed beast sooner, just like Grandma Mito had. Kushina's expression turned serious as she remembered her last attempt to reach out to the Nine Tails. The overwhelming violence and negativity radiating from the beast had felt like a symbol of pure disaster. If I could really manage it, she murmured, then I could learn to control this power. Maybe, just maybe, I could become like Grandma Mito. After thinking it over, Kushina decided to give it a try, though she knew it might be dangerous. The seal on her body was powered by her own chakra, arranged in coordination with Konoha's sealing core. If Kushina herself were influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, the seals created by the sealing core wouldn't be of much use. After all, their skill couldn't compare to that of Uzumaki Mito. If someone with sealing skills on par with Uzumaki Mito were available to assist her, Kushina might have been able to transfer the Nine Tails chakra safely. Then, she could attempt to communicate with the beast more freely. Chapter 85, C83, 1. I can really bring it back, but it's definitely dangerous. Snakes aren't okay with this kind of thing. Boa, I've wronged you. I'll go and prepare something delicious for you. After speaking, Cain took the green snake and headed to the kitchen. He remembered there was plenty of meat in the refrigerator. The green snake from Ryuchi Cave clung to Cain in fear, its body twisting constantly. It had felt as though it was about to die earlier. Snakes are extremely sensitive to low temperatures, and if Cain weren't a contractor of Ryuchi Cave, the green snake wouldn't have agreed to come at all. The green snake, though, was no ordinary reptile, it was a snake with human-like intelligence. In time, it would even be able to speak. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave grew quickly, and within 10 years, this one would likely have a body several meters thick. By then, as long as Cain continued to develop his strength, protecting the snake shouldn't be a problem. After feeding it all the meat from the refrigerator, the green snake calmed down and lazily fell asleep in the living room. The conditions in Cain's villa were far better than those of Ryuchi Cave. It seemed the snake didn't hold a grudge for nearly being frozen during the journey. Why do you sleep as soon as you're full? Cain kicked the green snake twice in annoyance. The snake responded by shaking its tail like a rattlesnake but didn't bother opening its eyes. He had initially planned to take the snake to the Biological Research Center for an examination, but seeing it sound asleep, he still decided to let it rest later. Still, there were plenty of matters to attend to. The pharmaceutical wholesale company required his attention, as did the accumulated emails. On top of that, the military security company Laura was managing had recently been established. Cain created 3 shadow clones, one to handle emails and communicate with Laura, another 2 to review the Biological Research Center's monitoring systems to ensure there hadn't been any incidents while he was away. Meanwhile, Cain headed to the Biological Research Center himself. The optimization of the new extremis virus and the research on dragon's blood were his main priorities. Boss, why did you come here so suddenly? You could have asked Paul to pick you up. Betty greeted Cain enthusiastically, but then she noticed the 2-meter-long snake he brought out from the back seat. Her expression shifted to panic as she stumbled back, nearly tripping over herself. What is this? It's for research, Cain replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, Betty. It won't attack anyone unprovoked. You can even touch it if you want. I don't like snakes, so no, thank you. Betty refused firmly, retreating several more meters as she shook her head. Cain shook his head and said, Then you're out of luck. How can you not dare to touch such a cute creature? Come on, tell me about recent events. The corners of Betty's mouth twitched. She seriously doubted Cain's sense of aesthetics. Since when was a boa constrictor considered cute? Still, as an assistant, Betty Ross was highly competent. She reported on property expenditures, personnel recruitment, equipment procurement, and other business matters in an orderly manner. She even ensured all relevant emails were sent. However, she had no control over the experiments themselves, nor access to monitor the labs. This lack of access made her feel somewhat helpless, but in all other respects, she was an exemplary assistant. You've done a good job. I'll consider giving you a bonus, Betty, Cain said as they arrived at the door leading to the laboratory. Hugging the green snake, he added, the next area is off-limits for you. Thank you. By the way, boss, there's a nice new restaurant in town. If you're free tonight, I think it'd be worth trying. As Cain was about to enter the experimental area, Betty quickly spoke up. Her interest in this job wasn't solely for the hefty annual salary of over $1 million. Tempting as it was, she had other motives. As an assistant, she might not gain access to the experimental area for years, if ever. To understand the research happening inside, she realized she'd have to get closer to the boss himself. It wasn't that Betty hadn't tried to glean information from the researchers, but Cain was meticulous about safeguarding the lab's secrets. Firstly, the non-disclosure agreements were strict, with penalties that could ruin a person financially. Secondly, security at the Biological Research Center closely monitored anyone attempting to privately contact a researcher. Betty had been questioned by security once, which scared her off from further attempts. She couldn't risk drawing unnecessary attention. Go ahead and reserve a table, Cain replied. If I have time, I'll try it tonight. If not, we'll go another time. With that, the door to the experimental area closed, leaving Betty Ross simmering with determination. Since Cain had agreed, she felt this was her chance. The last time Cain had invited her out to dinner, she hadn't managed to get the chance to glean information. But this time, she thought, she might have an opportunity to glean something useful, or at least reveal a bit about her background. Betty wasn't just any college student. She knew the importance of networking with the upper class. Though her relationship with her father was distant, she could still leverage his influence to aid her cause. She also recalled stumbling across AIM's research venture capital details by accident. As a biologist, she recognized its immense value. Unfortunately, before she could act, the AIM team had been completely acquired and cut off from her reach. Cain had no idea what Betty Ross was plotting, nor did he care much. Her attempts at espionage were laughably amateurish. He first headed to Rick's research laboratory. The new extremist virus only required continuous optimization and refinement, but what Rick was working on held far greater significance. It was tied to Cain's potential ability to wield magic. "Mr. Cain, I've sent you 3 emails and was about to ask Ms. Ross for your address," Rick said excitedly upon seeing him, immediately leading him to the core laboratory. "The core experiments are all conducted by me alone," Rick assured. "There's absolutely no risk of leaks. The rest of the team only handles data calculations and routine operations. They're completely unaware of the true nature of this lab's research." Cain nodded in acknowledgement, confirming Rick's adherence to confidentiality. His shadow clone's memories had already verified Rick's meticulousness in maintaining secrecy. "Mr. Cain, while I don't fully understand the origin of these 2 types of biological cells, they exhibit remarkable vitality. One of them has even broken the Hayflick limit," Rick said, his excitement evident. "Even after extensive study and accelerated cell division during experimentation, these cells remain active. One particular type has undergone 271 divisions and shows no signs of degeneration. On the contrary, the cells rejuvenate from a state of decline, almost as if they're reborn. I haven't yet determined their survival limit." Cain listened intently, then asked, "And the other aspect? How is the serum study involving the other cell line progressing?" Rick took a deep breath before answering. "The other serum appears to have been injected with the extremist virus and incorporates traces of a second cell line. Interestingly, it shows no strong rejection of the extremist virus characteristics. However, to be cautious, I'd recommend conducting several more human trials before proceeding." Though Rick had been reassigned to this lab, the research on the extremist virus continued elsewhere. What intrigued him was the combination of the serum infused with extremis and the second cell line, which seemed capable of theoretically achieving longevity. Despite his scientific curiosity, Rick refrained from prying too deeply. His last experience and the memory of his daughter had instilled a healthy fear. "The test results align closely with the simulated data," Cain noted, scanning the latest reports. "So, the only hurdle left is human trials." He paused, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The Phoenix sample he had wasn't abundant enough to support multiple trials, and he couldn't fully control the emotional and psychological stability of human test subjects. If things went wrong, they could pose a serious threat to both him and the laboratory. Rick added, "There have been numerous experiments on animals, and all the processes have gone smoothly, with no signs of rejection. But for safety reasons, human trials would still be necessary." As he spoke, Rick led Cain to observe the experimental specimens. Chapter 86, C83, 2. "Prepare a fusion serum directly, Rick," Cain ordered. Rick hesitated but complied as Cain reviewed the test data. The smooth progress of the experiments had made Rick apprehensive, but Cain remained confident. After all, he was a personal test subject for the new extremist virus and had witnessed its success firsthand. Rick's skepticism stemmed from his experiences with extremists during his time with Killian's team. Even though Cain had provided a sample of his flesh and blood, the extremist virus's effects diminished without bioelectric support once separated from the body. Yet, the current fusion had succeeded, fueling Cain's determination to proceed. "If we move forward with human trials, we'd need to modify the subjects to be similar to me first," Cain mused. "Otherwise, the data won't have much reference value." Rick voiced his concerns hesitantly, "But, Mr. Cain." "Just do as I say, Rick," Cain interrupted, his tone firm. "I understand the risks. Your job is to follow instructions. By this time tomorrow, I'll be back. Prepare everything. As for your team, Have them study the information I provided about the green snake. Understood, Mr. Cain, Rick replied, realizing there was no room for further debate. After leaving Rick's lab, Cain visited the adjacent one. Maya and Killian's progress on their project was steady. Maya's goal was to develop a serum that could benefit humanity, while Killian was driven purely by revenge. The resources and security Cain provided hadn't alleviated Killian's hatred for Tony Stark, and it still lingered. Killian was resolute and undeniably talented, which was why Cain was doing his best to keep him on the team. However, Cain knew Killian was dangerous. If he ever decided to leave, it might be for the best, otherwise, there was a risk he'd end up labeled a terrorist. "Boss, I've reserved the restaurant," Betty Ross said as Cain emerged from the lab. "It's a new spot, and it's been getting great reviews." Cain glanced at her, noting her eagerness. It was just past sunset, and Betty's eyes lit up with curiosity when she noticed his good mood, making her even more determined to pry some information out of him. "It's rare for you to pay attention to my love for food," Cain remarked with a smirk. "All right, let's go." He checked the time. Since his body's transformation, he required more sustenance, and hunger was already gnawing at him. Perhaps this dinner would reveal more about Betty's intentions. "Paul is ready, boss," Betty said with a slight smile, leading Cain toward the underground garage. But as they approached, she suddenly hesitated, realizing the restaurant she had chosen was quite upscale. Should she change her outfit? Betty didn't usually skimp on her appearance, especially since Cain never showed any sign of stinginess when it came to her expenses. "What's wrong?" Cain asked, noticing her pause. Betty glanced at her outfit, a fitted pencil skirt, a crisp white blouse, and sheer black stockings highlighting her long legs. "I was just thinking, maybe I should change clothes." Cain's gaze swept over her, assessing. "You look fine. Nothing wrong with that outfit." "I'm starving, so let's go." Betty nodded, abandoning the idea, and followed him into the elevator. After dinner, they returned to Cain's villa. "Paul, you can head back." "I'll call if I need you," Cain said to the driver as he helped Betty out of the car. Paul, ever discreet, gave a small nod and drove off without a word. Once Paul left, Cain turned to Betty with a slight smile. "All right, Miss Ross, would you care for a drink inside?" "If you're inviting me, how could I refuse?" Betty replied with a playful tone. She wasn't drunk, though she had tried to get Cain tipsy earlier during dinner. Unfortunately for her, his tolerance was impressive, and now she was the one feeling lightheaded. A glass of vegetable juice sounded far more appealing than more alcohol. "Boss, you don't have any snakes in your house, do you?" she asked with a faint laugh as they approached the door. "Of course not. The only one I had is at the research center now," Cain replied, unlocking the door and stepping aside to let her in. His villa was spacious, but Cain was already considering purchasing a larger property with better privacy if he intended to keep more unusual pets like the green snake. Not that he needed much security, short of a dozen RPG rounds exploding in his face, it was unlikely anything could harm him. After offering Betty a drink, Cain casually mentioned his plans to buy a new house. As it fell within the scope of her duties, she raised an eyebrow but decided not to discuss it further at the moment. "Boss, can I ask something about the lab?" Betty began, swirling the drink in her hand. "The recent expenditures are through the roof, which seems unusual. You know, I have a background in cell biology. Maybe I could offer suggestions to streamline things and manage costs better." Cain's eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained pleasant. The dim lighting concealed the amused smirk tugging at his lips. Betty's words were riddled with inconsistencies, making her motives clear. She was acting alone, not as part of a team or under orders, likely a personal mission of curiosity. If General Ross was involved, he seemed oddly unbothered by his daughter's activities. Either that or he trusted her judgment to handle this on her own. "You make a fair point, Betty," Cain said smoothly. "But the research center is closed for the evening. However, I do have some materials upstairs in my bedroom if you'd like to take a look." "Bedroom?" Betty echoed, her voice tinged with surprise. Her breathing became a little uneven. At this time of night, entering a man's bedroom felt like crossing an unspoken boundary. She could almost picture the expression on Cain's face, serene, confident, and enigmatic, just like when he'd left the laboratory earlier that afternoon, smiling over the progress on the extremis virus. But the opportunity was too good to pass up. The research data was vital, and this might be her only chance to access it. All right, boss. After reviewing the pilot project, I can provide a more accurate assessment, Betty said, trying to maintain her composure while rationalizing her decision. Cain smirked slightly and led her upstairs, step by step. When they entered his bedroom, Cain switched on a few dim, atmospheric lights, keeping the room cloaked in a warm glow. He walked over to his closet, pulled out a folder, and held it in his hand as he turned to her. "Miss Betty," he began, his tone casual yet firm. "This is the project document on the extremis virus. You can look at it," he paused deliberately. "But it'll cost you a little effort. Like a massage." "Boss, I could provide a more professional." "Dear Miss Betty," Cain interrupted smoothly, "I'm not interested in hearing that tonight. Tomorrow, in my office, you can present yourself as an investor, and we'll have a professional chat. But for now, if you want to see this document, this is the price." The folder was right there, just within her grasp. If she left now, she might not get another chance. A massage wasn't too much to ask, it was just 10 minutes. Afterward, she'd demand the document and leave. "I understand, Mr. Cain," she replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The room was sparsely furnished, with the bed being the only place to sit. She moved to the edge of the mattress, positioning herself next to Cain, and began the massage. "Is this pressure okay?" "Of course. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, Miss Betty," Cain replied, a teasing tone in his voice. "Mr. Cain, I promised you a massage. You've been working all day. You must be tired, Miss Betty. Relax. My massage skills are quite good, you know." Cain's warm hands found her shoulders, and Betty stiffened at first, unsure of how to react. But under the combined effects of exhaustion, alcohol, and his surprisingly adept technique, she found herself relaxing despite her better judgment. The atmosphere in the room seemed to heat up as his hands moved expertly across her tense muscles. Her own movements gradually slowed, transitioning from giving a massage to simply sitting there, letting herself enjoy the moment. Tear. The faint sound of silk ripping reached her ears. Betty didn't cry out in surprise, she barely noticed it. The sensations were overwhelming, and she felt oddly comfortable despite the situation. There was a rustle of fabric, a shift of warmth, and Betty's foggy mind momentarily cleared. "I'm sorry, Bruce." "Oh." Her voice carried softly in the dim light, and the rest of her thoughts dissolved into the haze. Chapter 87, C84, 1. By early noon, Betty Ross slowly opened her eyes, blinking at the soft light filtering into the room. For a moment, she felt disoriented. Her body was sore and heavy, a numbing fatigue settling over her. "You're finally awake," Cain's voice drifted over to her, calm and composed. "I thought you'd sleep until the late afternoon. There's milk on the bedside table. Drink some to replenish your strength." Memories of the previous night flickered in her mind, hazy and fragmented. Her gaze landed on Cain, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with her confusion. Without thinking too much, she reached for the glass of milk, drinking it in slow sips. With something warm in her stomach, she started to feel more grounded. What did I do last night?" Betty murmured, rubbing her temples. Alcohol was a cruel mistress, and the more she thought about it, the worse the sinking realization became. She felt a pang of guilt as she pieced together fragments of the night. "I have a boyfriend," she muttered, almost to herself. Cain raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his expression. Then his eyes flicked briefly to the marks on the bed. He sighed, his tone apologetic but nonchalant. "Miss Betty, I didn't expect this either. But emotions ran high last night." Betty's lips tightened into a thin line. She wasn't hysterical, just deeply annoyed with herself. She knew the blame wasn't one-sided, but it didn't make things easier to digest. "Let's just forget about last night, Mr. Cain," she said after a moment, her voice firm. "Can I see the progress of the extremis virus research now?" Her professional demeanor reasserted itself, though her frustration lingered. She knew she'd slipped up last night. Not only had she failed to extract any useful information about the project, but she'd also compromised herself in the process. Cain didn't seem fazed. Instead, he handed her a set of documents with a calm smile. This is a portion of the research progress and experimental data. It's not the core, but it's enough to showcase the project's value. Betty scanned the papers quickly, her sharp mind recognizing the significance of what she was looking at, even if it was just surface-level data. Cain leaned back casually. "Miss Betty, I'd like to propose a collaboration with your father. General Ross, with his focus on super-soldier research, should find this project intriguing." Betty froze, her heart skipping a beat. Her eyes narrowed as she looked up at Cain, realizing he knew far more about her than she'd assumed. "You already knew about my background?" she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. "Miss Betty, did you try to hide it?" Cain replied with a small shrug, his tone bordering on amused. His rhetorical question left her at a loss for words. She couldn't argue, it was true she hadn't gone to great lengths to conceal her identity. But now she knew she'd underestimated him. Betty turned her attention back to the documents. While they didn't reveal the full picture, her expertise allowed her to glean a great deal. The potential in the project was undeniable, and she found herself eager to see the core data. But that wouldn't happen unless Cain had a reason to trust her, or unless her father got involved. "You really are a cunning boss," she muttered under her breath, shooting him a frustrated look. With a resigned sigh, Betty got out of bed, only to discover the remnants of her torn clothes. A flush of irritation crept up her neck. "Great," she mumbled, "I can't even wear these anymore." Cain's smirk deepened, but he said nothing, watching her with an air of quiet amusement. Cain had already prepared a new set of clothes for Betty Ross. After she went to the bathroom to take a shower, she changed into the outfit he had provided. It was similar to what she had worn yesterday, though Betty couldn't help but notice the black silk stockings again. The thought struck her, her boss clearly favored this look. Otherwise, why bother getting something so similar? Dressed but still feeling a little weak, Betty stayed for the sumptuous lunch Cain had prepared. Once the meal was over, she gathered her things and left, taking the project progress and data that Cain had given her. This information would be crucial in convincing her father. "Rick, are you ready?" It was late afternoon when Cain arrived at the Biological Research Center. He headed straight to Rick, who greeted him nervously and ushered him into the confidential laboratory. From an encrypted cabinet, Rick carefully retrieved a vial of serum and held it out. "Mr. Cain, this is the fusion serum derived from the two cells. To be honest, while the data and all trials have been largely successful, I still recommend." "The injection is here, Rick," Cain interrupted calmly. "You've seen this already, but I need you to keep this completely confidential." At that moment, another Cain walked into the room, his shadow clone. Although Cain trusted Rick, he still wanted to take precautions. The duplicate stood silently, its presence unnerving Rick further. Rick's throat went dry as he nodded. "Very well, Mr. Cain," he said, motioning toward the test bed in the adjacent room. "We should do the injection there. It allows for real-time data monitoring." Chapter 88, C84, 2. The test bed, typically reserved for recording experiments with high error margins, now had an entirely new purpose. Rick could hardly believe the boss himself was volunteering to test the serum. "Relax, Rick," Cain said reassuringly. "I trust your research." Without hesitation, Cain removed his shirt and lay down on the bed. "For my daughter," Rick murmured to himself, steeling his resolve. He prepped the syringe with the fusion serum, his hands trembling as he attached various monitoring equipment to Cain. The instruments would record every detail of what happened next. "Mr. Cain." "I'm about to begin," Rick said nervously. Cain nodded, his tone steady. "Go ahead, Rick. Be bold." Rick glanced at the shadow clone looming nearby, its cold, watchful gaze only increasing his tension. After meticulously double-checking the equipment, he gave Cain one last look for confirmation before pressing the injection button. The serum entered Cain's bloodstream, and almost immediately, changes began to manifest. Cain could feel it, the transformation taking hold. His eyes turned red, and the blood vessels under his skin glowed faintly, a telltale sign of the extremis virus starting to repair and enhance his body. But unlike his previous experience, this time there was no excruciating pain. Instead, he felt a deep, numbing itch spreading across his entire body. It was as if his skin were preparing to shed, evolving into something entirely new. "The data looks excellent, As expected, Mr. Cain, Rick remarked, quickly moving to inject glucose and other nutrient solutions into Cain. Nutritional support was essential for the body during its transformation. 20 minutes later, large patches of dead skin began to peel off Cain's body. Despite the unsettling sight, Cain felt increasingly better, though there was a gnawing emptiness inside him, like he hadn't eaten in days. Half an hour later, after Cain's vitals had stabilized, Rick asked cautiously, "Mr. Cain, the injection is complete. How do you feel?" As he spoke, Rick undid the metal restraints holding Cain to the bed. Cain sat up slowly, but his legs felt weak, and he nearly collapsed back onto the bed. While the transformation had made his body feel stronger, he was physically drained, and the layers of dead skin clinging to him made him deeply uncomfortable. Seeing his state, both the Shadow Clone and Rick moved to help him. Rick also brought over a tray of high-calorie food. "Mr. Cain, the process went very well. You need to replenish your energy. Once you've regained some strength, you can freshen up," Rick advised. Without wasting time, Cain devoured the food, regaining a fraction of his strength. He then headed to the laboratory's bathroom to wash off the dead skin. However, just after the transformation, Cain hadn't fully adjusted to his newfound strength. With a casual push, he accidentally broke through the metal bathroom door, which was over 10 millimeters thick and weighed nearly 1,000 kilograms. "This door is weak. Replace it tomorrow," Cain remarked nonchalantly. Rick, still in shock, nodded quickly. "Of course, Mr. Cain." After cleaning up, Cain didn't linger in the lab. He handed Rick a pre-prepared check for $1 million and gave him precise instructions. "Back up the experimental data and delete everything else. Take a few days off, and halt the trials for now. I'll let you know when to resume." Rick accepted the check, suppressing his astonishment. While the rest of the team remained unaware of the details, Rick knew better than to gossip about it. Cain left the lab and headed straight home, where he ordered an enormous amount of food to satisfy his lingering hunger. Once full, he began training to control his newfound strength. He could already feel how much stronger he had become, likely capable of flipping a car and hurling it effortlessly. This was impressive but potentially troublesome if he couldn't learn to manage his strength in public. There was also a peculiar feeling in his body, one that made him suspect a connection to magic. Though he couldn't be certain, he decided to investigate further. Cain retrieved a spellbook he had brought back from the Harry Potter world, along with a recording of Guy teaching Hermione magic. He had been preparing for this moment, determined to learn magic in the future. Wingardium Leviosa. The first time Cain attempted the spell, he felt a strange energy surging from within, but his lack of control caused the power to explode outward, leaving a large hole in the floor. "This is magic power. I can use magic. I can control it." He recalled the sensation with a mixture of excitement and determination. During his first attempt, he hadn't thought to regulate the flow of energy, but now, reflecting on it, he felt confident that proper control would make a significant difference. Wingardium Leviosa. On his second attempt, Cain carefully focused on channeling the magic power. This time, the vase in front of him began to lift slowly into the air. Success! He laughed, elated by the breakthrough. He had tapped into his magic, and the energy coursing through him felt immense. It wasn't just raw power, it was a natural force that seemed to flow effortlessly, deeply rooted in his blood. This must be the influence of the phoenix and fire dragon cells, Cain mused. The magical creature's fusion had evidently gifted him an extraordinary reservoir of magic, one that was surprisingly easy to control. Curious about the extent of his abilities, Cain experimented further. He relaxed his control and let the magic power instinctively flow to his throat. Then, he exhaled sharply, following the sensation. Boom. A scorching, powerful jet of flame burst from Cain's mouth, instantly engulfing a section of the wall in fire. Shit! Panicking, Cain yelled as he scrambled to grab a fire extinguisher, frantically putting out the flames before the situation could escalate further. Chapter 89, C85, 1. The power from the magical creatures gave Cain an uncanny affinity for magic, though it came at the cost of his house. By the time he managed to extinguish the fire on the front of the house with a fire extinguisher, the place was half-burned, drawing the attention of the police and fire brigade. Since Cain lived in a wealthy villa area with large distances between the houses, and he acted quickly to put out the fire, the damage was contained. The police and firefighters offered assistance before leaving after confirming there was no further danger. The residents in this area were influential, with many being high-quality taxpayers or business elites. Cain's villa was the largest in the area, and while the first floor was destroyed, the second floor remained intact. The new residence had not yet been purchased, so Cain chose to stay for the time being. After the fire, Cain was able to relax a little. He tidied up the house briefly before resuming his magic training. He also divided 3 shadow clones to help with various tasks, 2 focused on studying sealing techniques and biological knowledge, while the last clone handled business affairs. Although Cain maintained communication with Laura through email and video calls, he still had to pay attention to the military security company. This company wasn't meant to be a profit-making venture. It would likely take on some government contracts for security or military operations, but Cain's real goal was to build his own armed forces. One of Cain's future plans was to create a zoo for magical creatures. This idea was still in its early stages, but he recognized the need for an armed force to protect and control his operations, especially once the extremist virus was released. He would also need a reliable and obedient army to deter potential threats. The fire-breathing ability seemed to be tied to the fire dragon gene, which granted Cain some magical abilities and an affinity for magic. He wasn't sure if the magic affinity came from the Phoenix gene, but his ability to perform magic spells was developing rapidly. In just 5 days, Cain had already mastered all the spells he brought back from the Harry Potter world, except for transfiguration. This was an accomplishment that would be unimaginable in the wizarding world. If placed in the world of Harry Potter, Cain would be considered an extraordinary figure. He had essentially merged Phoenix and Fire Dragon cells, integrated Hashirama's cells, and injected the extremist virus to perfectly fuse all these disparate genes. That's essentially what Cain had become, an unprecedented fusion of power, magic, and biology. Moreover, his magic power was also very abundant. According to Guy, even an adult wizard cannot continuously cast spells to fight for a whole day, but Cain could practice spells with high intensity for an entire day without feeling too tired. The strength of the magic power determines the potency of the spells to some extent. This was evident from the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. When Cain practiced this spell in the suburbs, he created a large hole in the ground with a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 2 meters. Cain was taken aback by the sheer power of the spell. Then there was the shield charm. Although Cain hadn't tested it yet, he felt confident that an RPG rocket launcher wouldn't pose a threat to him. With his current physical strength and abilities, he could tear a steel plate 7 or 8 millimeters thick apart. Even if the shield charm were broken, it likely wouldn't cause him any harm. The remaining spells may need to be learned in the Harry Potter world, like Legilimency, Apparition, Animagus, and some dark magic. Regular magic can be taught by some down-and-out wizards, but black magic requires more specialized instruction. Should I ask some black wizard? Cain slowly thought about it. There were many spells that intrigued him, especially Apparition and Animagus. Without learning these two, it felt like learning magic wouldn't be complete. By the way, Snape, both spells and potions, have profound attainments, but his weaknesses are obvious. It seemed that Cain needed to discuss things with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had mastered Impure World Reincarnation, Cain hoped to trade it with him or supervise its learning himself. He could teach Orochimaru all the magic spells and potion techniques in exchange for that ninjutsu to create some time when Snape and Lily could meet. If that wasn't enough, Cain could even bring James Potter back from the dead and let Snape hang him upside down as a form of retribution. 2 days later, Betty Ross arrived at Cain's villa with a few people. Seeing that the house was in ruins, Betty asked helplessly, "Boss, do you really need me to buy you a new residence?" "It was a bit of an accident, Betty." "This must be General Ross." "Hello, I'm Kain Pent." Cain shook hands with one of the men, who had white hair and a lieutenant general's rank on his uniform. The others, apart from the 4 soldiers, appeared to be researchers from General Ross's super soldier laboratory. "I checked your information, Kain Pent." General Ross stared at Cain and spoke slowly. "A few years ago, you were not very conspicuous, but after the death of your parents, you gradually showed extraordinary talents in the financial field, and your academic performance was also exceptional. You've been developing rapidly and investing in the projects of the AIM team. Extremis virus, this serum is really amazing, but it's still a bit short of the super soldier I expected." Hee hee. Before General Ross finished speaking, Cain chuckled twice, interrupting his next words. He said directly, "I didn't expect the generals of the military to negotiate in the business field." While speaking, Cain took a metal cup from the counter at the side and, in front of General Ross and the others, easily squeezed it into a metal ball with one hand. Handing it over, he continued, "Strength close to the limit of the human body, super resilience. If General Ross isn't interested, then I'll find someone else to cooperate with. The Extremis virus project is mine. If you don't cooperate, General Ross, you won't get it." Cain's eyes glowed slightly as he spoke. Ninjutsu and magic allowed him to ignore the modern army, and he no longer needed to bow to politicians and generals. Chapter 90, C85, 2. Cooperation was a win-win situation, but if General Ross had other ideas, Cain wouldn't hesitate to show him who had the upper hand. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate all members of Congress and officials with solid power in the United States. "You were injected with the Extremis virus?" After seeing this scene, Betty Ross asked in surprise. Logically speaking, the experiment should have failed. How could he have done the experiment himself? Cain replied, "The test has been 99% successful. We are now working on civilian restoration of limbs, but the original Extremis virus still hasn't reached a 100% success rate." Betty Ross shook her head after hearing this. "You dared to inject yourself like that? You're too brave." Cain thought to himself that he had injected the enhanced version, with almost no failure rate, so of course, he could try it. As for the inferior version that he planned to offer for cooperation with the military, although it also strengthened the body and provided strong recovery ability, there was still a risk of self-detonation. General Ross held the metal ball, decisively thinking to himself, "I want to visit your laboratory. If what you say is true, I can approve cooperation with you on behalf of the military, as well as the limb restoration serum you mentioned. The military is going to approve more and more funding for the super soldier program every year. Then let's go. We'll have a good cooperation," Cain responded. After speaking, Cain led General Ross and his team to the Biological Research Center. He didn't mention other cooperation details. The original Extremis virus serum and recovery serum were the main focus. If the military was willing to purchase, it was expected to bring in billions of dollars in profits each year. Stark Industries made its fortune relying on military orders. To this day, Stark's arms still accounted for the majority of American military contracts. After today, Cain planned to follow this path to develop his own business. In addition to the restoration serum, Tsunade promised him that the special medicine was about to bear fruit, 3 special medicines capable of curing terminal illnesses. Cain's biopharmaceutical company would develop into a pharmaceutical giant in just a few years, and no one could replace it. With his background in cooperation with the military, along with his own armed forces, he would then be able to build a magical creature paradise according to his own wishes. In this country, America, he could do whatever he wanted. Good cooperation, General Ross. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Cain. After visiting Cain's Biological Research Center and seeing his ready-made serum product, and after discussing with others for a few days, General Ross approved the cooperation with Cain on behalf of the military. Even though Cain had threatened him quite severely at their first meeting, General Ross had to admit that there was no more suitable product for a super soldier serum in the entire United States than the Extremis virus. The serum Captain America injected was slightly better than the Extremis virus serum, but it had not been successfully researched. The military laboratory did some research without any apparent gains, and other biological giants failed to do so similarly. The only one who had any clues was Cain with a new serum. The signing of the contract went very smoothly. Cain's company would provide at least 100 Extremis virus serums every year, with the success rate of serum fusion needing to be maintained above 70%. The recovery medicine would be provided in quantities of 2,000 pieces per year, with the military having priority when additional supplies were needed. As for the price, the Extremis virus serum was set at $5 million apiece. This price had been determined after many negotiations. Cain had originally wanted to ask for more, as $5 million seemed too cheap for creating a super soldier. The serum for Captain America was definitely worth tens of millions. However, the military insisted on this price, arguing that the Extremis virus serum was very dangerous and could even harm its recipients. The price of the recovery serum was finally set at $200,000 per piece, which was close to the final market price Cain would launch, but cheaper for the military. Moreover, this was an initial purchase, and the purchase quantity would certainly increase in the future. Orders from the military alone could bring Cain's company $900 million in annual revenue, and beyond the financial benefits, the most important factor was reputation. With the military's orders, Cain's biopharmaceutical company would go from a small, relatively unknown company to one of the top companies in the industry. After signing the contract with General Ross, Cain also made a few small requests on the side. The first was regarding his military security company. He asked if General Ross could provide some suggestions for soldiers when they retired. Cain's treatment of his staff was quite generous, and it was definitely an attractive option for veterans. The second request was for Betty Ross to stay with him as a bridge for communication between the two sides. He found that Betty worked very smoothly as his assistant, both for business and personal matters, and her long, graceful legs made a striking impression. Cain also observed that Betty hadn't mentioned the drunken incident to her father, and General Ross was completely unaware of it. So, when Cain made this request, General Ross agreed without much hesitation. He also needed someone to keep an eye on the progress of the extremis virus serum. Betty Ross was somewhat resigned to her father's arrangement. She had a boyfriend, and their relationship had been strong before the drunken incident. But as time passed, Betty found herself unable to harbor any resentment toward Cain. After just a few days, she noticed how much he had changed. His skin, appearance, and overall demeanor were all surprisingly attractive to her. After that, Betty accepted a few more dinner invitations from Cain. After sharing a few glasses of red wine, she often found herself thinking about her boyfriend, but she couldn't shake the sense of excitement it brought her. Afterward, Betty tried to focus her energy on her work, doing her best not to dwell on those feelings. Chapter 91, C86, 1. Master Danzo, the operatives we placed within the Cain Chamber of Commerce have gone silent. Currently, Aya oversees desserts and casinos, while the responsibilities for pills and other divisions have been reassigned to different personnel, a root ninja reported, half kneeling on the ground. Although contact with most of their agents had been lost, a few remained reachable, those placed directly by Root without Aya's involvement. Some time ago, the Cain Chamber of Commerce had seen rapid growth across the Land of Fire, providing Root with an opportune moment to infiltrate. However, most of these agents lacked access to the Chamber's core secrets and were relegated to mundane tasks. While they earned substantial sums, espionage, not income, was their mission. Discovered? Or something else? Danzo asked, his brow furrowed. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had explicitly ordered him to cease meddling with the Cain Chamber of Commerce, Danzo couldn't ignore its connection to his recovery efforts. The information on the extremis virus was critical, and he wasn't about to let it slip through his grasp. Orochimaru's evasive responses to his inquiries only deepened his frustration. The likelihood of exposure is high, the Root Ninja continued. Based on reports from our surviving agents and information gathered from covert sources, it appears the missing operatives were ambushed during a supply mission. They were killed, and the goods were stolen. While it looks like an accident on the surface, it's suspicious that our agents, who were stationed in different roles, were all gathered in one place before the incident. Danzo's expression darkened, his voice low as he pondered aloud, could Aya have betrayed us? It seems unlikely, the ninja responded. Her influence within the organization has been curtailed significantly. Reports suggest she has little authority left, and with her children enrolled in the Ninja Academy, she wouldn't risk defying Konoha or endangering them. The analysis appeared logical, but Danzo's instincts remained wary. Aya, though stripped of her surname, was still tied to the Senju clan. And Root was an organization tasked with safeguarding Konoha, operating under the Hokage's authority. Aya had little reason to betray Konoha or ally herself completely with an outsider, at least on the surface. Yet, the ninja's analysis overlooked a critical aspect of ninja culture: loyalty, as often as not, was bought and paid for. While Aya no longer held the title of a ninja, she had accepted generous rewards from Cain in exchange for her service. And the Senju family, with their centuries-old traditions, held one principle above all: honor their obligations. In the Warring States period, failing to fulfill a contracted duty was considered treachery, a stain on the clan's honor. In such cases, the Senju patriarch would personally execute the offender before offering an apology to the employer. Thus, even under Konoha's shadow, Aya's dedication to Cain could not be dismissed. No amount of threats or orders from Danzo could easily dissuade her from upholding her professional integrity. Danzo contemplated for a moment before giving his orders in a cold, measured tone. Do not send any more agents for now. Focus on assisting those already embedded within the Cain Chamber of Commerce to climb the ranks. Also, have we heard of any new medicines circulating in the ninja world? The root ninja knelt respectfully as he responded, no new developments so far. Medicines can be freely purchased at the 3 pharmacies in the Land of Fire, so they've become widespread. However, the situation remains unchanged in the Land of Water. Medicines in the ninja world were invaluable commodities. With few doctors available, most serving exclusively under nobles, the advent of affordable medicine for the general populace was a groundbreaking shift. Even families with modest means would stockpile these remedies to treat common illnesses. Continue investigating. We need concrete evidence, Danzo ordered. Understood, Master Danzo. Given Kirigakure's precedent, Danzo refused to believe that Cain wasn't also distributing medicines to other nations. He deployed route operatives to key intersections across the Land of Fire and at critical checkpoints in smaller countries to gather intelligence. To facilitate this effort, Danzo secured additional funds from Sarutobi Hiruzen, ostensibly for expanding Umbu's manpower. His operatives disguised themselves as bandits, targeting caravans from rival nations under the pretense of weakening their economies and bolstering Konoha's security. Hiruzen, still feeling some guilt over forcing Danzo to take the blame for their last debacle, approved the funding request. He even allowed Danzo to recruit 10 promising graduates from the Ninja Academy to replenish Root's ranks. Reports indicated that Cain had established a large pharmaceutical factory in the Land of Waves. However, its security was formidable, with nearly 100 armed guards and samurai stationed there. To breach such defenses would require a Jonin-led team, which risked exposing Konoha's involvement. Even without hard evidence, Cain could easily deduce who was responsible. Moreover, Cain's mastery of space-time ninjutsu presented a daunting challenge. His abilities had already proven capable of bypassing even Konoha's most advanced spatial barriers, leaving the higher-ups in Konoha wary. If Cain's factory were attacked, there was a real possibility that the Hokage building itself could become a retaliatory target. The factory isn't complete yet. Cain asked coldly, his displeasure evident. The delays had tested his patience, and his expression hardened as he faced the person in charge. I provided you with ample time and funding. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you might as well return to farming. The factory manager, a traveling merchant named Damu, looked visibly nervous. Having sought refuge with Cain after losing his goods and capital to bandits, he was now walking on thin ice. There is an aristocrat from the Land of Tea, about 10 miles away. He thinks that recruiting workers here will reduce the number of people available to farm for him. When Cain heard this excuse, a wave of irritation surged through him. He fought the urge to slap Damu and instead placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder. Mr. Damu, Cain said with a cold smile, do you think the guards I provided are just for show? Go deal with him. If the factory isn't operational within 10 days, you and that nobleman can accompany each other to the Pure Land. Why yes, boss, Damu stammered, his entire body trembling. Without wasting time, he hurried out to gather the guards, ready to take immediate action against the noble. Chapter 92, C86, 2. The hierarchy in the ninja world was rigid, and Damu, a former traveling merchant, lacked the strength to challenge nobles. However, Cain had no patience for such weakness. After this issue was resolved, Cain decided he would ensure Damu focused entirely on managing the pharmaceutical factory. The medicine Cain will introduce this time would be a game-changer for men in the ninja world, Viagra. Its appeal would extend even to nobles and daimyo, making it a must-have. Yet Damu, a useless figure, couldn't even handle a minor noble from a small country. By evening, Damu returned, his clothes stained with blood. The nobleman and his guards had been eliminated by the pharmaceutical factory security forces. If Damu hadn't succeeded, he knew he might very well have ended up in the Pure Land himself. Cain decided to remain in the Land of Tea for a while to ensure everything was properly arranged. This site wouldn't just house a pharmaceutical factory but would also serve as a base for an arsenal and ninja equipment manufacturing. More materials, such as iron ore, would be transported here to support these operations. This base was integral to Cain's plans, and no petty noble would be allowed to interfere. Even if the daimyo of the land of Tea expressed dissatisfaction, Cain wouldn't hesitate to send him to the Pure Land as well. Damu, for his part, wouldn't dare make another mistake, not unless he had a death wish. The pharmaceutical factory's machinery began to hum as production finally started. Watching the progress, Cain felt satisfied and prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed Damu to expect additional guards from the Land of Waves in a few days, ensuring the factory would remain secure. As Cain left the Land of Tea, he found himself lamenting one thing: not having learned how to apparate. It would have saved him time and effort, allowing him to skip unnecessary steps and go directly to Konoha. When Cain arrived at Konoha's gates, he was let in without so much as a glance at his identification. The gatekeeper ninjas were few in number, and Cain's frequent visits had made him a familiar face to them. Having been away from the ninja world for a little over a month, Cain expected that his house and shop in Konoha would have been repaired by now. As he approached, he noticed Nanami busy unloading goods. "Boss, you're back. Your room has been rebuilt according to the final construction plans and blueprints you left. The shop is also almost ready to reopen, though some of the stock still needs replenishing," Nanami said, pausing her work to give him an update. The delay in earning revenue for over a month, coupled with the constant financial support to the orphanage, had nearly drained the profits of Cain's 13 shops in Konoha. Fortunately, the income from his novel sales managed to sustain their operations. Otherwise, Nanami might have been forced to seek assistance from Aya. "Good work, Nanami. Go ahead and continue," Cain replied with a brief nod after surveying the area. Konoha's operations were relatively simple. Nanami only needed to keep an eye on the shop, check the accounts periodically, and handle any special situations that arose. Most of the time, her workload was straightforward. Once inside his newly rebuilt house, Cain pulled out some miniature cameras and began installing them both inside and outside the property. These cameras had been invaluable last time, allowing him to detect the presence of Umbu in advance. Cain couldn't help but smirk at how he was able to exploit Konoha's lack of technological development. If the ninja world had reached the technological level of Konoha 60, devices like cameras and walkie-talkies would already be commonplace. After securing the cameras, he inspected the house. Its concrete and steel plate structure ensured that ninjas would find it difficult to infiltrate using escapism techniques. Meanwhile, at the dessert shop, Kushina arrived looking visibly displeased. Before she could enter, she bumped into Nanami, who was just stepping out. "Manager, can I buy something today?" Kushina asked, her tone impatient. Nanami shook her head with a smile. "Not yet. The desserts haven't been restocked. But Kushina, Boss Cain is back." Kushina's expression darkened at the mention of the lack of desserts. A particularly annoying individual had been bothering her recently, and without her favorite treats for over a month, she felt even more irritable. "Is he inside?" Kushina asked quickly. "Not long ago, yes," Nanami replied. "I'm going to help a friend and ask the boss when the desserts will be available," Kushina said hurriedly before rushing inside, her head lowered and her small feet moving so quickly she seemed to be running. Nanami barely had time to respond before Kushina disappeared, leaving only a trace of her distinctive red hair floating in the air as she turned the corner. Nanami shook her head with a chuckle. "You don't need to ask the boss. I could have answered that." Shrugging, she closed the dessert shop's door and moved on to work at a nearby shop. Chapter 93, C87, 1. "Boss, are you back?" Hearing footsteps, Cain guessed it might be Kushina. Only a few people could be let in by Nanami, and the light, quick steps sounded exactly like hers. "Of course. After working outside for so long without rest, I'm practically exhausted." Cain purposefully rubbed his neck, hinting to Kushina that he'd been very busy. During his time in the Marvel world, apart from practicing magic, he had been working with the military. He often met with Betty Ross, the middleman, to practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Betty, who was clearly obsessed with Jiu-Jitsu yet stubbornly resisted showing it, often left an impression that made communication interesting. Kushina's gaze lingered on Cain's face for a few seconds before she suddenly summoned her courage. "Then, let me help you, boss, by rubbing your shoulders." Her face flushed as she looked away, and she patted her knees with both hands. "Then I'll trouble you, Kushina." Cain agreed immediately, lying down on her lap just like last time. She was wearing those familiar black stockings again, with a hint of skin peeking out. Ever since Cain complimented how good she looked in stockings, she hadn't worn anything else. Boss. Kushina hesitated, suddenly regretting her offer. She'd been out all day, and there was probably dust on her legs. But Cain was too quick, he lay down before she could protest. Now, his head rested on her lap, and his face pressed against her thighs, which were squeezed tightly together. It's too close. Kushina's cheeks burned bright red. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't manage a word. With Cain so close, she couldn't resist sneaking a proper look at his face. Luckily, his eyes were closed, or she wouldn't have dared to be so bold. As she studied him, a quiet realization dawned on her. Something about his face had changed. The features were the same, but the more she looked, the more pleasing they became. It was like admiring something truly beautiful, so much so that she felt drawn in. He looks amazing. If only I could keep looking at him like this forever, Kushina thought, a small smile curling at the corner of her lips. Kushina. After a moment, Cain opened his eyes, confused by her lack of action. Just as he started to tilt his head, she quickly covered his eyes with her hands. I'll start right now. I was just recalling the steps. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red. In truth, she'd been a little lost in thought, but there was no way she'd admit that. Then Kushina began kneading his shoulders, her small hands trembling just slightly. Cain's body had become much stronger now, and Kushina's massage felt like kneading steel. Slowly, fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she worked. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, having just finished training, was hurrying toward the location of the sealing class. Today, he'd made a small breakthrough with the Flying Thunder God technique. The progress had left him elated, as he'd finally begun to grasp the feeling of using the Flying Thunder God mark to teleport himself. However, the joy of improving his ninjutsu was fleeting. If he could get closer to Kushina, that would make him truly happy. Is the book recommended by Mr. Jiraiya actually useful? Why does it feel like Kushina dislikes me even more the more I follow its advice? The thought left Namikaze Minato feeling dejected. After his first failed attempt, he'd gone back to consult Mr. Jiraiya, who had assured him that the book was a masterpiece for wooing women. Determined to make it work, Minato had spent that night poring over the book, keeping the light on until midnight. Even when he forced himself to put the book down and turn off the light, its contents lingered in his mind. It's truly an amazing book, Minato had thought after finishing it. The vivid, romantic scenarios described in its pages had left him captivated, even making him laugh out loud under the covers at times. It's too late to give Kushina a gift today. Missing one day shouldn't be a big deal, right? Just as Minato was debating what to do, he spotted Kushina near the entrance of Cain's dessert shop. Instantly, he stopped in his tracks, hiding behind a telephone pole to observe her more closely. It's definitely Kushina. No one else has such beautiful red hair. But something seemed off. Her face was flushed, and the strands of red hair framing her face were stuck to her skin with sweat. Her steps were unsteady, and she seemed to be limping slightly. This can't be. Panicked, Minato quickly ducked back behind the pole. Pulling out the book Mr. Jiraiya had given him, he flipped to a page that had left a deep impression on him the previous night. It's the same, all the same. No, I must be overthinking this. Minato tried to reassure himself, but when he peeked out again, the shop's door had already closed. Kushina and Cain were walking away together, heading in the direction of the Senju compound where Kushina lived. If she's heading home, there's no way I can follow her. I'm just Jiraiya-sensei's disciple, not Jiraiya-sensei himself. To go to the Senju compound, I'd have to get permission from Lady Tsunade first. Still, the scene he'd just witnessed left a bitter taste in Minato's mouth. The joy of his progress with the Flying Thunder God technique had completely evaporated. Tomorrow, I have to ask Jiraiya-sensei about this. Chapter 94, C87, 2. On the other hand, Cain felt quite embarrassed seeing Kushina struggling to walk. Earlier, he'd rested his head on her lap and fallen asleep. By the time he woke up, her legs had gone numb. Let me help you, Kushina, just like before, Cain said, quickly casting a healing spell on her. The spell was capable of treating common ailments and injuries and worked similarly to medical ninjutsu's healing jutsu. Advanced healing magic in the Harry Potter world could handle even black magic-induced injuries, but for ordinary problems like this, it was a simple fix. Kushina's difficulty walking was merely due to poor blood circulation from having Cain use her lap as a pillow for too long. After the healing magic took effect, she immediately felt her legs return to normal. Kushina bounced on the spot and exclaimed, "Boss, was that medical ninjutsu just now?" "It's not medical ninjutsu, but another ability that only I can use," Cain replied with a smile. With that, the two began walking toward the Senju compound. Cain still had business with Tsunade. He wasn't sure if she had completed her research on specific drugs yet, but judging by their last conversation, she had likely finished at least 2 and possibly 3. 2 drugs would already be enough for Cain. They'd allow his biopharmaceutical company to secure a substantial share of the pharmaceutical market in the Marvel world, potentially making it an industry leader. When they arrived at Tsunade's house, Noaki was already preparing dinner. Upon seeing Cain, he immediately set an extra place at the table. Not long after, Tsunade returned home. She barely acknowledged Cain, offering a casual, "You're here," before calling Noaki to help with dinner. After the meal, Tsunade led Cain to the Senju district. When Konoha was founded, the area had been bustling with Senju clan members. Now, just 20 years later, only Tsunade, Noaki, and Kushina lived there. The rest of the houses stood abandoned. "Tsunade, is the special medicine ready?" Cain asked, breaking the silence. "I knew you'd ask," Tsunade replied, folding her arms. "I've prepared 3 types. I've tested them on several cases, and all were cured. But you'd better run more experiments. I'll give you the formulas to take back with you. As for the 4th one, I haven't had time to study it, and cases for it are hard to find. As expected of a medical master. Your medical ninjutsu must be the best in the entire shinobi world, Tsunade," Cain said, sincerely impressed. Developing 3 specialized medicines in such a short time was no small feat. If word got out, other researchers might cry in despair. Tsunade smirked slightly but didn't reply to the compliment. "So, what's the reason you called me out here?" Cain asked, curious about her intentions. Tsunade shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what your purpose is. You seem so busy, yet despite your wealth, you're not enjoying life like other businessmen." Cain replied directly, "Purpose? My purpose is simple, I want to do whatever I want. Right now, I'm working hard toward that goal." "Tsunade, don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. I think we can count as friends." Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Lately, she had been hearing more and more about Konoha's situation and Cain's actions. It had left her feeling upset and even angry. For days, she hadn't touched her favorite wine or gambled, which was uncharacteristic of her. After dinner, she decided to confront Cain to clear things up. But now, she found herself at a loss for words. The truth was, Tsunade realized she had no real position to criticize him. Cain was a businessman, like many others in the Land of Fire. He was entitled to do business with Konoha, the Land of Lightning, or the Land of Earth. Besides, Cain wasn't even from the Land of Fire. "Did you sell the medicine to others?" Tsunade finally asked. "Of course," Cain replied without hesitation. "Konoha can't buy everything. Medicines are also sold in pharmacies across the Land of Fire and even in the Land of Waves. Once they're produced, they need to be sold. Otherwise, what do you expect me to do, let them rot on the shelves?" His answer was quick and confident, though how much of the truth he chose to reveal was entirely up to him. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Can the price of the medicines be lower? Konoha desperately needs these supplies." She wanted to say more but ended up leaving it at that. Cain thought for a moment before replying, "I can sell them to you at a discount, 30% lower than the initial price. However, if you're buying them through Konoha's channels, the price will stay the same as last time. Tsunade, I see you as a friend, so I don't want to see you in a difficult position." Chapter 95, C88, 1. In Tsunade's case, it was likely because she listened to others too much, letting her sensibility surpass her rationality. Unable to figure it out for a while, she rashly asked Cain about it. From Tsunade's reaction, Cain could guess that someone in Konoha was hostile to him again. However, this time, the method was more sophisticated, sowing discord was far more effective than simply sending Umbu to kill him. In terms of identity, the relationships between people in a village always held a natural advantage for such manipulation. Tsunade had recently received a batch of medical supplies from Cain, provided in his personal capacity and at an unprecedentedly low price. This generosity left her feeling a bit ashamed. When she returned, she was still somewhat embarrassed around Cain. She hurriedly handed him the finished products and formulas for 3 specific medicines targeting terminal illnesses, which she had prepared in advance. Without saying much else, she retreated to her room. At this time, Noaki had already fallen asleep. He spent most days either completing missions or being trained to exhaustion by Orochimaru. Since discovering the regenerative capabilities of the new extremis virus, Orochimaru had stopped holding back. He frequently employed harsh, even cruel, methods, sometimes resorting to snake venom. On one occasion, Noaki paid the price for his carelessness with 3 minutes of convulsions caused by Orochimaru's venom. Since then, Noaki had become exceedingly cautious. His only real reprieve was the chance to return home and rest. "Boss, are you finished?" Just as Cain was about to leave, Kushina tiptoed out of the kitchen hall and whispered to him. "Almost finished." "What's up, Kushina?" Kushina shook her head, then said, "I just realized, I never asked how your study of sealing techniques is going. Have you made progress? If so, do you want to learn some advanced techniques?" Hearing this, Cain felt a twinge of emotion. "Is that possible? The scroll you gave me last time had very detailed records. I've almost grasped the principles of sealing techniques, and I'm ready to put them to use." Kushina raised a finger to her lips. "Shoo. This isn't the place for that. Let's go upstairs and talk." Tsunade's house was spacious, with 3 large rooms on the first floor. Noaki and Tsunade occupied 2 of them, while Kushina's room was on the second floor. Cain often thought that sealing was the only form of ninjutsu that could transcend other systems. If chakra was present, the sealing technique could seal chakra. If chakra was absent, it could seal the body and spirit, essentially physical energy and spiritual energy. He suspected that sealing techniques were not originally a product of the chakra system. Instead, they might have been an ability unique to the planet before Otsutsuki Kagaya's arrival. If explored deeply, sealing techniques could even touch upon the quantum realm, considering their ability to seal a tailed beast larger than a mountain into a human body. If Cain discovers a stronger energy source in other worlds in the future, he might even become a Jinchuriki, provided he masters the sealing technique. For that, he must continue learning from Kushina. Kushina's sealing techniques improved daily, thanks to her unique inheritance from the Uzumaki clan. None of the other ninjas in Konoha's sealing class possessed such knowledge, and the village itself lacked access to advanced techniques. Only Kushina knew the powerful seals, like the 8 trigram seal used to contain the 9 tails, and the dead demon consuming seal, both hallmark skills of the Uzumaki clan. When Cain entered Kushina's room, he began asking her for guidance. He demonstrated the most basic sealing techniques in front of her, and Kushina patiently pointed out his mistakes and areas for improvement. After nearly 3 hours of study, Cain noticed the sleepy look on Kushina's face. Reluctantly, he thanked her and left. However, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't tolerate this for long. If Hiruzen found out Kushina was teaching him sealing techniques, he might intervene, regardless of Kushina's willingness to pass on her knowledge. Hiruzen certainly wouldn't want Cain gaining access to such dangerous skills. The next day, Tsunade's mood had improved significantly after receiving news about the medicines. She headed straight to the Hokage's office. When Mito Kato Hamura arrived, she shared the good news and urged them to send her the funds immediately so she could purchase the supplies. Without waiting for a response, she left the Hokage building. At first, Mito Kato Hamura was surprised by the news, but soon his expression turned to delight. Being able to buy enough medicines and medical supplies at such favorable terms was excellent news for Konoha. A few weeks earlier, Hamura had visited the capital of the Land of Fire but returned empty-handed. If Tsunade hadn't come through, they had been prepared to send people to smaller countries like the Land of Sound or the Land of Grass in desperation. Now, thanks to Cain, they could procure enough supplies to support Konoha through a war at a price 30% lower than their initial purchase. Even after having paid double for some of the earlier supplies, this deal meant they were still coming out ahead. "Hiruzen, what do you think this guy is up to?" Is he trying to curry favor with Konoha? Mitokado Hamura asked, feeling uneasy about the sudden generosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow puff from his pipe and exhaled the smoke. It doesn't seem like he's trying to win Konoha's favor. If that were the case, he'd have approached you directly instead of selling through Tsunade. He paused before continuing. Tsunade mentioned that he's studying several medicines after success of the extremis virus. She brought it up a few days ago. Mitokado Hamura nodded slightly. So, he's afraid Tsunade won't share her findings with him. That does make sense. Anyway, if you can buy such supplies, it saves us the trouble of running around. To be cautious, it's best to thoroughly inspect all these medical supplies, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, putting down his pipe. He then mentioned that he had seen, through the crystal ball, Namikaze Minato mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Once fully mastered, Minato would become Konoha's second ninja to wield spacetime ninjutsu. Chapter 96, C88, 2. Back in the day, the second Hokage was hailed as the fastest shinobi in the ninja world. Now, that title might be reborn in the hands of his apprentice's disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the challenges spacetime ninjutsu posed. If Minato could master it, Konoha would have a significant edge and would no longer need to fear Cain's use of similar techniques. As soon as Mitokado Hamura left, Jiraiya suddenly leaped in through the window, landing lightly. Without wasting a moment, he said, "Old man, Namikaze Minato has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Their team is now capable of handling missions independently." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice before replying, "I'm already aware." "So, what are your plans?" Jiraiya hesitated briefly before answering, "I want to leave the village to gather information, especially about the Child of Prophecy." "No," Sarutobi Hiruzen responded firmly. "The ninja world is too tense right now. You must remain in Konoha." "But, old man, the Child of Prophecy is just as important," Jiraiya protested. Hiruzen's tone turned sharper as he replied, "All the Jonin are stationed at their posts. Tsukumo hasn't returned in nearly half a year. If you leave the village now, it will be the same as when Tsukumo left." Jiraiya quickly shook his head. No, I'm not suited for that kind of mission at all." He thought back to how unsuitable he was for stealth missions. Sneaking into enemy territory to assassinate targets and frame other villages was not his forte. His strength lay in summoning large creatures like Gamabunta. The moment people saw the toad, they would know Jiraiya of the Sannin was involved, making framing someone else impossible. "Then stay in Konoha and wait for your next mission," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. The third Hokage was unwilling to let Jiraiya leave while the threat of war loomed. Though Hiruzen trusted in Mount Myaboku's power, he was far less convinced by the prophecy of the Child of Destiny. Jiraiya had already spent 3 years in the Land of Rain, causing unrest among Konoha's leadership. If it weren't for Hiruzen's personal protection, Jiraiya might have ended up in Konoha's prison. After all, no other shinobi in Konoha had ever been allowed to stay outside the village for 3 years during wartime. After a heated debate between master and apprentice, Jiraiya ultimately relented. He knew that if he left the village without permission this time, he might no longer be considered a Konoha shinobi. Reluctantly, he abandoned his plans. Konoha Hospital. "Tsunade-sama, these are the documents screened yesterday that require your approval," Yukushi Nono said as she entered Tsunade's office, holding a stack of papers over half a meter tall. After placing the stack of documents on the table, Yukushi Nono suddenly twitched her nose, adjusted her glasses, and said to Tsunade with certainty, "Tsunade-sama, you've been drinking, haven't you?" "Nonsense. As the director of Konoha Hospital, how could I drink alcohol while working?" Tsunade retorted, slapping the table. "That's just chemical alcohol. I was researching new medical ninjutsu, and the smell hasn't dissipated yet." "No," Yukushi Nono replied calmly, sniffing the air again. "This is Ayakawa wine from Cain's izakaya. The smell of medical alcohol is sharp and pungent, but this wine has a delicate fragrance." Her eyes flicked briefly toward the cabinet near Tsunade's desk. Then, with a small shake of her head, she continued, "It's rare to see you in such a good mood, teacher. But still, it's better to enjoy a drink after work." "All right, no, I get it." Tsunade huffed, trying to keep her composure. Tsunade didn't lose her temper. Nono was a responsible and attentive student, and in this instance, Tsunade was clearly in the wrong. She had no valid reason to snap at her. As Nono began organizing the documents, she asked casually, why was Tsunade-sensei in a bad mood recently? Tsunade hesitated for a moment. Deciding it wasn't a big deal to share, she explained her recent troubles, mentioning the difficulty of being caught between her loyalty to the village and her personal friendships. One of those friends might inadvertently, or deliberately, bring harm to the village. Mr. Cain wouldn't do what you described, Nono said firmly, her tone calm but decisive. Medicine is meant to save lives, not harm the village. If that were the case, then doctors in other countries would also be considered a threat to Konoha. Her voice remained steady as she continued, though the reflection on her glasses obscured her true expression. Mr. Cain has been supporting war orphans in 3 different orphanages. Tsunade-sama, why not ask those who vilify him whether they've ever done the same? With that, Nono gave a slight bow and left the office, leaving Tsunade in deep thought. Afterward, Yakushi Nono began carefully piecing together clues about Tsunade's recent emotional state. She reflected on who had been spending time with her teacher lately and noted when the changes in Tsunade's demeanor had first begun. Once Nono had reviewed all the details, she compiled her findings, names, times, and her theories, and relayed them through a unique communication method she shared with Cain. While she felt a pang of guilt for reporting on Tsunade, Nono's loyalty to Cain outweighed her reservations. The reason was simple: Cain was supporting children in 3 orphanages. For Nono, his actions spoke louder than any doubts or accusations, and if forced to choose between Tsunade and Cain, she would always choose the latter. Chapter 97, C89, 1. It feels like we're an underground party. Next time, I'll bring some good things. As long as I'm in Konoha village, we can talk anytime, Cain said, glancing left and right at the dim, damp Ryuchi Cave. He was clearly uncomfortable with the environment. It was dark, humid, and likely crawling with snakes. The slick slime coating the ground only added to his unease. If it's about me, I can deliver it through a summoning snake, but the white snake sage insisted on meeting the new contractor. That's why I called you here, Orochimaru explained, smiling faintly. There was another reason as well: Konoha village was no longer safe. His teacher, the 3rd Hokage, had begun to view Cain as a potential threat. Given the circumstances, Orochimaru had deemed Ryuchi Cave a safer meeting spot. It might be due to the little pet I've been cultivating, or perhaps Ryuchi Cave is simply excited about finding a new contractor, Orochimaru added. Curious, Cain asked, Orochimaru, are contractors in Ryuchi Cave that rare? Wasn't Noaki, your apprentice, one of them? Orochimaru shook his head. He never signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. He only learned a few snake-based jutsu. Noaki's fighting style isn't suited for large-scale summoning, so he wasn't allowed to sign the contract. As for Ryuchi Cave contractors, in the past century, it's only been you and me. Just 2 people. Cain frowned, thinking back. If he remembered correctly, the 3rd Kazekage had also signed a contract with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru seemed to anticipate Cain's thoughts. Before Cain could speak, he clarified, there are individuals who have signed summoning contracts with specific snakes from Ryuchi Cave, but you and I are the only ones to hold contracts with the entire cave. Back then, the timing wasn't right for you to sign with a single snake. The summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave has never been circulated outside. Even I could only sign the contract after coming here, Orochimaru added. I see, Cain said with a nod. They continued walking deeper into the cave until they noticed a faint light ahead. Emerging from the dark tunnel, they found themselves in a vast, open space at the base of a towering cliff. Cain suddenly felt something and turned to look to his side. Not far from him, a creature over 10 meters long lay coiled. It wasn't just a snake, it had 2 wings, metallic-looking scales, a ferocious head, and 4 limbs growing from its abdomen. Orochimaru, is this one of your creations? Cain asked in a low voice. Before Orochimaru could answer, the mist in the area began to clear, revealing a massive stone statue on the far side of the clearing. At the base of the statue sat a stone throne, upon which lay the white snake sage, coiled and smoking. Orochimaru nodded respectfully to the sage before introducing Cain. White snake sage, this is Cain, the new contractor. Welcome, new contractor. Since you haven't yet summoned a snake to fulfill your contract, I had Orochimaru bring you here, the sage said, her sharp voice echoing effortlessly across the open space. Her tone was like that of an elderly woman, piercing and commanding, carrying an ancient, otherworldly presence. After witnessing the scene, Orochimaru's interest grew even stronger. The White Snake Sage, who typically showed disdain for everyone, was being unusually polite this time. But what about the other test subject he had left here? Cain nodded to the White Snake Sage and asked directly, "White Snake Sage, what do you want from me?" The sage wasted no time and replied, "It's about that creature over there." She slightly raised her massive snake tail and gestured toward the dragon-like, snake-like creature in the distance. This one was raised by Orochimaru. "I hear cultivating this type of creature requires your support, continuous support, in fact." "Well," Cain began, "in our country, this type of creature is called a fire dragon. I don't know if it's the same kind of dragon you're familiar with." Cain could sense the White Snake Sage's keen interest in the dragon but couldn't decipher its exact intentions. "I have a request for both of you," the sage said. "Could you provide Ryuchi Cave with a batch of such dragons in the future? Preferably ones with a purer bloodline than this one." Cain felt something was off and asked cautiously, "White Snake Sage, why do you want dragons?" "To eat," the sage replied bluntly. "This type of dragon is highly appealing to us and extremely beneficial. Their flesh and blood are far superior to those of humans or any other creatures." The sage admitted that it hadn't eaten in centuries, but after seeing the two dragons Orochimaru had cultivated, it couldn't resist devouring one. Upon digesting it, the sage experienced a sensation of immense comfort, similar to when it first practiced absorbing natural energy thousands of years ago. The creature's flesh appeared to aid its evolution, which prompted the sage to approach Orochimaru, and eventually Cain, the true supplier, with this request. However, Orochimaru's expression darkened. "Eat. White Snake Sage, last time you claimed the other dragon had gone foraging." "Apologies, Orochimaru," the sage said, offering an unusually humble response. "Ryuchi Cave will compensate you for the loss." This uncharacteristic humility surprised Orochimaru. From all the information he had gathered, Ryuchi Cave was known to be the least accommodating of the three great summoning holy places. For example, when Tsunade or Jiraiya summoned their respective creatures, they would assist in battle without hesitation. In contrast, Orochimaru's Manda often demanded conditions, most commonly human sacrifices, before agreeing to fight. The White Snake Sage itself was even more aloof, rarely speaking to anyone at all. "In the future," the sage continued, "your agreement with Manda will be voided. You may summon it to assist in battle at any time, without requiring a sacrifice." Orochimaru frowned slightly and responded, "Even so, that's far from sufficient. Cultivating these two dragons alone consumed a significant amount of my resources and energy, not to mention the difficulty of acquiring more." His relationship with Ryuchi Cave had always been transactional at best. Chapter 98, C89, 2. Unlike unintelligent snakes, summoning Manda required significant effort, preparing numerous enemy corpses as sacrifices after every major battle. These arrangements often left Orochimaru overburdened even after a hard-fought victory. Otherwise, Manda would refuse to respond to his summoning in the future. The White Snake Sage continued, "I can teach you the perfected sage mode and the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "White Snake Sage, I'm not entirely ignorant of sage mode. Such a dangerous technique. Do you really believe we can succeed in mastering it?" Cain, remaining silent for now, decided to watch from the sidelines. He figured Orochimaru would negotiate first, and then he could follow up. "That's because we didn't intervene before," the White Snake Sage replied. "It is nearly impossible for ordinary ninjas to master sage mode on their own. However, Ryuchi Cave has a method to ensure your success, even if your chakra reserves are somewhat lacking. This is something the other two holy places cannot guarantee. Even Mount Myaboku's techniques fall short compared to ours in this respect." "Is that a boast?" Cain couldn't help feeling skeptical about the sage's claims. He asked, "White Snake Sage, could you explain the method you're referring to?" The sage did not hesitate to reveal the secret. "When you practice sage mode, you simply need the assistance of the snake princesses. They will extract any excess natural energy from your body, ensuring the balance of the three types of energy at all times." Orochimaru frowned slightly. If such a method exists, why haven't I heard of any ninja successfully mastering sage mode in Ryuchi Cave? Before encountering the dragons you've raised, they were all cannibals, the sage admitted bluntly. They would offer no assistance to anyone attempting sage mode training. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Cain exchanged a glance. There's no issue on my end, Orochimaru said with a smile. If the supply is sufficient, I'll continue providing you with fire dragons. I'll agree to the terms you've outlined. It was clear to Orochimaru that Ryuchi Cave had already gained something invaluable from their deal. However, he wondered what Cain might ask for next. As for the pure-blooded dragons the White Snake Sage wanted, Orochimaru was confident he could achieve that by adjusting genetic ratios during cultivation and experimenting a few more times. Still, the sage's interest in the dragons suggested he had yet to fully uncover the fire dragon's secrets. Originally, Orochimaru had only planned to create a flying summoning beast, but now it seemed he had overlooked something important. Cain stepped forward with a smile and addressed the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, obtaining the flesh and blood of dragons isn't as simple as it seems. Even for me, I can only secure a small quantity at a time, and at great personal risk. Upon hearing this, the White Snake Sage suddenly realized what was happening. Both Cain and Orochimaru were strategizing to extract additional benefits from their negotiations. What more do you want? If it's a summoning partner. No, I don't need that, Cain interrupted with a smile. If possible, I'd like a small amount of flesh and blood from you, just a fist-sized piece from you, the White Snake Sage, and the 3 great snake princesses every so often. That's all I ask. Cain's smile widened as he spoke to the White Snake Sage. To him, the most valuable resource in Ryuchi Cave wasn't the fire dragons but the unique properties of these 4 snakes. He also remembered that all of them had the ability to transform into humanoid forms, and the snake princesses could even partially display snake characteristics. Having their blood and cells in his possession would open up countless possibilities for research and cultivation. Orochimaru, understanding the immense value of the White Snake Sage's flesh and blood, narrowed his golden pupils. He silently hoped the sage would agree. The White Snake Sage pondered the request for a moment before responding. Very well. However, Ryuchi Cave will require 6 fire dragons every month in return. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. No problem. As before, I'll raise them directly in Ryuchi Cave. As they left Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru said with a grin, we struck gold this time, Cain. It seemed Orochimaru subconsciously aligned himself with Cain, seeing him as a partner in this venture. After all, their gains were extraordinary, the perfected sage mode training method, the sage arts, and, most importantly, the flesh and blood cells of the White Snake Sage and the 3 great snake princesses. The latter was something Orochimaru wouldn't have dared to ask for himself, but thanks to Cain's fire dragons, he now had access to it. Cain replied with a smile, it's not a big deal. Isn't the point of our cooperation to achieve a win-win outcome? By the way, is it difficult to cultivate a fire dragon? Orochimaru shook his head. Not difficult, but I do need to study what the White Snake Sage mentioned further. That's magic power, Cain explained. Fire dragons are originally magical creatures where I come from. I've heard that they were much stronger thousands of years ago. Perhaps their power has diminished after centuries of evolution. As he spoke, Cain demonstrated magic to Orochimaru, using the levitation charm to lift a nearby object, widening the snake summoner's eyes in surprise. So, there's a whole other kind of power out there, Orochimaru remarked, looking at Cain with a spark of enthusiasm. However, he knew little about magic for now and resolved to proceed step by step. By the way, Cain, Orochimaru said, changing the topic, the project you entrusted to me is complete. Here's the spell seal you requested. He handed a scroll to Cain. This seal will continuously affect the target with the mental energy of the caster. Additionally, you can imbue them with your own chakra if needed. Orochimaru's thoughts wandered to his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man is losing his edge, he mused. If this continues, it won't bode well for Konoha village. Chapter 99, C90, 1. An uninhabited forest outside Konoha village. In order to increase his disciple's experience in combat, Jiraiya had been training him for several days on his own. At this moment, Namikaze Minato hid his body among the dense trees. Jiraiya was doing the same. This time, he wasn't teaching ninjutsu to his disciples, rather, He was cultivating Minato's battle instincts in dangerous situations. He wouldn't be holding back. That said, Jiraiya wasn't using all his skills. If he did, he would summon Gamabunta directly. Once the toad was summoned, Minato would have no way to counter the attack. The forest was silent, the only sound being the wind blowing through the leaves. There seemed to be no other living creatures around. Boom. A cloud of smoke suddenly erupted in the woods. Someone had used a smoke bomb. Jiraiya, hidden behind the thick foliage, noticed the smoke but remained unmoved. Trying to lure me out like this? It seems like today, Minato's going to learn what being a ninja truly means. Whoosh. 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 Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, he heard several piercing sounds, shurikens attacking him. To his surprise, Minato had found his position first. Jiraiya leapt from the bushes and landed on a different tree branch. However, before he could even locate Minato, several kunai were thrown at him. Following the kunai, Minato unleashed wind-style ninjutsu. Wave after wave of attacks came. Minato's fighting style was methodical. He observed his opponent's reactions, like a puppeteer manipulating his puppet, setting traps and luring the enemy into them step by step. Jiraiya jumped to the ground to avoid the kunai, but he immediately faced an oncoming wave of wind-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. An earthen wall rose before Jiraiya, blocking the sharp wind blades. But in the next moment, several kunai struck the wall, accompanied by the faint sound of a fuse lighting. It's the explosive tags. Jiraiya, recognizing the danger, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his disciple's strategy. If it had been an ordinary jonin, they would have been exhausted by now, and their mentality might have shown a crack. And a crack in one's mentality during a fight is often a death sentence. Although Jiraiya was pleased with Minato's progress, he had decided to hold nothing back during this battle. He quickly performed a hand seal and unleashed 2 ninjutsu before the explosion could trigger. Boom. The explosion of the explosive tag sent fireworks and gray fog into the air. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to leap out of the smoke. While airborne, he noticed a special flying thunder god kunai mixed among the regular kunai Minato had thrown, aimed directly at him. The explosive tag's fireworks had the added effect of impairing vision, and in midair, it was difficult for ordinary ninjas to deal with such a tricky kunai throw. However, Jiraiya used ninjutsu to harden his hair, making it as tough as metal, and wrapped his whole body to prepare for the kunai impact. But just as the kunai was about to strike, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya. The kunai in Minato's hand quickly aimed for a weak spot, but in the next instant, Jiraiya's long white hair shot out from the cloud of smoke still lingering on the ground. Minato noticed the attack and quickly spun in the air, trying to cut the hair with the kunai in his hand. However, it was useless. The hair, infused with chakra, was incredibly tough. Minato couldn't hold on for more than 2 seconds before being bound by Jiraiya's hair. After the battle, Jiraiya pointed out, Minato, although the Flying Thunder God technique is convenient, if you want to integrate it into your fighting style, you need to keep refining it. Your biggest weakness right now is the lack of a one-hit kill move, which forces you to constantly distract me to create openings. If you know any ninjutsu with strong offensive power, you can try it out with Flying Thunder God. If it doesn't land, you can just retreat. You should also study Senior Sakumo's sword techniques. His Hataki sword technique, using wind-style chakra nature transformation, can easily cut through metal. Even my ninjutsu couldn't defend against it. Wind-style sword techniques. Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully. This could indeed boost the lethality of his close-range attacks, but he didn't know much about sword techniques, and he wasn't particularly familiar with them. Mastering swordsmanship was also a difficult and time-consuming task. Namikaze Minato was quick-witted and fully aware of his own shortcomings. While the wind-style chakra nature transformation sword technique could enhance his strength, it would only offer a slight improvement. I understand, Teacher Jiraiya. I'll go back and think about it, Minato said, bowing to Jiraiya to show his thanks for all the help. Jiraiya, knowing that Mr. Sarutobi had high expectations for Minato, smiled. The old man had told him multiple times to teach Minato well, which is why he didn't assign them many team tasks. Chapter 100, C90, 2. It's all right. You're my student. The teacher's role is only to guide their disciples, Jiraiya chuckled, then suddenly changed the tone of his expression. With a mischievous grin, he put an arm around Minato's shoulder and said, "All right, Minato, enough about training. How's it going with Kushina lately?" At the mention of Kushina, Minato's face immediately dropped. He pulled out a book from his ninja bag with a sour look and handed it to Jiraiya. "Mr. Jiraiya, please take this back. The methods in this book are useless." It wouldn't hurt to return the book, because he had already read it twice. Is it useless? It shouldn't be. This book is so well written. Jiraiya thought, slightly frowning, then took out another book. It seemed he had just bought it not long ago, and it still looked new. "Minato, look at this. This book is completely different from the other one. To be honest, I feel like this one is better written. After reading it, I feel inspired. Maybe it's time to write a novel myself. Then I congratulate teacher Jiraiya in advance." Namikaze Minato glanced at the cover of the new book Jiraiya had taken out, and though he wanted to refuse, his hand reached out almost instinctively. After returning from Ryuchi Cave, Cain and Orochimaru discussed the follow-up matters. The dragon blood and dragon meat in his possession totaled more than 2 kilograms. Since there are many types of dragons, and dragons are not rare in the Harry Potter world, Cain had plenty in stock. These were enough for Orochimaru to consume for about 2 years. Orochimaru already had successful experience, and could make further adjustments from here. As for practicing Sage Mode, Cain planned to leave Konoha village before going to Ryuchi Cave to train. The perfect Sage Mode could multiply the power of ninjutsu several times and also comprehensively improve physical strength, perception, resilience, and more. The most important part was Ryuchi Cave's Sage Art, which could control inorganic matter, an incredibly powerful ability. It was an offer Cain couldn't refuse. However, he had to wait a few more days. Cain also wanted a flying dragon mount, something completely different from a flying broom in both experience and temperament. He could even build a magic chariot for the dragon to pull. This was unimaginable in the world of Harry Potter because the fire dragon's nature was so tyrannical that even the most skilled dragon trainers couldn't completely calm it. Yet, the fire dragons bred by Orochimaru were very obedient. As long as they were continually influenced by chakra, they became as obedient as Ryuchi Cave's summoning beasts. It would take some time to breed special embryos, so Cain decided to stay in Konoha for a while. During this time, he could also learn the seal technique Orochimaru had given him. Once Cain mastered the seal technique, he could cultivate a group of loyal subordinates when he returned to the Marvel world. Those implanted with the seal would be constantly influenced by Cain's chakra and become extremely loyal. Furthermore, Cain was still waiting for the news about the medicine from the land of tea. If it was produced there, it would be shipped to the land of waves and then transferred to the town. When the time comes, Cain will take this batch of medicines to the capital of the land of fire. Given the feudal aristocracy, it's likely they will sell out in a short period of time. There are also herbal medicines in the ninja world, but their effects are nowhere near as powerful as Viagra. Moreover, Cain also plans to set up a newspaper in the ninja world for publicity. To do so, he went to the land of fire to find the owner of Lichuan bookstore, hoping he could provide some support. Public opinion is a powerful weapon for ninjas. A ninja as strong as Hitaki Tsukumo could still worry rock shinobi Jonin 5 years after his death. If Cain can control the channels of public opinion, it will be easier to deal with certain individuals. For example, he could fabricate some damaging rumors about Danzo and spread them throughout the land of fire. Once people hear them, Danzo will no longer be seen as Hokage material, he might not even be seen as a proper ninja. If that happens, everyone will boycott him. If Danzo still insists on being a ninja, Konoha's reputation will be tarnished. This is the power of public opinion. In a world where the ninja society isn't particularly enlightened, as long as one person leads the narrative, 90% of people will be convinced. When learning seals at home, Kushina would often come to the back of the dessert shop to find Cain after a day of work. Although she claimed to be there to buy desserts, Nanami and the other shop assistants were suspicious. After all, it was rare for someone to only buy a small box of desserts every day. Cain welcomed Kushina's visits, not only because she taught him sealing techniques, but also because she had some involvement in the barrier sealing techniques. According to Kushina, whether it was barrier or seal, both originated from the art of sealing, and when it came to sealing, no one could surpass her. In Cain's opinion, this was a bit of an exaggeration. Kushina would have been qualified to say that 10 years from now when she could bind the complete nine tails with just one breath left. At that point, she would have learned all the advanced sealing techniques. But at this stage, she hadn't mastered everything yet. One night, after Cain had learned almost all the seal techniques under Kushina's guidance, he touched her beautiful red hair gratefully. "Thank you, Kushina. Without you, it would have taken me much longer to learn." After all, it hadn't been long since he started learning sealing techniques, and jumping straight into sealing was indeed a bit difficult. "It's nothing, just a small matter," Kushina replied with a smile, the corners of her mouth lifted. Then, she seemed to remember something, placed her hand next to her mouth, and coughed twice as if clearing her throat. She said, looking at herself, "It's just my neck and shoulders, they're sore. It seems I won't be able to sleep well when I go back. That's really troublesome." "You should take a bath before going to bed," Cain casually responded. But then, he suddenly realized something and looked at Kushina's evasive eyes. He thought to himself, is she mimicking him? So, Cain tentatively asked, "How about I give you a massage?"